Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul Lander, and this video we're breaking down The Boys. The Boys are back in town for the final season, and Kripke & Co have delivered possibly their best premiere yet. I was like sat in silence as the credits rolled, and yeah, that lack of music was just insane and a lot to take in. Episode 2 has also dropped as well, and we'll be breaking both down in this video. I've also reread the final omnibus for the comics as well, and there's lots of similarities, Easter eggs, and differences as well. So come with us as we go through the journey over the next 7 weeks, and make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a video. Our merch store below also has a ton of things inspired by the series, along with big discounts in there just in time for the summer. With that out of the way though, thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into The Boys. Now, in case you need a refresher, Season 4 ended with Homelander consolidating power and acting as a shadow president for President Calhoun. We then watched as the Sage Grove inmates, along with Gen V's Kate and Sam, arrested Huey, Frenchie, Mothers, Milk and Kimiko. However, who managed to get away was Starlight and Billy, and we learned that Annie was forming a resistance in Gen V Season 2. She recruited Marie Moreau and her friends, and we got the reveal that A-Train was working with her as well. The series tells a lot of this in the opening recap, which jumps back and forth between the fictional reality Vort's created and the actual truth of the situation. It's a great way to kick things off, and it plays into the AI and deepfake narrative that Vought run with for the episode. The season then opens with the Vought International Annual Meeting of Shareholders. It's clearly based on the CPAC, and we see a dude wearing a Keep America Safe hat. That's subtext that. This movement is clearly gaining a footing though, since we saw Rufus wearing a cap in Gen V. Conventions like this also happen in the comics as well, and Homelander gathered heroes together like this at Herogasm. There he was just about to announce his soup uprising, but Stan Edgar came in and he then decided against it. Homelander then descends from the ceiling, signaling that he truly thinks he's the Messiah. Everyone is clapping and cheering, and the theme of these 2 episodes for him is about love. Homelander is someone who wants to be adored, but all he sees are people that fear him. Homelander has shareholders, followers, and people he's tricked into liking him, but no one actually loves him. Even like his own son can't stand the sight of him. He doesn't understand because he views himself as a god, and on the flip side of this, he views Huey as pathetic and doesn't really understand why Starlight or Billy would lay their life on the line for him. As we zoom out, we can see that the stage is also a giant cross with the US flag on it. This shows how important faith is to Homelander's pure strategy, or at least the illusion of it. Church and state are supposed to be kept separate, but if you can convince your followers you're chosen by God, then they won't question or doubt you. So even when Homelander's exposed in just a bit, the people would rather believe the scam than believe they've been scammed. Homelander is weaponizing faith, and this is something the show doubles down on later when we meet O-Father. Homelander, of course, is also, we've never seen the guy going to church, so I do think that his calls and claims of being a man of faith are a bit far-fetched. Backstage, we then see lots of firecracker backup dancers, which reminds me of the Iron Man dancers in Iron Man 2. Starlight has infiltrated the group, and this allows her to get the Flight 37 footage out there. We also see the poor stage manager, who Homelander later takes his anger out on. We then get a long shot take of her walking through a corridor, which felt like a reference to the one in Goodfellas. She walks past the Dawn of the Seven poster and links up with her fellow Starlighters. They're screwed though, as Black Noir is watching from the rafters. Now he may be Noir 2.0, but he's every bit as deadly as 1.0, and he may even be method acting. Cutting back to Homelander, he then praises the effort to defeat the Starlighters. Annie's on the back foot, and as we see, her resistance is going terribly. She had a whole school of rooms that are now empty, and if Homelander's theme is love, then hers is wrestling with staying true to her values. Over the course of the 2 episodes, she slowly realizes that Billy may have had a point, and though his methods, as cruel as they were, get the fucking job done. Her comrades then effortlessly killed, and the other one looks pretty scared. In the past, the old Annie would have just told him to run, but she just tells him to keep going while fighting against Noir. She's willing to lay down lives for the greater good, and is all about sacrifice. She can't really use her powers though, as the system will go haywire, and we see what I think is a beer advert with termite on it. Meanwhile, Homelander lists off his wins. The Starlighters have been designated a terrorist organization, and they've been rounded up and taken to internment camps. This was actually mentioned by Huey DeVick in Season 4, and it's clearly coming true.
When Homelander chucks all the Starlighters into internment camps, you're cool with that? You didn't know about the camps.
We also see that Supes have been put in charge across the board, with General Mayhem being chairman of the Joint Chiefs. This is just like how the Deep was made head of crime analytics at one point. Mayhem isn't in the comics, but it might be a reference to the G.I. Joe character of the same name. He then mentions G-Men Days Past from the Future, which grossed over $2 billion. Superhero fatigue definitely does not exist in the world of The Boys. But yeah, this is a clear parody to X-Men Days of Future Past, which gets a nod later in the episode. That film, of course, has a big speedster scene, which A-Train later sort of recreates. It also has a camp which mutants are kept in, and that too plays in the plot. Basically, the G-Men are The Boys' X-Men. They've sadly been missing from the show, and were led by John Godolkin, who somewhat got adapted into Gen V, even if he was completely different and also named Thomas. Now, a major criticism that I have towards the series in general is that the show kind of focused a bit too much on the Seven, I would say. In the comics, if you've read them, you'll know that Billy and Co went up against various lower tier soups and teams. I know the comic is a bit controversial in the cold light of 2026, but the show has missed a lot of potential great moments of satire. Especially poking fun at how many X teams there are as well. As like the G-Men had G-Style, G-Wiz, G-Coast, G-Brit and Pre-Wiz as well. I know we've got lots of spin-offs coming down the line though, so maybe they'll adapt them more into that. But Homelander says how America is becoming a safer, more God-fearing nation. This is something that gets shown as a lie when Annie's tech guy sends the Flight 37 footage to the screen. Vort's public face and what the heroes get up to behind the scenes has always been the height of hypocrisy, and finally the footage is seeing the light of day. In case you don't remember, Queen Maeve sent the Deep to get the footage and used it to bargain with Homelander to let Ryan and Billy leave, as well as basically to stop hunting Starlight. But in the comics, the flight was like a massive thing and was actually part of 9/11. In that universe, the Seven went to try and stop it, only to end up with the plane crashing into the Brooklyn Bridge instead. There it was used to give Vought further access to the military, which is also something they kind of do in the show. We see as the audience is shocked, and I do think the narrative is going to fall apart as things get exposed. Former God Udine, Indy Rashedi's family actually died on the plane, and this led to her creating the super virus. This is integral to the plan of taking out Homelander, so I do think that they might uncover more of this. Homelander's eyes then turn red, and we hear the same music from the end of Season 3. There Homelander killed a Starlighter, and the strings played when he realised that his fans would support him no matter what. The people on the flight, however, are just normal adults and kids. There's no political agenda behind them, and thus they have to basically run with a lie. Because yeah, like, he can't say that all Starlighters, so his anger starts to overwhelm him. It's a lot like the fantasy he had earlier in the season, where he imagined killing the crowd in Season 2. Wisely though, Sister Sage stops him and concocts an entire cover story for it. As we learned in Gen V Season 2, Sister Sage now has Ashley's job. She explains that this is just an AI generated video and the public will believe anything Vought tell them. I also think there's the fact that the people will accept the lie if it's a lie they want to believe, or believe. The comments are full of supporters though, and there's even a QAnon inspired hashtag that references where we go one, we go all. This user thinks that the deep state framed Homie and that it's all to take down their Superman. At one point we then see Starlight even thought to be the one who killed Epstein. There's also a username that references Black Pill and Red Pill, which are terms used in the Manosphere. There's even one user called Gunpowder2A for Ev, who was a sup in Season 3. The user thinks that Starlight is a lizard person, and this refers to David Icke's theories. Icke is a big figure from the UK, and he stated that the royal family were reptiles that ruled over the world. Like the rest of the seasons, we go into the world building via social media. Reminds me a lot of the Dark Knight Returns comic, where they used lots of news reports to flesh out the exposition. Except it's the modern day version. The soups have all been given their PR lines by Vought though, and they're making light of the Flight 37 video, with like the dances. Here we meet She-Line, who might be a play on She-Cat, and we also have Jetstreak. Streak is a character from the comics, and he was a member of Teenage Kicks. They were an absolutely deranged group of degenerates that never hit the thumbs up, and the boys tried to blackmail them. Teenage Kicks is also A-Train's first team in the show, and in the comics it featured his ex Popclaw and friend Big Game. Popclaw appeared in Season 1, Big Game's been in the show before as well, and yeah, just nice tied it all in with that. Now it is possible that what they did with Dognot in the comics they might do with She-Line, but they do have Dognot in the show, so who knows, but yeah, worth discussing. Jetstreak also has like a stupid amount of adverts on his flight suit. The lad thinks he's Captain Amazing from Mystery Men. We see a user called Jack from Jupiter saying She-Line can laser him anytime, and this might be the real Jack from Jupiter who might finally appear in the show. In the comics he was a Martian Manhunter parody, but he's only been seen in the animated series of Boys Diabolical. She's getting all positive comments though, while we have Mesmer's apprentice saying he can't dance. This is a reference to Haley Joel Osment's character, and we get a nod to him on the writer's t-shirt later. It's all done though to push Vort's property and figures, and there's even Vort Viagra spam in the chat. We can also see they're in the Kicks house, which is a nod to content houses like Team 10, FaZe, Sway, and so on and so forth. We then learn that Ashley is now the VP. We last saw her take some compound V so she'd survive Homelander's purge of humans, and this seemed to mutate her. I didn't expect her to turn like the leader from Marvel, or even become like Medusa from the Inhumans due to her alopecia. Hell, in our trailer video, I even expected her to be locked up like Lamplighter was in the comics, but she can pass as normal. This must be a relatively recent change though, as Sage mentioned in Gen V how Ashley Barrett can't do her old job in her state. We will discuss the reveal with her later on, but she's basically Professor Quirling. Again though, she's now become the vice president, but really it's all a facade as Vought pulls the strings. Ashley says that the Flight 37 video was put out by Marxist starlighters, and we then get a glimpse of her powers. She reads the reporter's mind and says that despite being a super abled American, she's still loyal to the US. Made me laugh when she said that bigoted thinking like that kept her in the closet and told him to do better. I'm guessing that this entire time she's just been running with the story, she's been a soup all along, but we did see it was like a last-ditch attempt to not get murdered. Ashley is then asked about the quote-unquote freedom camps. These are the internment camps used by Vought and Homelander to imprison anyone suspected of being a Starlighter. They're for political prisoners and undesirables, and clearly the next step in Homelander's fascist regime. The freedom camps also clearly draw parallels with the Nazis' concentration camps, and there were internment camps also used to keep soldiers in World War II. She palms it off by saying, "Who doesn't like freedom?" As we see, in the end, the flight video did almost no damage to Vought, and the share price is only down half a point. Sister Sage has flooded everything with misinformation, and it's a scattergun approach that the other side just can't keep up with and debunk. Goebbels could have only dreamed of having AI. Homelander can barely hide his contempt for Sister Sage though, as she seems to be popular. She's got a Gutenberg Bible that she bought from Marty Schreil, who's the farmer bro himself, and I've definitely fucked up his name, but I'm sorry. But yeah, fuck the lad anyway. She's also liked by Peter Thiel, who's said to be the man behind JD Vance's rise, and Sage is said to be loved by the Obamas. Homelander is just jealous that everyone wants her advice and wants to be friends with her, while everyone's deathly afraid of him. It's only the right that adore him, as the in-universe CNN parody NCC is calling him a murderer. This is clearly playing off the divide between Fox News and CNN, who both lean to opposite sides politically. But Sage is playing them both and just, working to get everyone on her side. We also learn that Ryan's apparently at Svalbard, and he might be at the Longyearbyen school. At the end of season 4, Mallory told him the truth about his father, which then led to her death. She tried to block him from leaving Billy's room, which led to Ryan pushing her too hard by accident. As of yet though, we don't know where he is for real, and I think that he's going to be integral to either side. Personally, I feel like he's lying low and on the run, and he'll be the key to stopping Homelander in the end. Homelander also plays upon Sage giving herself a lobotomy in order to screw the deep, and yeah, lots of great little lines. But Sister Sage says they're good, and Homelander mentions how Godolkin dumped her. This is referring to his idiotic decision to go public as opposed to following Sage's plan in season 2, which ultimately led to his death. Homelander has high poll numbers though, but as he says, anyone can lie, and implies the real barometer is in the memes. It's the memes! Stormfront used them to her advantage in season 2, and just like real life, you live or die by them. Like a petulant child, he wants people making these memes arrested, and it's obviously suppression of speech, which we constantly see governments trying to do as they control social media in order to quell critics. Homelander's ego won't let him be questioned though, and instead of trying to be likable or nice, he tries to brute force his way into being liked. He wants people to be devoted to him, and Sage reiterates that no matter how much amount of power he amasses, he will never truly be happy, which I think ultimately will be the downfall of the character. It's only so long before he has a breakdown that they can't cover up, and I can imagine his public fall will come soon. He tells Sage she promised him he'd be like Caesar, and she rightly says that he was killed by those closest to him. I also think that's how the downfall of Homelander will come as well, with characters like the Deep turning against him in the end. Because yeah, with that speech A-Train gives him later, it clearly sits with him. In the meantime, he thinks maybe killing Starlight and Butcher will make him content. Homelander then says he wants it leaked they'll execute Huey in 3 days, and this will draw them into the trap. It's not the best plan, let's be honest. Doesn't really work out. And I also love how he refers to Frenchie as the French one. But yeah, Homelander is surrounded by sycophants and incompetent people, and though Sage may be smart, she still lets him do what he wants, which is ultimately dumb. So I do wonder if she might turn on him too. In the comics, Vought actually existed for quite a while after the whole Butcher and Homelander arc wrapped up, but it was like a tiny sliver of what it used to be. She may realize though that not even she can control him, so he has to be taken out, and it might be the key to perfecting the virus. In the end, Giancarlo Esposito's composite character was the one left standing, so it will be interesting to see where they go, as he wants to control Vought post Homelander. We then cut to one of these camps and hear Hajaya phone by telephone. As if being locked up isn't bad enough, there's advertising throughout the camp. The first one we see is Sage's likeness being used to shill Vought coin. There's a QR code as well, which when scanned links to a Google search for buy Vought coin. The camp's inmates are then made to wear American flag bottoms, which is very Rex Kwando. They also have a cape on the back of their sweatshirt as well, showing how they have to become just like the man oppressing them. This is of course modelled after Homelander's cape, but there's no flying out of here just yet, which is some lovely foreshadowing as well. We then see the front of the camp, which has a sign that says, "Freedom sets you free." Seems like a very nothingy turn of phrase, but this is actually a reference to Auschwitz. The camp had a sign that says, "Arbeid maakt vrij," which translates to "work sets you free." Just the design of the gate alone also looks like it's riffing off that. So yeah, the writers are trying to equate this more to a concentration camp as opposed to like the war internment camps that the Japanese Americans used to keep soldiers captive. It's also a very great escape as well, especially as the sleeping quarters look like Stalag Luft 3rd. There is more connections to that movie that we'll point out as we get to them, but this is Camp 47, which could possibly referring to another 47. You know who I mean. The whole camp is overseen by Vernon Connections though, which was the corporation that Tech Knight owned. Tech Knight did a prisoner for profits business, and it's likely that the people here are being used as part of Vaught's workforce. We also have similar trucks to the ones used in Gen V, and the food is served by Burger. Dear me! We then see Cindy, who escaped Sage Grove, and see Love Sausage later. Frenchie seems to be flourishing though, and smuggling in and selling drugs. We see he hides them in a copy of Deeper, which is the story of Deep's life after he was kicked out of the Seven and joined the Church of the Collective. However, the book takes liberties with what actually happened and was adapted into the movie Not Without My Dolphin, which was a parody title referring to the movie Not Without My Daughter. We then see him handed an orange, which is often associated with foreshadowing a death. If you watched our breakdown of The Godfather and that series, you'll know that oranges often appear as a way to show a character's just about to get killed. However, he doesn't die as Huey stops a dude from shanking him, and it's only A-Train who dies in the end. Behind Huey is also a Turbo Rush advert foreshadowing A-Train's arrival, and we see that the former newbie is actually becoming quite capable. Frenchie's also able to smuggle in news about Annie, which is the only thing that's really helping him keep his strength to resist. Problem is that Annie is slowly turning into Butcher 2.0 and is being pragmatic. Part of me wonders if the ending may change majorly for a character, but I'll save that more for the spoiler section later. Mother's Milk isn't taking things too well though, and he's resorted to fighting in prison. I did wonder if this was an homage to his comic book character who became a champion boxer after leaving the military. As the pair fight, we can also see a tall redhead. I did wonder if this is a reference to Big Bobby from the comics, and this is a trans character who is one of Huey's best mates from childhood. They'd often meet up for a drink every time he went back to Scotland, and played quite a large role in the later issues and also in the comic Dear Becky. To be fair to us, like the screener we got sent for this was like 720p, so sometimes stuff is difficult to make out, but that's what I thought while I was watching the scene. Either way, Milk obviously carries a lot of regret, as he was going to escape with his family but was convinced by A-Train to stay. He's at his rock bottom though, is fighting for money and also has to drink toilet water. He's incredibly jaded and just doesn't seem to care at all that Annie showed the public the Flight 37 video. He's seen firsthand what Vought can do to cover up their crimes, and yeah, the guy is at the end of it, and yeah, just basically, he's drinking out the toilet, like literally. How low can you go? He's snapped out of his funk though, as he sees Love Sausage beating an inmate. And Love Sausage is the only guy who's allowed to beat his meat in public. Thank you. Psh. The two have had beef since Sage Grove though, and Love Sausage used his knob like a boa constrictor on Mother's Milk. The appendage of Love Sausage being used against Mother's Milk also does kind of lift from the comics, was sort of as their Mother's Milk boob that was used like a tentacle on Huey. In the comics, Love Sausage was actually an ally of the boys, and we met him when the group went to investigate Nina in Russia. Meanwhile, Billy catches up with his dad in London, and we see as John Noble returns as Sam Butcher. We learn that Billy's mother, Connie's dead, which is a cruel twist of fate as Sam's got cancer, which we learn in season 2. Sam's also taken Lenny's trophy down from the loft to almost kind of reminisce on his sons. The sad thing is, though, that he made their lives a misery, and Billy blames his dad for Lenny taking his own life. Now, I didn't know if I was reading into this too much, but I did wonder if Lenny was gay. His dad called him a homophobic slur, and this made him never want to look at the trophy again. That might not be the case. That might be me reading into it. And either way, their dad constantly abused them and constantly put them down. So Butcher's here to kill his father once and for all, and it appears to be a remix of the limited series, The Boys Butcher, Baker, Candlestick Maker. In that, Billy returns to London for his father's funeral and talks about his life growing up. We learn about his time in the Falklands, meeting Becca, and also his relationship with Lenny. During that point in the story, Lenny is actually alive, though he does die later in life, which is down to a bus accident. However, here we just leave Billy with him saying that he's going to torture his dad, and then cut to the Truth Bomb studio. Butcher potentially doing this shows how merciless he's becoming, as he's willing to commit patricide just to get even on his dad. He then hugs him, and I did wonder if he just pops the tentacles there, but yeah, we cut away and don't fully see his fate. In the studio, we then get a scene that feels very, very Peep Show. Homelander can hear the workers' heartbeats and can tell that they're absolutely fucking terrified of him. Even Firecracker is, and she has to psych herself up simply to go and talk to him. We even get a reference to Elon Musk and learn that she was going to interview him. She acts chirpy and gives him lots of compliments, but in the end, she might also be one of the people that betrays him. Homelander is also just really confused as the staff heartbeats show that they're very, very scared, despite him dedicating his life to saving them. I don't know, mate, it's probably something to do with all the staff who were purged last season. He's also disgusted by Firecracker's heartbeat, but the pills used to make her lactate were in fact killing her. As we discovered last time, this is what was making her ill, and thus she's had to come off them or she'll die. But yeah, also that scene where he was disgusted by her coughing last season, that's been memed into oblivion. In the end though, this is what separates him from Huey, as everyone's just a tool for Homelander, and that's it. He's mad that Firecracker wouldn't kill herself to lactate for him, while Huey almost escapes the camp later on, but stops to save a former colleague. The show then starts, and I love the lower third saying that the administration claims that parts of the Constitution are unconstitutional. Homelander then explains that AI was used to try and trick the public, which is artificial intelligence, as he tells them. Just shows how stupid his viewers are and how he has to basically spoon feed them everything. Thomas Godolkin's return is also said to be an AI deepfake, and that controls the narrative from last season. In case you missed it, in Gen V we learned that he was kept on life support since a lab accident, and he survived by taking Compound V and basically wanted to use Marie to heal him. It's a lot more complicated than that. There's a lot more twists and turns, but just in case you missed Gen V, actually go and check it out because it's a good season. But yeah, Godolkin wanted to control Homelander and purge the soup community of the weak. Despite being mentored by Sister Sage, he went against what she planned, just like Homelander, and ended up dead, which might also be happening here. Homelander then pauses the Flight 37 video and shows how his hand has too many fingers, which he feels proves it was AI. This is something that actually happened with earlier AI models, and you could often spot a fake simply by looking at the hands.
Isn't that what they refer to as the uncanny valley?
Yes, it is.
Just that long look of contempt there absolutely kills me, and we then cut to Manila where Kimiko's been deported to. While she was captured by Homelander's goon, she caused so much trouble that they simply just deported her. She serves up some cakes for a kid and says someone special taught her to make them. This is actually a reference to Frenchie, as we saw him teach her to bake. I love the bait and switch though, as she uses sign language to talk to the kid, but as we learn, she can actually talk, and yet she has a lot to say. Actually, kind of freaked me out because I'm not used to seeing her speak, and I did even, like, I know Karen Fukuhara can talk, but I was like, is that dubbing? Is that dubbing? Like, I've played Callisto Protocol many times and obviously seen her on a lot of other stuff, but yeah, just seeing Kimiko talk, what was going on? We then see that she's been keeping tabs on her love, as there's a wall of newspaper clippings all about the camps, complete with a picture of Frenchie. Billy's come to tell her that Frenchie's going to be executed, and in the comics there was a bit where Billy visited his old friends after Homelander had been defeated, and basically took them out one by one to rid the world of Compound V, which I did actually think for a second the scene might be kind of picking up on to kind of do a misdirect towards. In the back we can see she has a poster for South Pacific, and know that she's a fan of musicals as she daydreams singing I Got Rhythm during season 4. Cutting back to the camp, we then learn that it's not just Starlighters in there, but also former members of the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. Huey mentions how he shouldn't have hope after being strangled by Ezekiel, hunted by Noir, chased by sharks, shot at by Russians, almost blown up at Herogasm, and lasered at Fort on Ice. They also talk about the chocolate cake from Tech Knight's party, which are of course all things from the previous 4 seasons. He gives this woman hope though, and shows just why he's so different to Homelander. Like A-Train said before his death, Homelander is nothing without his powers, and though Huey doesn't have powers, he's everything because of it. Does that make sense? However, hope is something that's in very short supply at this moment, and we see it as a guy tries to scale the fence. He's blown up by Cindy, and Shirley must have known that this would likely happen.
See? He gave up.
Reminds me a lot of The Great Escape, is in that the character Ives is killed when he tries to climb the fence in broad daylight, just like the guy here. He also gave up too, and was tired of being put in solitary confinement. But what it shows is that escape is impossible, and Cindy can blow you up with just a clench of her fist. So instead of going over the fence, they decide to go under it, which also feels like a nod to The Great Escape. We then cut to the Deep's Red Pill podcast that he hosts with Black Noir. There's all sorts of posters that riff on social justice phrases such as men's lives matter and #menfirst. The Deep then says that women like Starlight make men weak. As we know, he's hated her since she got him cancelled in season 1. The poster on the left is also a reference to an old 1970s advert, as well as the He Can Do It poster, which is playing on Rosie the Riveter. There's also a pro-choice poster there as well. On over the table is a sonar too, and it has a periscope above it. Just fits nicely in with the whole fish thing, and the podcast is called Manhandled, and is basically taking the piss out of things like the Whatever podcast and the Fresh and Fit one as well. The Deep then calls kissing and romance beta male behaviour, which if you're plugged into the manosphere, you've probably heard that like some really weird like normal stuff is beta male behavior, such as like not hitting the thumbs up and stuff. The public also don't know that there's a new Black Noir, which means he can't talk, so he's only allowed to communicate through a soundboard. We then cut to Starlight watching it while hitting the vape pen, and Billy turns up with Kimiko. It's here that we learn that Kimiko can now talk with ease, and she mentions that she had speech therapy, which is something we saw last season. We also learned more of her backstory and why she never spoke, as she was forced to fight in silence, and the first person to scream was killed. She killed lots of girls during this, learned to never use her voice, and was basically traumatized by what happened. I am sure this is a massive relief to Karen Fukuhara though, as much as it was a relief to Nathan Mitchell when he finally got to talk as Black Noir. In case you don't know, Nathan actually played the original version too, and then they killed him off and just brought back the actor. She also says she's watched lots and lots of TikTok, which we can tell by the language, and I did find it funny how she didn't speak to Billy on a 16-hour flight, because he just says oi, 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 oi. But Billy is there to help get the boys out of the camp, however, Frenchie's the priority. He can make the virus, and though it will kill every soup, including Kimiko and Starlight, Homelander has to be taken out. In the comics, Billy actually planned to blow up the soups by tuning a radio detonator to the frequency of V, like if V was in their vein, it picked up on their frequency, and in setting that off, it would blow up all their heads. He used Vogelbaum much like he's using Samir in the show, and wanted to set off the virus at the top of the Empire State Building. We then cut back to Huey and see they've made a tunnel under the toilets in a clear Great Escape reference. That was also recently referenced in Stranger Things, and the tunnels were called Tom, Dick and Harry. Milk and Frenchie then tell Huey they're going to be executed and work out. It's a trap! Huey is determined to get out before that though, and we see they've been making Molotovs using Fort Olive oil bottles, which is very difficult to say. Meanwhile, Starlight and Cole look at aerial photos of the camp. We know that Annie has known where the lads have been this whole time, but feels like they're actually safer inside. Which yeah, she kind of has a point, especially considering what happened to the former occupants of those bunk beds. She's being pragmatic though, as the resources needed to get them out are massive, but luckily Billy knows a dude who's quite literally a worm. Starlight also says she had someone they can call, who is of course A-Train. It also made me laugh how she asked Kimiko if she likes croissants, because they're French and stuff. But not me! Give me a fucking full English. Eboche! What kind of eboche person are you though, which one do you like the most? Cutting to the 7th tower, we can then see the construction equipment from the roof has now fully gone. That was there throughout season 4, as they obviously had to rebuild things after the end of season 3. As we learn in the episode, it's been a year since the events of last time, so they've managed to fix things up. We then see Homelander seething, and that he's watching Flight 37 footage with a dead stage manager beside him.
Can you believe the gall? cooking up these lies about me.
I don't know if Homelander has convinced himself or if he's just trying to convince the Deep, but he genuinely seems to believe it's all fake. I even wonder if he's repressed these memories, and in the comic he did question his memories due to seeing photos of atrocities that he couldn't remember committing. He makes fun of Starlight's powers as well, but twice now, Noir has failed to capture her. Also cracked up that the Deep looks at Noir only to get ripped into next. Anthony Starr does some of his best work in these 2 episodes, and I found him subtly stroking the back of Deep's neck absolutely horrifying. Like, the guy may be method acting, who knows? He believes in soup supremacy though, but will only tolerate this pair of knuckleheads for so long. This leads to him going back to his dad, who's being kept in his room after finding him at the end of season 4. He needs someone with actual competence, but as we see in the next episode, he even messes up by not warning him about the virus. We then learn that Homelander killed the stage manager because he liked a couple of Starlighters posts in the past, and Deep even offers to hand over his phone to check it. But Homie suspects there's a traitor in the midst, and as we know, the Deep is the reason the footage is out there. Outside, the podcast bros then have some huge beef going on as Noir isn't talking. I even wondered if he'd cut out his tongue in order to play the part because he's going next level with it. This is when the Deep then mentions Stella Adler's acting method. He shot Honey Boy 2 with Shia LaBeouf, which is something that the Deeps mentioned before. We then cut to Ashley doing an interview with Firecracker, and she's gone all in on religion and is now married to O-Father. Played by the excellent Daveed Diggs, the show originally used Ezekiel in this role. However, after his death, they've brought in one of the characters from the comics. Now in them, Homelander recruited him at the comics version of Capes for Christ. He wanted O-Father to help him take over, and the suit would join him in Homelander's final plan. This is all just a PR marriage though, and O-Father says he dreams of a Christian nation. I love how they complete each other's sentences as well, which is something you do when you're in love. But then she says she's just a mind reader, and I think this might come in very useful against Homelander. Obviously, Ashley will know if he's planning on killing her, and she too might become someone who turns against him. The DEI talking points are then brought up, and Firecracker mentions how those letters are also in Devil. Never heard that before, but yeah, DEI is obviously, something that's a big political talking point in real life, and this is when Sage yells cut. Also found it funny how she doesn't believe in God and acts like a Reddit atheist. Ashley then receives her orders, and we learn that Homelander wants more Starlighters arrested, but they've arrested everyone, so now thought criminals will all be rounded up. Even Tyler the Creator and Chappelle Roan have been arrested, which has led to the cancellation of Coachella. And I am not grabbing the low-hanging fruit of Roan-hating kids. I will resist. He then says that Ashley could end up president if she stays useful. In this world though, that means you're basically just a puppet, and she'll have to be complicit in the awful crimes against humanity. Her comic counterpart actually ended up as a patsy for everything that went down, and yeah, I do feel like come the end of the season, she might be the one left holding the bag. Perhaps something darker will happen though, which I will save for the spoiler section. We then cut to Butcher's asset, which turns out to be a screenwriter. We see he's writing an episode of Reacher about how one of Reacher's neighbours pushed him on his motorbike, or something like that. There's also other files on his desktop which include the Rings of X-Rated, which might be a play on Rings of Power, as both this and Reacher are owned by Amazon. All he can write though is that Reacher is massive, which yeah, I like the show, but it is a funny roast of it. It also reminds me of the Rememberer in Gen V Season 2, who we saw writing a script for a Rememberer reboot show. In his room, we can see he's got posters for Crimson Countess Capers, which is the same character that Soldier Boy killed in Season 3. Then there's Pop Claw Slippery Slopes, which is a parody of Ski School 1 and 2. Now Billy, of course, has lots of different assets, and we did see last time how he had the character Webweaver. As Billy comes in, the character stands up, and we see that he's wearing a hoodie for Mesmer's Mystery Mansion. It's Mesmer's second in-universe show, with the first one being The Mesmerizer. But yeah, this guy's worked with Michael Bay, as we do see a picture with him, and he is known for his incredible scripts. The Worm has fallen on hard times though, and seems to be like a bit of a Dan Schneider, as Billy has creepy texts that he sent him around a Cosgrove. The lad has also been replaced by AI, which yeah, of course reflects real life. We then see him reach for a plant pot to eat some mud, and this plays into his powers. Also, I did wonder if his big thick glasses were due to him having bad eyesight, just like a worm. Is that a reach? You're goddamn right! But Billy is there to get the worm to dig a hole into the camp, and A-Train arrives to meet Annie and Kimiko. This surprises the former silent assassin, and we get some good info on Marie Moreau. Turns out that she's raided somewhere in Pittsburgh, and we do know that she'll return later in the season. A-Train isn't down for helping initially though, as he has a family to protect. He seems scared, which I believe he is, but it's something that he gets over in the end. At the prison, we then see as the inmates continue making Molotovs. We see that Frenchie is sober and that MM has been fully downing his sorrows. This is on moonshine, which is also something that they cook up in The Great Escape. Huey then mentions MM's family and that he's pretty much lost hope of seeing them again. It's a very bad situation though, and things go from bad to worse when Huey goes up to get more resin. Turns out that Homelander's known about their plans the whole time and has let them have a sliver of hope because he's a complete sadist. He reads his diary, which is full of hope as well, and has mercilessly murdered all the others in the dorm. So maybe Big Bobby won't be in the season. Another detail I love as well is how we see a pillow behind Homelander that literally has a version of his face on it. So even when people go to sleep and wake up, that's the first thing they see. We then get a throwback to the fun Homelander, and he calls internment camp Huey zesty. He also recalls their meeting at Capes for Christ during Ezekiel's private baptism ceremony. Huey then tells him to just kill him, but he wants to keep him alive. Homelander is just so confused as to why Huey's so adored, as we mentioned earlier. I did even wonder if he stares at people's hearts so much because he says he knows that in their hearts, they all love Starlight. We then cut to Brittany, which is where A-Train stashed his family. He's been on the run since leaving the 7 in season 4, and A-Train's brother's also still in a wheelchair. That came in the aftermath of his attack by Blue Hawk in season 3, but since then, A-Train's been trying to make amends, and his brother clearly appreciates it. He's clearly taken the words that his brother said to heart, and he's finally saved people and been a hero for real. However, they are still on the run, and I like how the shutter behind them also looks like a 7. Unfortunately, the moment is broken up by Bert's acting strange, and we then see as the Deep arrives on a hammerhead shark, which are having a revival. Hammerhead sharks that were so cool in the 90s, and people were like, I'm sick of hammerhead sharks, but they're coming back. I'm telling you, keep your eye on those guys, they're on the rise. Back with Butcher and the gang, we then see how nihilistic Annie's gotten. She says that Maeve was right, and this did make me wonder if Maeve will return in the show. She's the one who can prove the footage was real because, yeah, she was there when it happened. It's something that she carried with her though, and this guilt ate away at her throughout the series. So having her be the one to come forth and destroy Homelander's public image would bring things full circle from that fateful first season. It would also be the best way for her to take accountability and at least show those people didn't die in vain. A-Train and the Deep then have at each other, and we get this great line.
Right now it's you coming after me, then it'll be Noir coming after you. New Noir, because Homelander killed the first one, remember?
We can see that the Deep is terribly insecure, as A-Train thought he was a joke, which does kind of play into him being an Aquaman parody.
I'm the Lord of the Seven Seas, baby.
In the comics, Aquaman's the king of Atlantis, and he rules over the 7 seas. When the first look at Jason Momoa's version dropped as well, they even had the tagline Unite the 7, which people thought was either the members of the Justice League or, the 7 seas. The pair don't fight though, but what A-Train says probably does more to the Deep than having a battle with fists would. Deep then says that he'll eventually get his family, and I think he knows that he's too fast to catch him. We then cut to the Worm moaning about writing a series finale. It gets very meta as we are in the final series of The Boys, and as he says, TV finales always seem to piss people off. Like The Sopranos, Game of Thrones, Stranger Things, so on and so forth. He says that you spend too long trying to please everyone and that you simply can't do it.
Finales are the worst.
And hey, good luck to you guys. Have to say, first 2 episodes are great, so you're on your way. Billy then theorizes that Annie can't look Huey in the eyes after doing a year's worth of dark shit, and the Worm starts to dig a hole. As always, Billy gets the best lines after saying he thought worms got their rocks off getting cut in half. My guy also looks like a Ken doll, and I have to admit that's where my eyes first went. It's funny as well, as this is a reverse of The Great Escape, as this lot dig into the camps instead of out. We then watch as they crawl through a tunnel which feels a lot like the Shawshank Redemption. That is of course another story about prison, and again that's about breaking out, whereas here they're breaking in. The Worm then says not to contact him again, but I do feel like Homelander might find out he got them in and then do his usual laser to the head, because you can't really laser his dick. Getting inside, they find Homelander waiting for them, and Homelander's completely delighted that Marvin's nicknames Mother's Milk. The Soup licking his lips is absolutely hilarious, and again, the Star is just too good in this role. He also knows about the Godolphin virus, and Kimiko tells him to suck her fat dick. Frenchie's response is priceless as well, and she then gets lasered in half. Homelander is then shocked by the viper's nest in Billy's chest, and he thinks it's beautiful and that he's become a soup simply because that's the level he's gonna have to go to take down Homelander. To him, it's the ultimate devotion, and in his sick mind, it's a compliment that Billy's transformed himself just to try and kill him. He's made himself a monster and lost his humanity to beat him once and for all. He then says that Billy's truly the only one who's ever challenged him. Billy's power comes from pure hatred, and the people around Homelander are too scared of him to step up. Billy has done this though, and embraced his cancer to destroy the cancer of the world, which is a reach.
There's a part of me that will be sad to see you go.
Starlight then arrives and flashbangs him along with the rest of the bad guys. The shit then hits the fan and the gods start shooting. then goes to get revenge on Love Sausage, and Frenchie gets to reunite with Kimiko. And they basically French kiss for the rest of the episode. Billy then manages to take out Cindy after Huey runs up to save his friend. It's also quite ironic that both Cindy and Love Sausage being gods is the fault of the boys. The pair were prisoners at Sage Grove, but now we see that they're the ones running the prison. Cindy survives though and is saved by Homelander, and hey, there's a little pillow with a deep on it as well. It's absolute chaos in this scene, and then Starlight flies off without Huey as Frenchie's the priority. Meanwhile, takes out Love Sausage, who's choked by his own appendage, which gives a new meaning to choking the chicken. Homelander then kills Huey's mate and holds Huey hostage to draw out Billy. Luckily, A-Train arrives and we get a nod to Quicksilver. A-Train even puts on his glasses, just like Quicksilver did with the goggles. We then see as he moves people around in super speed and messes with the gods. I love how he pulls the pins out of some grenades, and we later see these explode when things go back to normal. I love how he runs past the Turbo Rush poster as well. That was his brand, of course, but it's now been replaced by Homelander as the mascot, and he's now standing up to Homelander, who's also the face of Vought. He's doing this all to save Huey's life, and yeah, just great bit of symbolism. He redeems himself from killing Robin in the first episode and even trips out the way of a young woman who's dressed just like her. This ultimately leads to his death, but he does the right thing even though it costs him everything. Had he just run through, he might still be alive, which shows his growth and him actually being a real hero. Who's the real heroes? A-Train is. The chase is great though, and kind of what you'd get if you had Superman trying to kill the Flash. Ultimately, the face-off against each other's a standstill, and A-Train laughs in Homelander's face.
Take away these powers. And what are you, huh?
Which feels like a nod to this.
Take that off. What are you?
Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
I know guys with none of that worth 10 of you.
There, Tony had a witty reply, but Homelander just cries and has absolutely nothing to say.
Weak.
Homelander's intimidation comes from his powers, however he's confused and surprised that someone on the brink of death just calls him a loser and laughs at him. The words he uses against other people that he deems weak are now used on him, and he simply can't handle it. And yeah, I was shocked seeing A-Train die, and it lets you know this season won't be pulling any punches. Episode 2 picks up with A-Train's funeral, which is a nice mirror of the opening of episode 1. There was of course a political rally, whereas this feels like a religious one. It's the same place as Translucent Swan was from the start of season 2, and it's all an act to cover up what really happened to A-Train. Even the fact he was like completely estranged from them, yeah, that's all getting brushed under the rug. They even released a video the other day with a cover story that he'd gone on a top secret mission.
His location is classified and known by just one man, his team captain and best friend, who he sent a beautiful photo to just this morning.
This is something they used to do in the comics after Brand Nubia died and then came back to life because of V supercharging her system and making her basically a zombie. So they basically said she was going on a secret mission in space and put her out to pasture. We then see a gospel choir singing about being faster than the speed of light. I guess there's no Starlight to sing there this time. Also love how the Deep's fully into it and Firecracker smiles while Homelander and Sister Sage look bored. Everyone's there, including President Calhoun and Ashley. She seems genuinely upset, and you might remember that she begged A-Train to run away with her. Instead of Homelander, O-Father's also leading the proceedings, and the cover story is that A-Train's been martyred and killed by Starlight. Daveed Diggs is absolutely fantastic again though, and he plays O-Father as an over-the-top preacher. He hits all the talking points and preaches that Starlight's satanic and that her followers eat babies or something. playing into lots of conspiracy theories that I'm sure you've heard on the internet. We then get a glimpse of his power, which is a little different from the comics. There he had the usual super strength in flight, but here he seems to be able to blast people with the Holy Spirit. I'm guessing that this is on a psychic level through using his voice. He seems to bring comfort to Homelander, and it looks a lot like Black Bolt's powers, but a bit more pleasant. A bright light flashes in Homelander's face, and it seems almost holy. It illuminates him and plays in those religious parallels and just further paints him as being a godlike figure. I also don't think it's a coincidence that Starlight's powers bring light in the same way. Ashley then grabs her wig lest it come flying off, and Homelander hears someone saying, "My sweet boy." As we know, he has got very severe mummy issues, and this pushes him to go and wake up his dad. We then go to the boys arriving at Billy's lab in Pennsylvania. On the window, there's loads of newspapers which show Homelander and President Calhoun, as well as the Girls Get It Done shot from the Dawn of the Seven. The radio's also playing Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba, which is a song all about the working class and getting back up again. Now, but it's all about resilience and standing up to the system, which of course fits the boys really well. It's also a song that's played over the credits and nicely comes from Soldier Boy getting knocked down and get back up again. You're never gonna keep me down. We then see Samir again and learn Billy has lied and said that Homelander killed both Victoria and Zoe. It nicely mirrors how Homelander's lying about A-Train, and both were responsible for the deaths of those they're pretending to care about. Homelander also later admits telling Soldier Boy about the virus as well, and I do wonder if Butch is hiding some things about his new abilities. Like, where is Jeffrey Dean Morgan at, mate? Where is he? Huey also talks about losing Vic as well, and Jack Quaid is dating Claudia Dumit in real life, which was a nice little meta joke. Beyond that, Zoe is likely going to be in the season 2, and we know that she's currently living with Stan Edgar. Samir and Kimiko also have beef as he injected her with the virus. This had made Frenchie cut her leg off, and Billy's unsure if the virus will kill Homelander, and Frenchie correctly guesses that they need to test it on Rockhard first. He's a member of the Teenage Kicks and called Rockhard because it's like a dick joke, mate. He's of course a take on Marvel's The Thing, who can't keep his own thing away from monuments. We learn that he loves volcanic eruptions, and hey, I'm not judging here, mate. Whatever you get your rocks off to, hey, get your rocks off to, I said. But yeah, he's pretty much indestructible and the perfect lab rat. There's also a Go Vegan poster with the deep on it, and the lad of course has lots of fishy friends that he's had difficulty eating. They then head out while Firecracker's spreading more propaganda, and she's basically become the new Cameron Coleman. We also see local superheroes have been deputized and are allowed to round up whoever they deem as Starlighter. We see these raids in action, and it's obviously playing off ICE and also how during the Second World War people were encouraged to snitch on their Jewish neighbours. It's the freedom to be free act, but it just leads to imprisonment if you show dissent. But for now, the lads need new clothes. Poor Mother's Milk's only got Britney Spears stuff, which plays off to how he's been known to wear hip-hop shirts in the past, which did become a bit of a meme. Guy wears one with her face on later, and I do wonder if they're going to have him wearing pop groups as a joke before he goes bye bye bye. We then hear as Huey and Kimiko want to go against Billy and stop the virus. However, Starlight's willing to pay the price with her life. Even Frenchie is down with it too, and I think that, as you mentioned, the ending to the show may be different to the comics. Huey then says how he gets that she had to make tough decisions and do awful things in the name of her resistance. She shuts him down though by getting down and dirty with Huey. Kimiko is furious as well and says how despite being her limbs cut off, lasered and being shot, the virus was the only time she actually wanted to die. It was just pure agony. She gets so angry that she goes back to sign language. However, Frenchie reasons with her and explains that he wants to learn everything about the virus so they can try and make sure she doesn't die. Frenchie then questions if they can get it on, but Kimiko says the pussy's back, like Ryan Airy when he comes back off sick leave. After a steamy scene to never tear us apart by In Excess, we cut to Homelander alone in church. He tries to rationalize why he did what he did and says that he was like the big brother that A-Train never had. But he did have a big brother. It shows though how much he just doesn't know or care about other people compared to Huey. Homelander can't even name his ex Popclaw, and he acts like he's a benevolent friend, but all he's done is bully him over the ears. It's very much like the Skinner quote in The Simpsons, and he will never change. We then get the strings again as he finally unfreezes his dad, and thank the Lord, Ackles as Soldier Boy is back, but real this time, not just in a dream sequence. It's very Winter Soldier though, and we'll talk about some of the other similarities in the attack later. Cutting to TikTok, we then see She-Line advertising diet water. Wow, water with 0 calories. Jetstreak is also promoting Firecracker's Cheeto knockoff that we saw in Gen B. It's like one of those endless TikTok shop adverts you get, and we meet another member of Teenage Kicks and Countess Crow. People don't seem to like her as much though, as the comments make fun of Sheila eating her crows and goth being out of date. It shows how Vought will monetize any style or niche though, and she's doing a makeup tutorial using Vought products. And I also hate when content creators just fill stuff with adverts, but buy our t-shirts and buy whatever advert we put on this video. Now in the comics, Popclaw was a goth and a part of Teenage Kicks, so Countess Crow is filling that role here. She's also a lot like Raven from DC, and I do feel like she might come back later in the series. Also love how Butch is shocked at them getting 50k per post, but when you will advertise absolutely anything, that's gonna happen, and I will do anything, send me your products. We even see Rockhard advertise his hygiene products, but he's pretty much a basement-dwelling slob that's just like Pearl from Blade. This builds off what we saw in Gen V during the lessons and how they're taught to market themselves and get more followers. Lamplighter's also outside the truck, and even in death, they're still making money off this image. We also see how Annie's morphing more into Billy. She says how the Real Housewives of See You Next Tuesday will hear them as they make their prison for rock hard. It's not posted in a year though, but Frenchie spotted Countess taking a protein shake to the basement. Also love how the group even have their own car with their faces on it, just like Jojo Siwa. Upon reaching the basement, they then see things aren't as straightforward as they thought, and rock hard is absolutely rock hard. Also love how he has pass me my protein shake and clean my shit up as quick messages. There's also no cap, turn the volume down, good game, I rate that. Big dick energy, get the fuck out of here, and I'm rock hard bitch, like the Juggernaut bitch. Upon typing SP, it also auto-predicts Spunk, which foreshadows that great reveal later on. We then get Soldier Boy, who wakes up on Homelander's bed. Soldier Boy's also wearing a sorry snowflake sweater, and he's angry at Homelander. He even suspects Homelander of having like a weird incest kink. This is possibly referencing the comic where Homelander would sleep with Soldier Boy under the pretense he'd be allowed into the Seven. He wasn't his dad in the source material, I have to say that, but for ages there has been the theory that the pair might hook up. As he learns, he's been out for 2 years, so yeah. Since season 3, Homelander also says that he was found at a CIA black site and then offers a PR washing of his reputation. After their showdown in the 7th Tower in season 3, Russia was blamed for the attack, and I'm guessing that they'll go with like the Winter Soldier, brainwashing, sleeper cell excuse that worked for Bucky. But yeah, his movies have been taken off 4+, but then re-added with a content warning. Homelander offers to make him number 2 on the 7, but Soldier Boy just wants to finish the job on his son. However, Homelander bets that Soldier Boy hates Billy more after he betrayed him by trying to save Homelander's son. Okay then, I think Homelander just wants someone who will love him though, and thinks his dad might be the one to do it. Homelander even gives his dad his shield back, which looks worse for wear and even breaks later on. Kind of like how Tony gave Cap his shield back in Endgame. We then get more adverts as the Deep advertises as Sigma Solarium. Sigma is often used in the manosphere to describe what men should be. He's advertising a red light thing for your arse, which is parodying people sunning their balls. My wife uses one of these, not on her balls, mate. She ain't got balls, she uses it on her face. But yeah, you see these bloody adverts all the time because you bought it off like Amazon, and I own the account and I'm just getting it non-stop. Back with Rockhard, they then decide to test the virus in the basement, but Rockhard stops breathing. Feel like he's kind of like a Viltrumite and can hold his breath for ages. They then split up into teams to go and bring the virus to the house. Meanwhile, Sister Sage has identified 10,000 Starlighters to be rounded up. Looks like her relationship with Peter Thiel has borne fruit, as she has a Palantir-style dashboard. If you look at the map as well, you can also see that the most concentrated areas are California, Washington State, Oregon and New York. It lines up with the 2024 electoral vote, and as Sister Sage says, these areas are where the most nut milk's consumed. Hey, and I drink nut milk, mate. What are you trying to say? Black Noir is also missing from the meeting, and he's been doing so every afternoon. His and Deep's friendship's on the rocks, and it might be because they're both banging Sister Sage. But I also wonder if he's on like an elaborate mission or basically working with the boys. Like, another thing is that we don't even know who's under the mask, and he's like the perfect character for someone from the boys to disguise himself as and sneak into the 7th Tower. Deep scoffs at him, saying he's gone method before, and then mentions the Mize plasma technique. This is something that Firecracker says is some Jewish thing, which yeah, it is, as Sanford Meisner was in fact Jewish, but it just plays into the whole conspiracy theories that Firecracker would have. As we see, local soups like Sheelan and Jetstreak are involved, and Sage even recommends using the Insurrection Act if they need to. Due to Vought being such a monopoly, they have 50,000 data points that they can track using the Vought algorithm, which is playing off Facebook as well. The president seems to back this, but then Ashley reads his mind and can see how insane it is and that the treasury's running dry. Her weird tumour speaks to her, and Ashley mentions how arresting Vought customers will eat into their bottom line. Sage doesn't think this is a problem though, and just says they'll sell ads on Vought Plus. This is something that mirrors real life as well, with ads on Prime Video and every other streaming service now. The tumour then calls her a regular Che Guevara, which calls back to her youth where she wore the historical figure on a t-shirt. Calhoun then asks the most important question: does he have immunity? They're then interrupted by Homelander, who presents the return of Soldier Boy. Again, like Godolkin, he's ignored Sage and has done his own thing. Soldier Boy will become number 2, and this does upset the Deep. He's also flexing in front of his dad after Soldier Boy called him a disappointment. He has Vought and the President as his personal lapdog, and even gets the President to act as his own personal barman.
Can I get you a glass of milk, sir?
You might also notice that Homelander has redecorated the meeting room. Gone is the monument of the 7 behind the door, and instead, there's simply only Homelander. The ceiling has been changed as well, and the mural now just has him in it. So yeah, hasn't really been keeping his ego in check, and Soldier Boy also gives the eyes to Firecracker. And I do wonder if that's going to come back around. Soldier Boy then gets given a pardon despite being found guilty of treason, and he asks for a Manhattan. It's as American as apple pie, and Homelander says he'll have one as well. Soldier Boy's amazed that he has the president as his bitch, and it's here that we cut to Planet Vought. The team then fix things up to secure the room and also film the incident. We then see how Rockhard got so rock hard, and his lava fountain spouts volcanic juice all over himself, which then hardens to rock. Meanwhile, we see Mother's milk hitting the bottle again. It's here that he comes across She-Line's kitty litter box and then goes up to the Wall of Fame. This looks a lot like the character roster from the comics, and we see several of the big faces from over the years. This includes Translucent, whose collar we can see in the bottom left. There's also a young Mesmerizer above him with a bow tie, and next to Translucent's Popclaw, and we have a young A-Train there as well. That's who gets the focus put on them, and MM pours out a little liquor to toast him. It's here that he then comes across Countess Crow, who's in the middle of an advert. The Crow tells her to stop doing this, but she says she doesn't have a choice. We then see she gets a bit of a redemption arc and breaks free from this life of exploitation. This is quite ironic as well, as she mentions the product helps after a long day of locking up Starlighters. We also learn her birds are called Russell and Cameron, who are of course named after famous people with Crow as their surname. We then see that Starlight's dealing with the guilt of the lives of those that have died fighting the cause. She is bulletproof and took it for granted that people aren't as strong as she is. She says that dying by the virus is the only fate that lies ahead of her, and that she can't imagine a world where she deserves a happy ending. She talks about a white picket fence, and though not exactly like the comics, Starlight did go to Scotland with Huey and find peace for a while there. However, the pair were pulled back into the fray. However, they did go back there eventually when things died down.
You get up every day and you keep going. Anything else is an insult to the dead.
It's a powerful moment that's then broken up by MM bringing in Countess Crow. We see the indoctrination in full effect across the country, with kids burning books like a Nazi rally in World War II. A pile of burned books was found during Gen V, and we see as someone's put in a van for having an LGBT flag outside their house. Though she's breaking down, the Soups are more bothered about their ad and don't even care that they're breaking up a kid from his mother. None of the boys could help, Billy makes him keep going, even threatening to use his powers to keep Kimiko in the car. It really speaks to how Homelander and Billy are not so different now, and both are using fear to control those around them. We then see Homelander climbing inside his dad's chamber, clearly trying to get closer to him, and why are you sniffing that? However, I did wonder if this is also foreshadowing for a way that they could beat him. This chamber can obviously keep Soup sedated, and they may even put the villain on ice. The opening of the episode even has A-Train in a blue coffin, and this might be the character's final resting place. I did find it funny how they had that blue coffin and then also had Soldier Boy, and it just seemed to me there were screaming out that this is a very important thing. Sage then arrives and we see Homelander is a bit of an idiot mate and constantly just keeps throwing curveballs, which makes it a nightmare for Sage's plans. He hasn't told Soldier Boy about the virus and this is probably going to cause further issues. And yet if he dies, then Homelander is also going to fall to pieces. Meanwhile, Samir prepares the virus and right now the team's unsure whether it'll kill more than just the Supes. There is the potential it could wipe out all the humans on Earth, and I have a theory that the Supes might even engineer it to do exactly that. Right now, it's just extremely dangerous though, and who knows how far they're going to alter it. Also, who knows if it's even going to work on Homelander, as it clearly doesn't fully kill Soldier Boy. I do wonder as well if they're going to explore Soldier Boy's immunity in Vault Rising, as the character is immortal, and that just seems like the perfect groundwork to kind of explore that more. Homelander is of course constantly aging, finding grey pubes and stuff, and Soldier Boy's immortality could be something he really wants. We then get a heart-to-heart with Crow, and mate, I have to tell you, I spent a good 15 minutes trying to scan the QR code on her shoulder, but I just couldn't seem to get it. We see the other member of Kicks have them as well, and a good hour of my life was spent trying to get the right angle on those codes. I finally got them though, so give myself a pat on the back, and they take you to teenagekicks.com. It's clear though that sees a lot of similarities between Crow and his daughter, and thus he likely decides at this point to free her. He doesn't do it quite yet, but I think this is when he thinks, yeah, she's not too bad. We then cut to Soldier Boy attacking the virus team in a moment that feels like it's ripped right out the Winter Soldier, namely the scene where Nick Fury's car is attacked. He throws his shield and then resorts to firing his pistol, and it's just like Bucky. It's here that Butcher also admits that he's known Soldier Boy's been alive for a while, and that Mallory only put him on ice. Really makes you wonder if he's factoring him into his endgame, but he sees Soldier Boy as being the perfect guinea pig. The banter between the two is great though, and I love how Butcher is running under the ID Don T, BR, see you next Tuesday. The pair then duke it out with Butcher throwing the car while Huey and Kimiko head to the house. Leads to a massive battle with Soldier Boy's shield breaking and Sheelan and Jetstreak getting involved too. The latter tries to kill Huey by taking him to the sky, and we get a clear reference to Superman.
I got you.
Easy, miss. I've got you.
You've got me! Who's got you?
Kimiko also heals up like Wolverine and gets a furball spat in her face, but she takes down Sheeline. In the basement, Soldier Boy also catches up with Huey, who points out that the lad does a hell of a lot of dick jokes. Freud would have a field day with that one. Though Soldier Boy thinks he's saved the day though, Rockhard breathes out and we see that Frenchie has now unleashed the virus. And it goes exactly how you'd expect. Everyone's skin boils over and Rockhard's head falls apart. Jetstreak just lies on the ground dying, and Soldier Boy seems to die as well. And hey, the soup virus works, yay! Back with Sage, we then see she's about to go down on some Taco Bell. So that was bad phrasing, but as we know, she lobotomizes herself and eats junk food as a way to unwind. Ashley is here to ask what the shit they're doing though, and it absolutely killed me how she was like, playing along nice, and then Sage was like, don't worry, he's not in the building. She was like, what the fuck's going on? But yeah, turns out Sage actually likes the attention, and this is when Ashley gives her a reality check and says, look, this hot seat is simply just a chopping block. Homelander will turn on her too, and they have to beat the bad guy before it's too late. We also see that Sage is a blind spot for Ashley and that she can't read her mind. Now, I did wonder if this was because of the lobotomies, or maybe Sage is just simply too smart for her. In the garage, we then get the reveal on the back of her head, which is pretty much her guilty conscience. She mentions Danny Trachtenberg fingering her as well, and I did wonder if this was a nod to the guy who's currently running Predator. They discussed that poem about not doing the right thing at the time because you weren't a communist, and the meaning behind that is how basically, yeah, eventually they will come for you, so you're better off standing up early. She also discusses how Ashley wanted to do good once before, but she's been eroded by fear in the system. And I also love this line.
I'm not a leader, I'm vice president.
Back with the boys, we then see them breathe a sigh of relief as we get it confirmed humanity is safe from the virus. Frenchie knows that Kimiko's terrified though, and he suggests the pair run away. There's no containing it though, so to him the only thing they can do is flee as far as they can. It is all just a fantasy though, and I think Kimiko's living more in reality, and she says she can't because People are dying and it's her duty to stay. Ultimately, I think this will seal up Hare's fate though, and that they'll probably die come the end of the season. This scene is mirrored in Starlight and Huey as well, with the latter making her promise that she doesn't turn into Butcher. Because of this, I do actually wonder if we'll see a flip on the roles in the comics, and she'll become what Butcher is in the source material. But yeah, more in the spoiler section, and for now it's a peaceful moment, and we see Lenny's trophy at Butcher's room along with his dog Terra. Terra was a much larger part of the comics, but it's nice seeing the guy back for the final season. Little dog is getting old too by the looks of it and taking meds, and hey, it's nice to see these two still really care for each other. Because yeah, the virus will likely wipe out Butcher. But there may be some hope, as our final scene has Soldier Boy awakening. The Deep also is clearly terrified as well, as he keeps mocking Homelander's dad. And Homelander just says this.
This should have been you.
I love how at first Deep's like, you're always playing 4D chess, which reminded me of people saying, masterful gambit, sir, every time a world leader or someone who's classed as a genius does something very stupid. The Deep even pees himself out of fear though, and Homelander basically says that the Deep was too incompetent to send. But we do see his dear old dad wake up like the Undertaker after Homelander breaks down about everybody leaving. Now I do want to talk about how Soldier Boy survived, which is hinted at in the trailer. This might spoil stuff for you, so turn off now if you don't want any of those trailer spoilers. If you've seen the trailer though as well, it does give us a fair idea about how Soldier Boy survived. However, this is just a theory. But we do know that the thrust of the show will be about Homelander trying to attain the immortality his father has. Soldier Boy doesn't age because he was injected with the same thing that Stormfront was. That is V1, which was the first iteration of V. I do think that is likely why the virus didn't work, and that it can only attack those later iterations. Stuff like Vought Blue and V24. The V1 likely stops the virus, and in the trailers this is likely why Homelander is fixated on it. Beyond like the immortality, I do wonder if he'll get it as well, as we have seen shots where he shoots his eyes in the skies almost like he's overpowered. There's a vial next to him on the floor, and potentially he's taken the V1 and has found a way to shield himself from the virus. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and we are back with the boys. Bloody Homelander's nicked me son and bollocks me wife. Now he's payback. Whew! Yes, this week's episode is a wild ride full of reveals, betrayals, and most importantly, more Soldier Boy! After what's been a cracking start of the season, we get another excellent entry. Throughout this video, we'll be breaking down episode 4 and going through the Easter eggs, callbacks to the comics, and also our thoughts on what will happen in the season. So smash that thumbs up button like it's Ryan's face, and let's get into the episode.
And when you're sitting in that wheelchair, shitting in a colostomy bag, I'll be running the 7. Shitting on Sherry Lewis's tits.
Okay, so last season, Ryan was torn between his father and Billy. Last week, we heard that Vought had a cover story that he was at a boarding school in Svalbard. In reality, though, he's on the run after accidentally killing Mallory. This came after she told him his dad sexually assaulted his mother and that she wanted to use him to take out Homelander. Made him feel like he was being used just like how Homelander pushed him into Vaught's marketing machine. So now he's living a sort of what if Homelander went on the run instead of accepting his life type thing. It's something that Sam did in Gen V and kind of mirrors the character lying low. He's currently living in an abandoned house in Svidzar, Russia, and the authorities have tracked him down, though as we see, he completely tears them apart. The fact it's in Russia as well also plays into a gag later where Vought supports Russia over Ukraine. This is because this place was taken over by Ukrainian soldiers during the 2024 Kursk offensive. It was taken back by Russia, and the connection between Vought and Russia is why these soldiers are sent in to find Ryan. Now, being a fan of the comics, I did hope we would see some Russian heroes, but sadly we don't. In the comics though, they visited the country and teamed up with the Russian hero Love Sausage, who is a good guy in the source material. Their Love Sausage tells the lads about his old Team Glorious 5-year plan, which was used as an episode title during season 3. This name was inspired by Stalin's numerous 5-year plans to transform the newly formed USSR. There's also Little Nina as well, who's of course appeared in the show. Sadly, none of them make an appearance. Love Sausage is obviously completely different in the show, and it did kind of feel like a missed opportunity, as I doubt we'll be back here. The team we see does appear to be Spetsnaz, and as we see, they step on firecracker freedom sticks. These appeared at a gas station in Gen V, and we also saw some last week when Jetstreak promoted them. This scene reminds me a lot of when William Stryker's crew attacked the X-Mansion in X2, as well as when Jean and Storm went to find Nightcrawler. It also feels a lot like Predator Mode Batman from the Arkham games, and I love seeing him just catching them from the shadows. They toy with you for quite a bit, and you only really see his shadow, and had you not watched the trailer 400 times like me, then you might have been surprised by the reveal. But not me, I am the spoiler man. The soldiers are spooked as one's taken and another's blown up, and we get a pretty sweet cover of Bad Reputation by Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. We then get the usual trope of people unloading a lot of bullets into a soup's chest, which reminds me a lot of Superman Returns. In fact, the whole scene is also a bit similar-ish to the warehouse scene in Batman v Superman. The final man standing tries pleading, saying he has a family and also that he loves Imagine Dragons. This is actually kind of a deep cut, as their song Bones was used for the Season 3 trailer. I got that feeling in my bones, which I've tried to avoid, but it's burned into my head because I watched that trailer about 400 times as well. And because of that fact is enough for me to want him dead too. Ryan takes no mercy as no one can know where he is, but surely they would work it out after finding this bloodbath. There's like firecracker snacks at the site, mate. As we see in the episode, he's very, very lost though, and is once again being used as someone else's pawn. That's a theme that repeats throughout the entry, and we see several characters being used by those around them. Maverick is lied to by Huey and he's sent in to get the Deep & Co, and then the Deep is also using Black Noir, who may even switch sides. Billy is using Ryan, and Stan Edgar is also using the boys. Soldier Boy is also being used by Vought, and it's at this point that we cut to a propaganda video. Because Vought presented him as a traitor, they need to put the propaganda machine on and whitewash his history. People were really angry at him last time, and it even led to the public toppling his statue. However, last week he secured a pardon from the president, but Vought now need to explain why a supposed Russian asset is back in the limelight. Firecracker says he was branded a traitor by Legacy Media, and we see the NNC station, which is based on CNN. I was thinking they might even go with the brainwashing thing to play off the Winter Soldier, but they avoid that for the episode. But Eric, if you need a writer, I am fucking here. But yeah, in this opening we see a video package of Soldier Boy, which is a similar vibe to the one that we saw in Season 3. We see him with JFK, which is funny as the legend hinted that Soldier Boy was the one who killed him, which is something I feel was playing off the comedian in Watchmen. Firecracker then says Starlight was behind the attack on the 7th Tower, and people would only have seen a bright light as Soldier Boy exploded, so it actually works really well to blame her. We then have him shaking hands with what I believe might be Sam Lufkin, but let me know below if it's not, because I'm a bit of an idiot, mate. Lufkin was an actor though who often played a policeman, and he wore several things like this, and I just think it would be ironic if he's an actor being used in one of Vaught's acts. We also see as Starlight's branded a terrorist while doing things like buying an ice cream and stuff, because they obviously don't have any photos of her terrorizing. We also see him with President Nixon and Reagan, and this helps to play into the idea of how old he is and why his immortality is so enticing. He's seen leaders come and go, but Soldier Boy's always been there. Vaught's line is that he's been an undercover agent working with Vaught's friend in the Kremlin to root out the sneaky traitors in Ukraine. As you may remember, in real life there was obviously an investigation into Russia tampering with the 2016 US election. Trump 2.0 has been less sympathetic to Ukraine compared to Biden, which came to a head when Zelensky met him and Vance at the White House. So I did wonder if it was playing off that, but it does have to be said that this scene was actually written before the last presidential election, and real life has finally caught up with the boys. The Deep then mentions that they don't put up with trans bathrooms, which is, obviously also a big talking point during the election. I feel like this is probably just building off what happened with Ukraine in general though, and during the war, Russia did position itself as being anti-woke, and even had visas for families wanting to escape the woke West. Yes, I'm not lying. Either way, this is to announce that Soldier Boy is part of the Seven again, and I feel like it's going to cause more issues than it solves. In the comics, Soldier Boy led the Avengers parody Payback, and Homelander would trick him into sleeping with him by offering him a place on the Seven. But I like how this is announced in the same place that A-Train's drafting to the Seven was shot at, and I do feel like they might even have Soldier Boy turn against Homelander like A-Train did. Rest in peace, mate. We then see he's being presented with the Democratic Medal of Patriotic Freedom. It's a total word salad that means nothing in reality, and it looks just like a Soviet Red Star or the USSR Order of Victory. Vought have been a very anti-communist Marxist or whatever, but the minute it's practical, they suddenly start to back Russia. It nicely plays off the opening scene where Ryan's hunted by their forces, whereas his grandfather's celebrated. Now, even though my guy's been on and off the ice since the 80s, he still knows how to hit the camera and look fucking fantastic. Homelander, though, seems to become jealous, but it also blends in with his religious epiphany. He hears Stillwell's voice once again, and it turns out that that's the one he heard last week. As he did with Newman, Homelander then acts irrationally and reveals that Soldier Boy's his father, just like he exposed Victoria's soup status. Shocks the world, and it is kind of like an I am Iron Man moment. Now, in case you've forgotten, Soldier Boy's sperm was used by Vogelbaum to create Soldier Boy's successor. He was going to be replaced by Vought with the easily controllable Homelander. In his upbringing, he was going to be manipulated, psychologically broken down, and ultimately this proved to be very, very traumatic. The scientists at the lab were cruel to him, he wasn't allowed any human affection, and even given a fake mother, which he ended up killing. So the kid's childhood was a mess, but there was nothing they could do about it because he was, of course, Homelander then ended up just like his father, as both were horrible bullies who led their respective teams with an iron fist. It's a case of history repeating itself, just like how Billy's become a violent person after his father was also violent. Ryan is also coming in the mix, trying to break the cycle, and I do feel like he might be immune to the virus as well. Since he's the world's first natural-born soup, he might not carry the V that the virus would target. He just has V how it is naturally. We'll talk about that more in a bit, but Sage is clearly blindsided, and we see the aftermath with Homie going to his dad. I love how Homelander's trying to impress his father, and he pleads that he told Soldier Boy not to engage. Soldier Boy obviously didn't know about the virus though, and he knows that Homelander basically sent him in without any warning. I love the way that this is framed as well. Soldier Boy's positioned so he towers over Homelander, showing that Homelander's just like a little kid while his father's much taller. However, on the flip side of this, we see the monument to Homelander at the back, which completely dwarfs Sage, so it shows whose opinion he really values the most. Meanwhile, the boys are confused as to how Soldier Boy survived the virus. It turns out that he has V1, which is something we talked about last week. This was first discussed with Stormfront, who was obviously alive in the 30s and hadn't aged since. This is the OG True Blue, which was wildly unstable. As we learn, only Soldier Boy, Bombsight, Torpedo, Private Angel, and Stormfront were able to survive its effects. This is a nice little Easter egg though, as each of these characters will be in the second Boys spin-off Vought Rising. We'll reportedly follow the origins of Vought in the 1950s and be a murder mystery that follows Soldier Boy and Stormfront, who at the time was known as Liberty. I also wonder if we'll learn more about Vought and maybe even get a young Vogelbaum and so on and so on. A great little Easter egg here as well is that Soldier Boy doesn't recognize the name Stormfront, as he knew her as Liberty back in the day, and both founded Herogasm. Originally, Stormfront was in Payback in the comics though, so it makes sense the pair would be reunited in Vought Rising. Now, V1 was the compound that Godolkin shot up to survive the lab fire in Gen V Season 2. It made him immortal, but he was badly burned in the fire, and thus he was stuck in that state for decades and decades. His plan was to get Marie to heal him, and thus when he returned, he was back to the same age. V1 has a different molecular shape though, so the virus doesn't work on it. Again though, I do wonder how this is going to work with Ryan, and what version of V, if any, that he has in his system. We also see how low Marvin is as he's given a hip flask by Billy. At the camp, he was of course drinking moonshine, and we saw him hitting the wine bottles last week at the mansion. Lad is clearly going through it and has become a guy who drinks to deal with his stress. Anyway, only those with V1 are immune to the virus, and in the comics, a new variant of V was used to blow up the soups as part of a Russian coup. The unique neuron patterns in the brain of those injected could be triggered by a radio frequency, and in the end, this caused their heads to explode. Later on, Billy managed to use Vogelbaum like Samir in the show to work out a way to blow up every soup, regardless of the type of V in their system. The show is using that storyline here, and we will follow the characters in the race to find V1. Homelander is also now aiming to attain it as well, and this is so he can become truly immortal. One thing to remember as well is that while Homelander was thought to be the only soup created from Project Odessa, Marie Moreau was also the other one, and they're kind of opposites. She's seen as the Messiah in Gen V, and Homelander is pretty much the Antichrist. But yeah, the group basically only have two chances to stop Homelander, and they can do that right now with a virus or go and get some V1. Also wonder how Marie's gonna be in it as well, as they pay some lip service to her later in the episode. But yeah, they make a plan, and Billy heads to Ryan while the others go to Stan. We then cut to a father-son argument, and Soldier Boy says that time will get Homelander. He will age and Soldier Boy will get to run the 7, and he'll just be another powerful man who falls while he stays the same. This again also references the comics where Soldier Boy was desperate to join the 7. He then brings up shitting on Cherie Lewis's chest, who was known for the hand puppet Lamb Chop. He talks about her later in the episode too, and yeah, she sounds like she was an amazing woman. But aging is Homelander's worst fear, and last season he freaked out when finding a grey pube while he was pissing. To make matters worse, we now learn that he's got a big bush full of them. With age, of course, comes weakness though, which will absolutely destroy him because he considers himself a god. Soldier Boy then continues his father's behaviour of belittling him and generally just being nasty to his son. He calls him pathetic, just like what A-Train said in his last moments on Earth, and it clearly gets to him as no one respects him. Beyond A-Train and Soldier Boy thinking this in general, every parental figure has been someone who's called him pathetic and said you're a big disappointment. Soldier Boy is now just using his son for his own gain, and this also matches how Stan's using his granddaughter for his own gain as well. Starlight and crew then arrive at Stan Edgar's hideout, which is the same place that Marie and her friends went to in Gen V Season 2. Did have to double check as well, because it looked a lot like an industrial laundromat, and I was starting to get flashes of Breaking Bad. There, Giancarlo Esposito played Gustavo Fring, who bought a laundromat and built a super lab underneath it. And they do go down in an elevator as well. But yeah, if anyone knows where V1 is kept, then it's going to be the former Vought CEO, who then theorizes that Starlight and Kimiko could take V1 if they find some, and thus they'd become immune to the virus. Could also be something that might cure Billy, as we're still kind of unsure what the cancer's doing to him. And where is Jeffrey Dean Morgan? They then meet Zoe and Stan, and it turns out that Marie Moreau facilitated this meeting. Things are on very shaky grounds though, as the last time the crew met, Billy killed Zoe's mother right in front of her, so she comes out very, very angry. Stan and Milk diffuse the situation though by explaining that they both have a major interest in stopping Homelander from getting his hands on V1. Something to note here as well is how Stan covers his hand as he enters the code on the keypad. As we see when Maverick betrays him later on, he knows the key code, so I love how he's clearly been spying on him and Edgar didn't know because he's invisible. Just like in Gen V, the team then heads into the bunker. Frenchie says how the 0.1% touch the world and watch from their bunkers. Stan Edgar is responsible for all the deaths and despair that we've seen so far and hasn't really faced any repercussions. It's kind of like how the people who decide who goes to war are basically like a handful of people, but thousands will die because of their choices. And we're all just chilling. I don't want to get in a war, and then some guy's like, you go fucking fight that war to beat another guy who's also doing the same thing. And yes, I am against war. We are against war at the Heavy Spoilers channel. Screen Crush love war. They love sending people to their deaths pointlessly. Thumbs down their video. Now, as soon as they get in, they're hit by the smell, which is something that gives away Maverick, not only here, but also later to Dognut. We learn that Maverick and his V-Bro Mango Thunder body spray have joined Edgar's team. Maverick is, of course, Translucent's son, and he appeared in Gen V as an RA at God U. It's an incredibly awkward situation as well, as Huey of course killed his dad in Season 1. We first saw Maverick as he was in the audience for his dad's funeral, which he does reference here by recalling Starlight singing at the event. His dad's death very clearly weighs heavily on him though, and we can see him wearing his Invisible Force 2 shirt. That's his dad's movie that was released in 2018, and he would be great as a model for some t-shirts, especially ones involving the boys. If you'd like that, then why not check out our merch store right below the video. There we've got lots of great things inspired by the boys, including our new Realize shirt, which is very, very deep. There's also our Soldier Boy inspired one too, Avenue V, God in the Sky, and a lot more, along with some major discounts as well. Now, Huey feels immense guilt for killing Maverick's dad, and it's interesting to see the consequences of something that at the time felt like a complete no-brainer. Mother's Milk then asks Edgar if he's trying to start his own teenage kicks, and he has lied to Maverick about who killed his dad. This is something that goes tits up with the deep as he tells Maverick the truth. Beyond that though, it shows that Edgar's willing to lie, just like the rest of the adults, to get what he wants. He then says,
I believe the children are our future.
This is quoting the song The Greatest Love of All, which was made famous by Whitney Houston. It's a powerful song about self-preservation that gives hope to better ourselves. It states that though it's impossible to empathize with others in their world, we can always empathize with ourselves.
You actually listen to Whitney Houston?
Sound like fucking Patrick Bateman there. Breakdown of American Psycho on the channel out now. Now Edgar explains that Dr. Vought experimented on people at Dachau, and this is similar to how Joseph Mengele experimented on inmates at Auschwitz. Dachau was home to numerous inhuman experiments, and some of the data has been used since, which has raised lots of ethical dilemmas. Now, despite Vought switching to the US before the end, he did continue his experiments on US servicemen. Soldiers have been experimented on in real life, often without the knowledge of what they signed up for, and it's led to lots of horrifying things. In the boy's universe, he ended up creating Soldier Boy, and the US using Nazi scientists is very similar to Operation Paperclip. You see, kids, post-World War II, the US sought to secure as many German scientists as possible. They'd been heavily crucial in developing rockets, and they got to continue their work in the US. This led directly to Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, but because all their crimes were whitewashed, a lot of their involvement was basically brushed under the rug, it has remained a very controversial point. Now, the justification is that, though the experiments were highly immoral, tensions were high during the Cold War. Basically, during that time, anything was justified as long as it put the US ahead of the Soviets, and it is kind of very similar to the space race. But yeah, in this universe, any mention of Dachau and B1 was covered up, so it's going to be almost impossible to find out where to get some or even make the formula. Huey then tries to make amends with Zoe, pleading that he had no idea that Butcher was going to kill her mother. She says that she was chucked into Red River, and we did see the results of this last season. It was ultimately Victoria's greatest fear, as that's the place that she also grew up at. She did everything she could to protect her from going there, but in the air, that's exactly where her actions sent her. This is also the same place that Marie grew up in Gen V, and it's basically an orphanage in which you prove your value as a soup or get shipped off to prison. We then see she thinks her dad's probably dead, and though Huey may feel bad about Victoria and what he did to Maverick's father, he ultimately doesn't correct her. It leads to her feeling even more betrayed later on when she finds her dad's alive. Zoe then heads out to meet Ryan as we cut back to Homelander, who's crashing out. He's remembering every time he was belittled by Stan, Soldier Boy, Vogelbaum, his own mind, and of course A-Train last week. Come the end, his own son stands up to him too, and yeah, all the people who should love him just fucking hate the guy. It's here that we get the return of Elizabeth Shue's Madeline Stillwell, who ironically is the one person that cared for him that he actually ended up murdering. Stillwell is of course the character that nurtured Homelander by weaponizing his mummy issues and ultimately died in the season 1 finale. It was so good seeing the actress back though, even if it was just a vision. This is brought on by Oh Father's power though, who's injected a righteous crusade into his head. The vision says that he's about to become immortal, and in doing this he'll ascend to a higher form of life. If he achieves this, he'll also have the love of the world, which is something that he craves the most. She asks why Jesus should be more beloved than him when he saves more people. Found this pretty ironic as well, and just kind of an example of how Homelander sees himself, as we never actually see the character saving anyone. She tells him to rid the world of the wicked, and he will finally be universally loved, as the only people left will be his followers. It's a pretty funny moment, and clearly his mind speaking to him via the only person that could ever get him to listen, who is his former mother figure and lover figure. It even sounds like he's ejaculating after this moment, which makes sense as some people have been reported orgasm while praying or hearing a sermon. And I wish I was kidding. It is very similar to the comics though, where he'd have breakdowns and delusions. This is very much the step up from him talking to himself via the mirror though, and him having a divine intervention like this will make him justify his actions more and more. In episode 1 though, he was of course very confused as to why no one loved him, and he wanted genuine love, not just obedience. This is kind of ironic as well, as Firecracker seems to be a true believer, but he's pushed her to the side as she can no longer produce milk for him. Now, this is a plot point that we'll see paying off later on as well, when Fire gets cracked by Soldier Boy. But the vision tells him to have people bathe in their own blood and to rip unborn babies from their mother's wombs. This feels like a little nod at the comics, as their Homelander believed he'd been terrorizing people and eating newborn babies due to images that had been sent to him. He assumed that these had happened when he'd blacked out, but the reveal was something quite different. We will talk about that more in the spoiler section, but there it wasn't him doing it, but for the show, yeah, the guy is legitimately that insane. She then says they will love you in their hearts, which is something that he touched upon last week. We then cut to Zoe leaving the bunker and meeting Ryan. The pair met in season 4 and are both victims of this war, and both have mothers who were killed over the course of the show. The kids should be going to gigs, hitting the thumbs up and playing Minecraft, but instead they've been swept up in this resistance and are essentially child soldiers. It's awkward here as well, as Zoe wants to kill Butcher and Ryan says that he's dangerous and could kill her instead. Ryan is torn between the father figures he has in his life, and it turns out that Billy's been watching the whole time. He's kind of like the good dad in this situation, but we do see how he's also manipulating Ryan. Now as Zoe leaves, Ryan turns around and says he could smell the gin on Billy's breath, which was something he kept from Zoe. Billy also isn't treating him like a kid now and mentions how Ryan killed Mallory and ran off to Russia. Billy then appeals to the fact that they both love Becca and it's finally time for him to have a grown-up conversation. This means heading to the pub, and he presents his plan to get Ryan to lure Homelander out of the 7th tower. An old man is the fortress of you a good line. Ryan is clearly very torn about the whole situation though, and it does seem like he thinks the only reason he exists is to kill his dad. It also reminds me of Billy's dad giving him his first can of lager and the terrible advice that he gave him after a school fight. Billy's advice here leads to Ryan getting his face kicked in by his dad, and it does feel like it's a very, very Omni-Man. Billy seems to think though that it's Ryan's destiny to kill his father, similar to how Billy killed his and how I think Homelander may kill Soldier Boy. This is against Becca's wishes though, and it's a big ask. Billy basically wants Ryan to die to save the world, and often in war, you know, it's the young guys who have to go out and sacrifice themselves. Billy even said that he can't stand to be around Ryan as he will pass his personality and the darkness onto him, despite Becca raising him right. Sadly, this has come to pass though, and Billy's urge for revenge is going to probably lead to Ryan's death. Becca also never told him about the assault by Homelander as she didn't want him to go on a ruinous plan of revenge. Just like the comics though, Billy's begun to lose himself and do something he'd never consider in the earlier seasons. Sadly, the only parental language that he knows is violence, and in the end, that's basically what he gives to Ryan. Billy then goes to get them a pint of the black stuff, but there's no splitting the G. Billy then shares a fantastic toast that he got from his dad, and we did see Huey drink Guinness in the comics as well, at an Irish pub during the G-Men arc. Yeah, this is an Irish pub too, and yeah, a little Easter egg is it? Potentially, but we're moving on. We then see as Billy drops a tracker on Ryan's car, which is how he knows where to find him at the end of the episode. Billy then explains that his dad would beat him and his brother after losing loads of cash on the horses. He wishes that he'd killed him sooner, and in the comics, Lenny stopped him from trying to kill their dad. Billy has somewhat become his dad though, and Ryan asks if he'll ever become like his dad, and Billy just says, without soups, the world will become a better place. However, Edgar does kind of touch upon how corporations are what's ruining it all, and when the soups are gone, they'll just choose something else. It does kind of make me think of the movie business as well, and how comic book films are going on that superhero fatigue downward spiral, but we will likely be hit with something else very soon. Video game movies. Meanwhile, Ryan's dad's convinced that he's now the Messiah and is bathing in breast milk. Breast milk, you made my day. He's stolen it from the neonatal intensive care unit at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York, and bro is literally stealing milk from babies. In his arrogance though, he's offering his dad one more chance to help him. The racially insensitive Soldier Boy then drops a clanger referring to Sister Sage's Cleopatra Jones. This is a reference to the 1973 blaxploitation movie of the same name, and yeah, it's just kind of one of the references that Soldier Boy knows, and is quite a deep cut. Homelander has gone fully off the deep end though, and says that an angel told him that he's going to find V1 as this is his destiny. Kind of reflects the Destiny conversation with Ryan, and how both have pats that they've been put on by a higher figure, even though Madeline is still technically Homelander in these scenes. He then belittles his father by saying he's a disappointment as he's been blessed with immortality, but has just been drinking and banging instead of seizing whatever Homelander sees as their destiny. He stands up naked, and it feels a lot like the bath scene in The Talented Mr. Ripley, and it shows that Homelander is no longer holding back. He's exposed everything he is, but Soldier Boy says he's just a freak with a bush full of grey pubes. Being exposed like this though shows how little Homelander cares now, and how he's just willing to bear it all. The conversation kind of ends on a very bad note, but the trailer does actually give us a clue as to where Homelander will go next, which we will save for our spoiler section. Meanwhile, the crew look through Stan Edgar's files. These are something that we saw him show Marie during Gen V Season 2 when they were discussing Godolkin. Seems that Fort Harmony is key to the Vault 1 search, as it's been mentioned throughout the files, but further details are encrypted. This could be a reference to Camp Lehigh in the MCU, where Steve Rogers went through the super soldier selection. Hydra ended up going there, and it's also where they travel back to in Endgame. Throughout the war though, codes and ciphers like this were constantly sent back and forth, and Alan Turing actually built the Enigma machine to try and crack the Germans one. Getting this allowed them to anticipate attacks, and it was a massive part of winning the war. So it's quite fitting that it's playing a big part here as well. Now we learned that during the 1980s, the camp was left abandoned. Milk thinks that he's able to crack the code, but they're interrupted by Maverick spraying more Lynx Africa knockoff. There is a sentimental reason though, as the spray reminds him of his dad due to Translucent promoting it. Due to the fact it gives him away, I did even wonder if his dad smelt of it as well. You might remember that Translucent hid in the women's bathroom during Season 1 and may have guessed he was there even though he was invisible. And maybe he just stunk like this. That's a theory time confirmed we're going with there. Huey then tries to connect with him by saying that he lost his dad as well. He was of course played by Simon Pegg, which is who Huey was based on in the comics. Maverick wants to help though, which puts him in danger just like Ryan later on. Maverick mentions that he has a girlfriend named Sloane who is an alpaca. She actually featured in Gen V and has shown up a couple of times, and I do wonder if she's going to want revenge on her boyfriend getting killed. Annie though pulls Huey to the side and tells him to stop, but Huey's guilt is just too much. Frenchie then finds a mention of Fort Harmony from 1963. Gen V Season 2 opened in 1967 and we saw Godolkin racing to stop some scientists from injecting Compound B. So I do wonder if that place we saw in the flashback was actually Fort Harmony. The team then split up with Kimiko and Frenchie going to use the scanner and to eat out, if you know what I mean there. Meanwhile, the Deep and Noir are rolling to the bunker. No wonder the Deep loves a track of an album named Chocolate Starfish in the hot dog flavoured water. Yep, but it's the Limp Bizkit classic rolling, and we see as the Lord of the Seven Douches is riding in a Cybertruck. And obviously, Tesla has had a bit of a weird time when it comes to image lately, as Elon Musk has been, let's say, divisive. But having this truck just fits the Deep perfectly, and he's quite jealous that Soldier Boy's now the number 2 on the 7. The Octo fucker's basically been relegated to a backup dancer, and he calls Soldier Boy a Nepo daddy. Also, I laughed so much when he said Soldier Boy's hair's doing most of the heavy lifting. He says that if he shaved his head, he'd be the gayest sailor in Fleet Week. That's a tradition where the US Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard all engage with the public, and I did wonder if the Deep is actually a part of that due to him being a Marine-based superhero. Now, the Deep, as it turns out, isn't supposed to be on this mission, and Noir just lets him join anyway. He's back to not speaking though, which is a little weird, and that takes us to a theory time. Theory. Yeah! That was very cringe, but there is something going on with Noir, and they have been talking about how he's missing meetings, going method, and so on and so on. Because of that, I did wonder if someone's in fact disguised as him and spying on the 7 in order to pass info on. We have lots of characters from Gen V who could potentially be under the mask, and hell, it could even be the original Noir. Though he was killed, there is precedent in the comics for V to supercharge someone's system in death and bring them back from the brink. Potentially, the original Noir may have even had V1, and that might be why he healed from his burns and stayed alive forever, and is definitely under the mask still. Either way though, the version of Noir that we see here, I do think he's going to turn against the 7 for what happens later. That's just all a theory time though, and we will keep theory timing. Sometimes you write stuff down and think it's going to be funny, and then you say it out loud and it's fucking shit. Now, to add insult to injury, Cindy and Dognot were sent on the mission instead of the Deep. Dognot was one of the candidates to join the 7 in Season 4, and we also saw him in Season 2 of Gen V. He's both a parody of Marvel's Sabretooth and Dog the Bounty Hunter, and he tries to fuck dogs. And I pray he doesn't come for poor little Terra. Though to be fair, Terra does love fucking in the comics. As we mentioned last week though, he was also part of Teenage Kicks in the comics. As for Cindy, she survived the Camp Freedom attack, and we learn here that she's absolutely nuts. She tells an insanely wild story that's absolutely full of nonsense and involves Mork and Mindy somehow being a documentary. To be fair, she was in Sage Grove, which was a mental asylum for the Supes who'd gone off the deep end. This is also the first time we've heard her speak, and I love how she just unloads with all this nonsense. The Deep scoffs at her for being asked personally to come along, and then Frenchie sees them and mocks Deep's Cybertruck. Now, I did kind of expect some sort of Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet showdown at the petrol station, but instead, he and Kimiko talk about their plans for after the war. She wants kids, while he doesn't, and it makes for quite an awkward scene. In this world, kids don't get to be happy, and they're often used for the capitalist machine. Even people like Annie are injected with V from a young age, and this is so that they can be exploited. Billy was beaten as a kid, Ryan's been asked to be a soldier, and Zoe isn't having a good time either. The parents are all like Soldier Boy and so on, and I think this shows how they view the world. Kimiko is far more optimistic, whereas Frenchie doesn't seem to think that far ahead. His idea of the future is just DJing in Germany, but that isn't really much of a plan for a life. Sorry if you're a DJ in Germany as well, mate. I'm sure it's great. But yeah, I'm sure you don't have like a 5-year plan of settling down and having... Maybe you do. I don't know. Leave it in the comments if you do. But she just wants a house, somewhere quiet and kids, and to make it so that all of this was for the future. I get the bad feeling though that there'll be no happy endings in the show for the majority of the crew, and this kind of teases towards it. At the moment though, they're just enjoying the time they have, even if there's likely not going to be a future. On the news, we then see the blowback from Homelander's plans to round up everyone who's even liked a Starlight Instagram post. People have taken to the streets to protest, and Stan Edgar calls it all predictable. As we've seen, Vought has used whatever way the wind's blowing to make money, and in the past they've used wokeness after Maeve coming out. However, that's not popular anymore, and they've now pivoted to becoming anti-woke. Stan just sees this all as a money-making scheme though, and in a way is much worse than Homelander. At least the suit with mummy issues sort of believes in something himself. Stan just uses whatever he can for his own gain though, and doesn't really show any humanity. He'll always exploit whoever he can, and fully doesn't give a shit about anything other than the bottom line. Milk then learns that Fort Harmony was in Clearfield, Pennsylvania. It used to be called John Lincoln Clem Army Hospital, which is a wildly deep cut. John Clem was a member of the Union Army, and he joined as a drummer boy at the age of 9 years old. Drummer Boy was actually the name of a character from the comics who in the show was then morphed into Supersonic. We discover that the hospital was kept top secret during the war and decommissioned after, but all of this is interrupted when Homelander's goons turn up outside the bunker. They had the same idea as the boys and found Stan Edgar, but luckily for him, he has the same type of door as NORAD. This is a secret reference to the upcoming MGM Amazon Stargate series, which, oh no it's not, I've let you all down. We then find out why Cindy was asked to go personally, as she'll eventually be able to break through the door. Meanwhile, Frenchie and Kimiko arrive at the base along with a stowaway. She thinks she's about to get her revenge on Billy, but gets an almighty shock as she realizes it's her father. Now I do kind of wonder about how the implications of him creating a virus that has the potential to kill his own child is going to lead to him maybe even manufacturing a cure. He's obviously been lied to as well, and he also believed his child was dead, but this completely flips the dynamics of the show on its head. Now while this is happening, we see the documents that Frenchie's scanning. It's what Frenchie mentions later, and a troop of Boy Scouts were found murdered near Fort Harmony. This came from J. Edgar Hoover, who was the director of the FBI for a very, very long time. He even founded the X-Files, and we have a breakdown of Season 1 on the channel now. The trailer might explain what's going on here, so we will save it for the spoiler section, but the fact that Boy Scouts were killed is again playing into children being the victims here. We then see Kimiko stroke Terra, and she was an animal lover in the comics. The sweet moment's ruined though as we hear Zoe and Samir smashing up the lab. They're both rightfully furious about being lied to and how the rest of the boys went along with it. We then see a hilarious Easter egg with Firecracker's face being used on a bottle of bleach. It says, "Keep your whites whiter," which you can understand why she's the mascot for something like that. Frenchie though is willing to shoot Samir to get him to stay, but Kimiko steps in and wants Zoe to grow up normally. Well, as normally as you can when you have tentacles that can come out your mouth and you've seen your mother get ripped in two. But it builds off that conversation earlier and how she sees that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way, and show them all the beauty they possess inside really. But this in many ways makes her an opposite to Billy, who's willing to put kids on the front line. I think what it boils down to is the fact that Kimiko likely also sees some of herself in Zoe. She was raised to be a weapon, which is what Stan's used Zoe for. She has the chance of running off with her father though, and there's no real need to deny her that when Frenchie can fill in Samir's role. Meanwhile, Stan's trying to get through to Zoe, and he leaves a voicemail telling her not to return to the bunker. The people in the bunker are basically fucked as every escape's covered, so they just simply arm up. It leads to a discussion about Vought over a cigar, and we see the major distinction between Stan and Mother's Milk as the latter chews and spits out the end while Stan uses a cutter. The pair couldn't be any different if they tried, and it's here that we go into talking about Mother's Milk's father. Now it turns out that his father sued Vought after Soldier Boy launched his car into a building which killed his grandfather and other members of his family. His father drove himself into the ground by trying to litigate against the corporation, which he did so well that even Stan Edgar remembers it. This is similar to the comics, but the reason for suing Vought was different. You see kids, his mother used to work at a dog food cannery, and the building also used to be a compound V lab. Similar asbestos, the compound lingered and then infected her, and this led to him and his brothers being born with B in their blood. She also became a bit of a monster with massive tits and would force feed him, which is why he got the names Mother's Milk. The more you know. In the comic, his father sues Vought and wins, and we learn that he'd been to prison before meeting his mother and managed to appeal his sentence. Tragedy struck though as MM's brother started to grow during puberty, and all of a sudden he crushed his head inside a football helmet. Obviously, his dad wanted to go to court, but he had health problems after fighting Vought the first time. Thus, Milk found him dead, slumped over documents for the case. Now in the show, Milk's dad had to go against 30 Ivy League lawyers, so ultimately he didn't win. Stan explains that Mother's Milk won't win this fight either, as corporations will always grow and money must always be made. The line must go up. Corporations are required to make money for their shareholders, and thus they will do whatever they can to accomplish that. It's actually a similar conversation that Huey had with Stillwell in the final issue of the comics. Homelander was gone, but corporations just continue, and Vought found themselves a patsy and simply just renamed themselves. They went on, but weren't as successful as they were before, but the fact they weren't ruined shows they didn't face consequences. You'll see this happening a lot of times throughout real life. The most recent one, well, the one that springs to mind is during the opioid crisis. Watch the show Dope Sick, kind of explains everything, but it's clear corporations will just make money and get fined a measly amount that doesn't really do anything. It's here that Stan shows he's not really their ally at all, and Mother's Milk works out that the former CEO wants back in as the head of the table. He said that in Gen V Season 2 and actually hoped to use Marie to get there. This is something right out of the comics as well, which I will save for the spoiler section at the end. But for now, Vought will always continue as they just make far too much money. Milk then says he'll put a bullet in Edgar's skull should the day ever come, and he finally opens the case with a load of grenades. I do wonder as well if he's genuinely going to shoot him for the shit he pulls here, and if they can top the death scene in Breaking Bad, I'll be blown away. Pun not intended. We then cut to the Vought puppet show, and it's a continuation of the Avenue V see something, say something thing. This time though, it's somehow more sinister as Vought are introducing the Homelander Youth Program. This is a clear nod to the Hitler Youth, that's subtext, kids. In real life though, kids who joined it were brainwashed and trained to be soldiers of the future. However, as it became clear that Germany were losing the war, the Hitler Youth was sent to defend Germany. Obviously, the kids had no idea what they were doing, but they were put on the front line against soldiers who at this point would have had a shitload of experience moving through Europe. Again, it kind of ties into the overall theme of the episode with kids being forced to be soldiers. I love the way this is used with every side, and it shows how dire things are when the kids are being brought into it. And it's even down to the fact that the teams that the boys are fighting at this point are like teenage kicks and stuff. It shows how bad things are getting, and we see Starlights being used as a target, and there's even a Mount Rushmore in the background with the remaining 7 on it. There's also a cabin near the water, which did remind me of Homelander's one in Season 2. I love that the episode's also sponsored by Lean Lad Diet Lunches, which is the guy version of Lean Lady Diet Water. It's also marketing diet stuff to kids, and we've seen celebrities like the Kardashians get ripped apart for doing the same thing. Sister Sage then says, why get soups to do things when you can get kids instead, which is quite chilling. Kids obviously, can't go off and live or take care of themselves, so they are pretty dependent on adults. And if adults are telling them to go and fight in a war, they're fucked. We also see Homelander drinking milk out in public as he's no longer a secret milk drinker. He no longer has to hide his shame, and it just builds off the bathtub scene before and shows he's going all out. He then requests that Sister Sage task crime analytics with finding the V1 and that the scientists need to focus on only making a version of V1. I did wonder how Homelander would mess up, and his hubris in wanting to become immortal will obviously make Vought weak. Focusing on only that may lead to another threat taking them down, and this could be what gives the boys a chance. During the war, we obviously had the Holocaust, and it is basically thought that Hitler putting so much attention on that instead of fighting the war itself was kind of why he lost in the end. Sage mentions how it could take years, but Homelander just says skip the animal testing. He proposes even using the camps as they have almost an endless supply of people to test on. Once again, the theme of cycles and history repeating itself crops up as he's doing what Frederick Vought did and experimenting on prisoners at camps. I do wonder as well what Sage's endgame is, as she's complicit in some of the worst crimes imaginable. She let Polarity go in Gen V Season 2, who stayed behind after the massacre at Godolkin. So it's anyone's guess, and I think she's simply one of those people who wants to see how far they can push things. Homelander then leaves and ignores Firecracker as she asks what he's drinking. Not your milk, love, that's for sure. She then decides to flirt with Soldier Boy as a way to get back at Homelander. We get a very on-the-nose coded discussion about their pieces, and he says his weapon is a longer-barreled, all-American-made one. He then mentions that her Glock is good for a late-night Harlem stroll. This references his time patrolling that part of New York, and it ties into him killing Mother's Milk's family. He says he thinks she can handle a kick out of his Colt 1911, which he proves in the next scene. I'm not a big gun guy, but I know that from Metal Gear 3. During their sex scene, I also love how she says heavens to Betsy and has an American flag headboard. This all builds off the pair exchanging a glance from last week though, and hey mate, I did call that in the theory time back then. I'm giving myself a pat on the back. Soldier Boy then mentions he hasn't railed that hard since Sherry Lewis on the balcony of Studio 54. Sherry Lewis is back, must have been fucking great her, and Studio 54 is of course the legendary nightclub in New York that was so hot in the 80s mate, back when the guy was singing on solid gold. He then asks why she's got a shave in Haven, as my guy prefers that 70s bush. That's something he enjoyed in season 3, and she says that Homelander treats her like a mother and they never boned, as Soldier Boy reveals that he did it as petty revenge. Cracker then says that's terrible and you shouldn't do such a thing, but clearly she's trying to get one up on Homie as well. And I've just realised her nickname's Cracker. 2 seasons in with the character and we caught that subtext. That's subtext! Homelander is the strangest person he's ever met though, even topping Gary Busey during a threesome. Is there any level of degeneracy he didn't sink to? Still though, every line from Jensen is solid gold, eh? I can't imagine Homelander's gonna take this line down though, and he might see Firecracker as betraying him. We then cut to Ryan meeting Tara, and he asks if he's still humping everything, which is a reference to the comics where he did indeed hump everything. Keep him away from Dognot. Kimiko and Frenchie then come in, and like A-Train, he's shocked she can talk. Behind her is a Sister Sage mural, and considering she's the smartest person alive, it fits that her likeness would be in the library. Billy is then told the news about Samir, and Kimiko calls him a monster. Luckily, Frenchie has leverage here, as if Kimiko's hurt, he won't make more. This is something that's setting up the endgame in the comics, but there is a problem though, as they have no virus, which means they can't go after Homelander. Billy has gotten into Ryan's head though after convincing him that only he can stop his father. This leads him to go and do something stupid at the end of the episode. Meanwhile, Milk primes Maverick on how to use the halothane grenades. They were invented by Godolkin and have been used throughout the show as they can knock out soups. Except Soldier Boy, that is. But the plan is to use the grenades on the soups outside the door and then sweep them up afterwards. We see Huey's guilt is going to the next level and he thinks that they should give V1 to Maverick, which makes Starlight realize that he just wants to do good. He's worried they're stuck in a cycle where they'll kill a soup and then their kids will come after them and then they'll then have to kill that soup as well, and it's just going to be a constant vicious cycle of killing kids, which is the theme of the episode, as we keep saying. Despite everything, Huey isn't jaded like she's become, or even Billy. Outside we then see a floating grenade, but Maverick of course gets caught. I love the way we can see the doors completely battered as well, and it's just a nice bit of set dressing that shows they've been trying to break in. The Deep then tells Maverick the truth about who killed his father and says it was the sus French dude and a guy named Howie, was it? He says that the body was dropped in the East River, which he found in season 1. And the Deep then says,
No cap on God, bro.
And we then see Maverick shedding a single tear. But due to this, Maverick gives the others the code and Stan shows his true colours and screws over the group. He turns off the lights so Starlight can't use her powers, but Edgar gets captured by Noir and taken to Deep's Cybertruck. I love how his license plate says Into Deep, and Stan will no doubt tell Homelander about where V1's located, I think. Feel like he's been keeping something secret. The Deep then shows his true colours as well and knocks out Black Noir and presents Edgar to Homelander on his own. Instead of turning on Homelander like A-Train suggested, he's doubled down and will do anything to become number 2 again. A fight then goes down in the bunker as Starlight's almost killed by Dognot, but the Mango Thunder saves the day. She takes him out, but I do feel like that won't be the last we've seen of Dognot the Bounty Hunter. Huey then tries to reason with Maverick by explaining why he killed Translucent, and he even admits that he killed his own father. This was of course achieved by giving him the Compound V, which caused his dad to become out of control, and thus Huey euthanized him. Maverick doesn't care though and just wants revenge. He's like Huey in season 1 and Billy right now. To be fair to Huey as well, he actually really holds his own against an invisible man. Like, I would have got the fucking shit kicked out of me here. Sydney then comes in and goes to pop him, but she pops the wrong person. I did wonder what had happened here for a second, and I'm guessing it's like in a game, you know, when you lock onto the wrong enemy, but just keep missing the person that you're actually trying to fight. But the fake out did get me for a second, and in her grief, Starlight doesn't give it a second thought and snaps her neck. It's very much a Superman / Zod moment from Man of Steel, and it symbolizes that she will do anything for revenge, even if it means killing. It's a simple bait and switch though, as we see Maverick got popped, and for a second, yeah, again, I did think Huey was the victim here. The young Soup has ended up just like his dad though, blown up and turned to goo. Huey is even covered in blood as well, and wearing a similar shirt, much like that moment in season 1. It's time for the almighty showdown though, as Billy's following Ryan to Planet Bort. Homelander is now the face of the company, and we can see that he's changed it to Planet Homelander. It's like if Arnie screwed over the Planet Hollywood founders and just called it Planet Arnie or something. Homelander is everywhere, and even the stand is just 5 Homelanders from different angles. Ryan chose this place as well, as it was the site that Homelander took him in season 2, and that was also a total disaster. Homelander says it's a miracle that Ryan called, and the lad finally asks about what happened with his mother. Now, Homelander has assumed his son's there to ask about being his successor, but he doesn't care about that anymore, as he's going to live forever. So he doesn't need a successor, and he even says Ryan's off the hook. Ryan was only useful to him when he needed a legacy, but it doesn't matter now that he'll be the top dog forever, and basically wants him to just go off and do what he wants. And that is probably basically involving anything other than being with his dad. Homelander then denies assaulting Becca Butcher, which is similar to the comics when Homelander denied doing the awful things in the blackmail photos. That wasn't him, but it did kind of continue on that theme. Now, I know a few fans question whether what happened with Becca was non-consensual, but she did confirm it in season 2. Ryan knows his dad's lying as well, as he can hear his heartbeat, similar how Homelander used others' heartbeats to tell they're not being honest. Homie justifies it though by saying that Ryan came out of it and the pair then throw down. It's incredibly one-sided and even ends with Homelander caving Ryan's face in. And I wish I could cave a certain Ryan's face in as well. It's very, very, very Invincible season 1 though, and clearly echoes the fight with Omni-Man and Mark. Homelander also says,
Look at what you made me do.
but then continues to wail on him even though he's down. He then says,
My sweet, sweet boy.
which are the same words he heard in his vision. Now, I did expect Ryan to be killed here, and no, that doesn't happen. It just culminates what will happen if kids are used in the war. Again, the episode's theme is that kids are being pushed into the war, and this is what happens to them. It's the perfect way to close out that theme. Thankfully, we do see him breathe at the end, and I do wonder if going forward, Billy's going to give him some actual training. Meanwhile, the boys are screwed, but at least they know where to go next, as the files are no longer redacted. Starlight then heads out alone, as she doesn't want anything to happen to Huey. We then hear In My Time of Dying by Bob Dylan, which plays over the end and watches Homelander looks at a painting of George Washington crossing the Delaware River. Except he's in it instead of the revolutionary leader. He also has his face looking up at the ceiling in a similar shot to how he was shown when the vision came. He looks back up at the sky and another miracle's happened as Homelander's on his way to get V1. He embraces Stan like some sort of disciple, despite the pair having major beef throughout the show. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're going deep on the boys. Episode 4 is now here, and it reveals a lot of Homelander truths. It's also full of parallels to the first Avengers movie, Captain America the Winter Soldier, X-Men 2, and many other comic book films. Maybe a lower key episode this week, but it's got some great character moments, and any scene with Soldier Boy is solid gold, baby.
Fab Five Freddy told me everybody's fly. DJ's spinning, I said my.
Yes, even that. Anyway, there's so much I want to break down, so let's get into the boys.
No, not serving the Lord. Being the Lord.
Now we pick up directly after last week with Homelander staring at a photo of his son. He's taking a lovely trip down memory lane after smashing Ryan's head in. Good times. He expresses shock that Ryan's alive later on, and it's like Invincible when the Viltrumites test their young. His reminiscing is cut short by Firecracker's arrival, and it's here I realise that her costume was very much like Starlight's second one. Both have ankle-breaking high boots and a very revealing bodysuit. Which is funny, as they're opposites of each other. Annie rejected the costume the first chance she could and became an enemy of Homelander when she realised just how awful the Seven were. Juxtaposing this, Firecracker revels in what the Seven and Vought get up to. In some ways, Annie is to blame after sharing a vicious rumour about Misty when she was younger, and this led her down the path she's on now. There's kind of a running joke I want to point out as well that we haven't really pointed out before, and it's that the Seven never has 7 members in it. Which I appreciate. He seems confused by her smell though, as all he can smell is his father. She says it's her new perfume, General Lee's secret, named after the Confederate general. It's very funny that she says this in front of the massive American flag, as General Lee was a traitor to the nation. But Homelander can still smell his daddy. We know that Soldier Boy cranked that, and Firecracker seems petrified. It's kind of like what happened with Dognot and Maverick, and it highlights the extra level of powers that Homelander has, as that scene is like the best ability of another soup. And I think this is like the first time we're hearing about it with him. But yeah, it was quite a dumb decision to try and get revenge on the petty man-child who can't control his power or rage. She explains that they were merely prepping for an interview though, and I'm sure that Soldier Boy was a very cunning linguist. Now, Homie doesn't seem to care that she's lying because, as he explains, he was visited by an angel. He's gone fully off the deep end now and is beyond delusional. He says that he's the Messiah and Savior of the world, and she can barely contain her shock. But he's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. Also, at this point, I'll be honest, I think Eric Kripke, needs to tell us next week's lottery numbers because they constantly seem to release the episodes the week of a big talking point in politics that's reflected in the entry. And this was written in 2024. I did wonder if this would be the start of her realizing that she's made a huge mistake and in going all in on Homelander's regime, she's basically lost everything that she stands for. She shouldn't be happy at all as she preaches the gospel, but Homelander's perverting the teachings and making himself the Messiah. Homelander finally realizes that Firecracker's known he's always been special, and he says that despite cutting her off after she almost died giving him breast milk, she still comes back to him. This highlights though that all of his relationships are transactional, and he's just using her after realizing she can spread his message for him. As he said, Jesus would have killed for their marketing. I mean, it was her or the faithful sheriff. She says she would do anything for him though, but is still unsure about the whole thing. This constant anything has of course been something that's reoccurred with her character, but here it feels a lot different to how she said it before.
I mean anything. 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 Okay. Well, you know I would do anything for you, sir. Thank you.
In the past, she was clearly down for anything, but now she's just saying it to save herself. Homelander is kind of becoming the warning about following false idols, and he's broken a number of the 10 commandments. He's of course going against thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not bang your neighbor's wife or something, and thou shalt not make for yourself an idol. Think I nailed them. Highlights the hypocrisy of people who use religion to attack others though, just like Firecracker. She uses religion to denounce people like the Starlighters, but is accepting of Homelander perverting the Christian faith. Things then escalate over the course of the episode, indicating that the show is leaning into more of the comic book stuff with Homelander and O-Father. Meanwhile, Billy has taken Ryan to his base to heal. He's alive, albeit battered and bruised. Billy compares the father-son fight to The Empire Strikes Back, and their Darth Vader fought his son Luke Skywalker and left him at death's door. He was then saved by Leia and Lando, much like how Billy came and rescued him last week. And Chewie as well, can't forget about Chewie. Ryan has never seen it though, as his mother wouldn't let him watch anything beyond the first film. He didn't even know Vader was Luke's father. Wait, what? Star Wars is of course all about rebellion, standing up to an empire though, which is a lot like the show. Now in his youth, Becca was very protective of him, and he had no idea what NBA 2K or PewDiePie were. But he was allowed to watch Screen Crush. What? And his mother even let him watch the Colton ones. Fucking hell.
Mom, can I see them?
When you're old enough, we can talk about it.
The only thing Ryan knows, though, is that the guy from Regarding Henry was in them. It was only nice feel-good movies for the lad growing up. Billy says that Ryan should have waited until the virus was ready and that he needs his Dagobah moment in order to defeat his father. He's a long way from this, and I feel like Ryan will be the one to beat his dad, which changes things up from the comic book ending. In that, it was, well, we'll not spoil it, but it was someone with a direct genetic connection to Homelander. So that could be his son, or maybe even a father for the show, as we of course know Soldier Boy isn't exactly a fan of him either. But Ryan dips and is basically going to go off and have that Dagobah moment, but no one is really looking out for him. Billy wants to use him as a weapon, and his dad's turned into a religious cult leader obsessed with immortality. I feel like this isn't the last we've seen of Ryan though. Cutting to Mother's Milk, we see him putting that fit on like he's Oppenheimer suiting up. We can also hear the Rock Wilder by Method Man and Redman as he trims up his beard. Those two have of course worked together on countless songs at this point and are a big partnership in hip hop. I did wonder if that was commenting on how Billy and Mother's Milk seem to be kind of coming back together in this episode. Method Man's music is also nothing new for a comic book adaptation, as it was used in Luke Cage. The rapper even made a cameo in an episode. Milk also wore a Wu-Tang t-shirt in season 2. The hip-hop shirts also continue as well, as we can see that he's wearing one for Salt and Pepper. The beard is fully back now as well, and this is something that was notably missing from season 4. To the point like the lack of facial fuzz even led some viewers to believe that Laz Alonso had been recast. The reality was though, the actor just lost weight between season 3 and 4, but the guy's got his groove back after losing all hope in the freedom camps. Now it's at this point that Frenchie explains it will take weeks to get the virus up and running again after Samira and Zoe wrecked it, so they decide to head to Fort Harmony. We can also see with Huey that he's wearing a trademark band shirt, with this one being for Air Supply. They sang the absolute classic, I'm all out of love, I'm so lost without you, and he's kind of lost without Starlight this episode. Now the problem with going to Fort Harmony is that 1, there might not be any V1, and 2, there's a thing that's killing Boy Scouts. As we learn though, it's simply a case of toxoplasma. Huey also points out that Homelander has Stan Edgar and is working his way to getting V1. If he gets it, it's game over, man, as he'll be a psychotic immortal despot. If Huey and co get it though, they can save Annie, Kimiko, and even Billy. Huey is also taking charge of this group, and his confidence seems to have really increased between seasons 4 and 5. He hasn't lost himself like Billy or potentially Annie, and it's showing his major growth from a meek, scared normie to almost leading the boys. Something that also happens in the comics, which was needed for the final few issues. That's what this episode teases, and is something that we'll break down in the spoiler section. The Huey/Billy relationship though is at an all-time low, as Huey blames Billy for scaring Ryan off. Billy claps back though, asking where Starlight is. She flew off at the end of the last episode, as she doesn't want anything to happen to Huey. She's basically dealing with a lot of trauma, and thought that Huey was the one who died after Maverick was turned into Goose. It's a sore subject for Huey though, who's had somewhat of a rocky relationship with Annie since the shapeshifter. Like the comics, they have their ups and downs, and I do wonder if Billy will try and drive a wedge between the pair. That's mainly because he and Mother's Milk secretly want to destroy the V1 instead of using it to save their friends. We then catch up with Annie as she meets her father for the first time in 20 years. It's nice seeing how he juxtaposes her mother, and though he's shocked by her arrival, he just continues sweeping the back porch. As we learn, he's been hiding from her, and we get a major bombshell that she also has a half-brother. The news isn't all happy though, as he is part of the Manosphere and absolutely loves the Deep, who looks fantastic, I must say. Just like with Firecracker, the hypocrisy's on show as Annie's brother's wearing a Chromacopia hoodie. This is the 2024 Tyler the Creator album. That's an artist who's been rounded up along with Chapel Roan and locked up in freedom camps. So he calls Starlight a terrorist and watches the Deep's podcast, all while wearing an enemy of the regime's merchandise. The fact they have a sibling as well is a shock to both of them, and I like it when the show visits the general public. It's kind of similar to how we saw Monique's new husband fall into the Vault-Right pipeline, and we also saw Stormfront radicalize a dude in season 2. So it's interesting to see how Vaught's lies affect everyday people. Overall though, this whole thing with Starlight feels a bit like the bit from X2 where we have someone's family even cautious of them because of anxieties that have been pushed by the government. We then could assist to Sage, who has what seems to be an antique Ori. And I did wonder if she's taken inspiration from her former boyfriend Thomas Godolkin. He had a room full of collectibles that wasn't problematic at all. She's talking on the phone, and as we learn in the first 2 episodes, the US is broke after funding the freedom camps. The president is seeking her sage advice, and she says he should defund the schools and give out vouchers for Homelander's academies. Those are connected to the Homelander youth, which will sweep up the kids and indoctrinate them at a young age. I feel like Kripke's been very clever in showing the erosion of public schools and education in the boys' universe so far. Like Gen V Season 2 had the kids hiding out in a rundown library that had a book burning, which is something that we also have seen this season as well. God U was also completely pointless, as the classes were just teaching them how to be influencers. And even the crime-fighting class was a facade. The boys are also hiding out at a rundown school this season, which shows Vaught's war on the school systems working. Fascist regimes always target education, as it's the easiest way to ensure the next generation backs them. She then mentions wokeness as an excuse, which we've seen a lot over the course of these last couple of seasons. At this point, it's a catch-all term that is just bandied about to try and brush things aside. Any criticism, that's woke, that mate. And so far, it has been working for them. Soldier Boy then comes barging in, angry that a black woman summoned him, and it looks like she has a sculpture of Nefertiti, who's a former Egyptian queen. We're reminded that he's an absolute freak, as he mentions the only black woman who bossed him around was Nell Carter, the late actress. As long as there was a cock ring and a tub of Crisco. How very Last Tango in Paris. But yeah, I'm not surprised at all that this is the guy who founded Herogasm. Now we learn he's supposed to be filming a movie and is denied his rider, which is just a big bowl of coke. It's not the 80s anymore, lad. Which is a shame, it's destroyed our culture. We can tell that Sage is manipulating Soldier Boy here though, and stating that he should take it up with Homelander. But he has to wait until his son's back from Fort Harmony, you know where to go. Playing into his hatred, she successfully gets him to go there. Now I still don't fully know what her endgame is, as she's smart enough to know that Homelander cannot be controlled. I do wonder though if her being ostracized by Vought has basically made her craft this big way to expose the Supes in the most massive way possible, and through Homelander show how unhinged they are. If all of them are complicit in crimes, it'll then fully take down the regime, and she can use the Supes like Soldier Boy to take out the other Supes once and for all and destroy the organization. Now there has been the thought that she is just loyal to Homelander, but yeah, from this conversation I think something else is going on. However, like Firecracker, she may simply enjoy being in charge. Something she implied in season 4, she mentioned to Newman that no one listened to her when she was a kid. But yeah, she's clearly wanting to take Homelander down, and Soldier Boy is someone she can control. All he needs is a bottle of JD, loads of drugs, and a bunch of gilfs. If she can take out Homelander though, then she can rule without the face of Vought making insane or irrational decisions. Now, we know the whole experience of becoming a suit was very traumatic for Soldier Boy, and it's like a dark, twisted version of the MCU's Captain America origin tale. It's also a mirror of Homelander's. Soldier Boy was a lab rat who was made to be a suit, and several other people died while going through the experiments. Due to Storm from being married to Vought as well, I'm guessing they perfected the formula through testing before giving it to her. We'll likely see this all in Vought Rising, which should be coming out next year, I imagine. Cutting to the other group heading to Fort Harmony, we get our first hint that all is not right. The boys are back at each other's throat, and MM's tired of Billy's bitching while the Cockney keeps cutting off Kimiko. Huey then trips over and sees the first of many dead bodies. The episode explains that the people who stumbled upon this place ended up killing each other due to the effects of what we see later in the groundwater. He's rightfully horrified by it and shocked that Mother's Milk and Billy make jokes about it. They show zero respect, which is something that Soldier Boy and Homelander also display later on. Makes me wonder if Compound V doesn't just make you superpowered, but it also destroys any chance of empathy and kindness in most people. And this would explain why 99.9% of the Supes are dickheads. Now throughout the show, we've seen as the hate from the Nazis has basically carried on throughout history. It started with Dr. Vought out in Germany and then came to America during Operation Paperclip. The corporation was then created that pushed the hate message to the masses through Vaught's propaganda. So they've basically taken hate from another way, and through V pushed out hate further across America. At its core, we see a creature that makes people turn on each other, and it all perfectly builds into the themes of division. It and, well, Vought pull out the worst in us, and it's such a good message about not following false idols who corrupt us and make us not hit the thumbs up. Naturally at this point though, they think there's a huge monster in the woods, but the real monster is us. So deep. If you're as deep as us as well, then why not check out our Realize, Real Lies shirt. There's also our Soldier Boy one too, a full collection of things inspired by the boys, and also Invincible as well, right at that merch store below. Plus there's lots of big discounts for the summer, and it all goes towards helping videos like this get made. Speaking of the Deep, we do a diabolical cut from the maggots on the head to him eating sushi in his podcast studio. I had hoped that he'd start to realise how evil Homelander is after A-Train tried to talk some sense into him. Now though, I can't see that happening as we see how far he's gone. This episode's theme is all about people turning on each other. We have Soldier Boy and Homelander, the boys, Starlight's family turning on her, and even the Deep is turning on the fishes. Everyone is getting divided because of the hate that's being pushed onto them, and it's something that we see throughout the world every single day. Like Homelander though, the Deep is a narcissist, and he says that being eaten by him is the highest honor a fish can have. Black Noir then finally speaks and knocks the platter out of Deep's hands. We did wonder what was going on with him, but yeah, seems like he's still the actor and not just someone dressed up. The pair of course have had beef though after Kevin stole Stan Edgar from him as the guy needed to win. Noir 2.0 says he's gone full method and has given everything to the role of Black Noir. We thought that Noir wasn't happy with him, and some even suspected the Homelander clone to be under the mask. Instead though, he's just been trying to be the most accurate Black Noir he can be. In season 4, he constantly brought up his motivation and even questioned how Noir would enter a crime fighting moment. But this character is starting to slip, and I do think that he may even kill the Deep. But like Homelander, the Deep has betrayed the only person who actually likes and stands up for him. Noir 2.0 defended him when people called him stupid and made fun of his powers. It's a lot like what happened with the real Aquaman, with that character being seen as a joke for years and years and years. It then leads the Deep to drop my favourite line of the episode.
Well, let's not make a federal case out of this, Bro v. Wade.
The pair's relationship is ruined though, and Noah asks if the Deep is more important than the relationship Homelander has with his father. It's similar to what A-Train tried to say to him, and the Deep is trying to get acceptance and respect from someone who only loves themselves. That will never work, and I feel like this is going to lead him to do more and more despicable acts for Homelander in a downward spiral of trying to gain his leader's love. Much in the same way that Homelander's also trying to gain the love of other people. Ultimately, Deep will just be cast to the side though if he pushes back on anything, but for now, it's a dog-eat-dog world.
Is that what you think the phrase is? Whatever.
We then cut to Ashley's bedroom as Oh Father has turned into Oh Daddy, eh? As we know, she loves being a dom mommy, as we saw with Cameron Coleman and in Tech Knight's dungeon. She also has a mirror up on the wall as well, so the face on the back of her head can make eye contact. We then see a Miss Trunchbull-sized shot put used as a mouth gag, and also some stuff I don't recognise at all. I like holding hands and nothing else. David Diggs is hilarious though as Ashley's sub, and he says no ball gag can hold his scream when she's punishing his sin pit. He also remains in his costume as well, which is adorned with crosses, showing how hypocritical that he is. He's preaching against the supposed degeneracy on the left while having the biggest butt plug ever shoved into his sin pit. And we can see he even aches when he gets up. And 8, we're pointing out things you might have missed. Every detail will be covered. He can't hide anything from Ashley though. She can read his mind and learns that the church is broke. This makes him desperate, and like Firecracker, he should be against Homelander's blasphemy, but pretends this is a miracle from God as a way to make money. And yet, no doubt, he's misappropriated his church funds. This is something that's hinted at when she mentions Tammy Faye of the PTL church, whose husband used church funds for his own gain. Ashley also mentions that the church has 2 Gulfstream jets. This is something that might be referencing Kenneth Copeland and his love for private jets. There was a big controversy around them, but to be fair, he got one from Tyler Perry. Oh Father says he's at $150 million in the hole due to attendance and donations being down. People are losing their faith. People are getting rounded up on the street for even liking a Starlight post, and thus they need a second coming to appeal to the wallets. This stuff would be a scandal in the making, but thankfully for him, his solution barges into the room after she calls him the emissary of God. Thought it was hilarious as well how she said it almost smells like Waffle House. They keep mentioning that, and as a Brit, I have to wonder what goes down in those establishments. It's not in the UK, don't know what it smells like, but I can imagine of what she says here. Sounds like the worst Weatherspoons you can find. Cutting back to Fort Harmony, the boys then arrive and head towards the building. The chemicals have got Huey acting brave, and he then criticizes Annie. He says that he almost died and then she ran off after making it about her, even bringing up the shapeshifter who touched him. She never asked if he was okay, and during that simply made it about her, which is something which I thought was quite weird at the time, and I know it got a bunch of backlash online. Shows again though that something is up as he's acting out of character, as it's not something he'd usually say, especially the point of calling her a bitch.
Jesus, sorry, I didn't mean for that to come out so harsh.
As they get closer, we can see a load of dead animals, and it feels like a horror movie. Like, oh, what if Cap and Natasha went to visit Camp Lehigh in the Winter Soldier, but found it was full of dead animals and people and stuff. But yeah, just like Armin Zola was at the core of that, ruining the country, we have something similar going on here. We then get to see Starlight as she looks at a family photo at Vaultland. Her dad's new family are in front of the Homelander Extreme Flight, and it's a place that we saw during Season 2. Also wonder if they had those Brave made veggie tacos. It cuts deep though, as she says how her father wouldn't take her, but he's gone there with his new family. Kind of like how your ex wouldn't do that thing for you, but does that thing for her new man. Which is of course watching Screen Crush videos naked. What? The stepmother then rushes in, and we can see there's a Homelander sign outside. It's a misdirection though, and he's not actually a true Homelander and has to keep up appearances as he's a deputy in the police. The police are an arm of Homelander's oppression, so they have to be 100% on his side. Again, even liking a Starlighter post in the past can get you put in jail, so being her dad is gonna cause a shitload of issues. So if he doesn't keep quiet, his family will be rounded up, and thus there's not really a lot he can do. It's a world away from her mother, who pushed her to be a soup and even had her singing adult songs at pageants. Now her father might secretly be a Starlighter, but her brother, as we mentioned, is all in on the propaganda. I did wonder if Homelander might hold this family hostage, as it could be a way to bring out Annie, and yeah, the policeman knows, and I don't bloody trust him. But now though, she's accepted by her stepmother, and they're similar to Sam and Golden Boy's parents. Turned out they were nice and wanted to give him Compound V to hopefully fix his mental issues. This is similar to how Marie Moreau's parents accepted Project Odessa, as they were desperate to get pregnant. Vought is basically played on the vulnerable and then taken their kids and basically use them for their own gains. We then cut back to the 7th Tower and see Courtney Fortney moaning about lunch. This is a returning character from season 1 where she played a Vought production assistant. She also appeared in Gen V and has seemingly rose through the ranks. There she was coordinating the reveal of Andrew and Marie's new ranks, so yeah, done well for herself, I have to say. We then see the Worm again, who's back working with Vought. As we said in our episodes 1 and 2 video, we thought he'd end up like the stage manager, and to be honest, he still might. He asks for someone to go and get him a specific solo, as he only eats that as he's a worm. He's also wearing another TV show hoodie. This time it's Vought Summertime Clubhouse, which is a parody of the Mickey Mouse Club. We heard in season 2 how Gecko was a member of the cast, and it's something that a lot of the stars have gone through. We see that along with Ashley and Homelander, they're brainstorming how to present Homelander as the Messiah. On the whiteboard, they're asking if that's part of the established canon. They also wonder if they can throw out the old religions as myths and just say Homelander is the only god that ever was. Little typo there as well. This is them trying to work out his divine origin story though, just like how Vought came up with his origin story as an alien that was sent to Earth. That was obviously, a Superman parallel, but even Supes has been seen as a metaphor for Jesus now. He was originally created as a sort of take on Moses, a sort of updated one, but now, yeah, they've kind of pushed him towards that. Just shows though that every part of him is fake, and even his brand new divine right to rule is being manufactured in a writer's room. In the comics, this was done by the legend, and I do hope we get to see the character again. I did wonder where my guy Seth Reed is, as he was still working for Vought as of Gen V Season 2. The Worm then suggests Homelander perform a live miracle on TV. One problem though, he can't actually do any miracles, so it would have to be VFX. I did even wonder if we'd get an AI video or something where we see him going through Jesus' miracles. Firecracker then says he could part the Red Seas and send some refugees back to where they came from. And I don't know if she understood the meaning of the Moses story. Courtney then roasts the Worm and his ideas, suggesting that Homelander fly to all the holy sites in the world and meet his followers in person. Behind her, we can also see a lot more potential ideas. These include baptizing Elon Musk and a Homelander daycare in addition to the Homelander youth. None of it is about actually helping the poor or curing the sick, and it's all just pretending to do these things, so he seems like something that he could actually do if he really wanted to. Vought has enough money they could change the world. Homelander obviously has incredible abilities, but he'd rather just be perceived as being nice rather than actually being nice. They even thought of an urban outreach with the line, "He's our homie and one nation under homie." O-Father then suggests Homelander sits on a throne on the Temple Mount for the poster and even slams the Bible. Again, showing more sacrilege. In the comics, O-Father was visited by Homelander at BelieveCon, which was the comics version of Capes for Christ. Homelander then asked him to join him after presenting the idea of super supremacy at Herogasm. He's skeptical at first and, like Ashley here, questions if people will support it. I mean, imagine proclaiming you're not only the son of God, but also all other religions avoid as well. O-Father then explains that a Homelander church would print money and is thinking that this will get him out of debt. Also found it funny how Courtney calls Ashley Firecrotch, but Firecracker thinks she's referring to her. We can also see that the Turbo Rush cans have been changed to Homelander Turbo Rush. This is something we mentioned after seeing the advert at the camps, and Homelander has replaced A-Train fully as the mascot, which made him killing him and then throwing a funeral where he eulogized him even more fucked up. She explains that only 22% of the population would accept Homelander as the one true god, which looks a lot like the result of the 2024 election. The Worm then mentions the numbers and says the suits never released their numbers. This is kind of similar to how we never really get proper viewing figures for streaming shows. He then says they need to tell a story and even brings up Joseph Campbell, who's the inventor of the hero's journey. It's been used as a staple for lots of countless stories, and even The Boys and Ryan's arc is kind of following in those footsteps. Stuff like a hero getting called up to do something, rejecting the call, and falling to the lowest point and then getting back up, the death of a mentor, that sort of thing. It's a trope though that's been absolutely done to death at this point, and his Lamplight A Light of Justice finale gets roasted. It got a D- on AV Club, and he tries to defend himself by saying he had to service 14 main characters. He also had to bring in people from the Avenging Squad prequel. We know that he hates finales, as he mentioned it to Kimiko in episode 1, and yeah, trust me mate, I was up 1 AM on Boxing Day and New Year's doing Stranger Things videos, so I know what it's like. Now the Avenging Squad were actually the name of Soldier Boy's first team in the comics, and it's actually pretty meta, as this season is laying the groundwork for Soldier Boy's spin-off Vought Rising. So Kripke is actually telling us how hard it is to include every character story in the season, while also setting up Vought Rising. Firecracker then says how the stuff that Jesus preached, like helping the poor and taking taking in foreigners just doesn't sell anymore. She says that America is God's government and they are the chosen people. She even evokes Manifest Destiny, which was the belief that settlers in the US had the right to expand as far west as possible. Homelander will be presented as a true American hero, and God will finally be American. This is something that feels like it's referencing Watchmen, especially the line, "The Superman exists and he is American." The reporter who said that then said he was misquoted and that the line was actually, "God exists and he is American." She then comes up with the name, the Democratic Church of America, which I'm guessing is playing off the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. One problem as well is that he can't be called God, so Firecracker decides on the Prophet of America. It's kind of like BioShock Infinite, where a prophet created his ideal America as a theoretic police state.
The public won't accept it if we come out and call Homelander God.
But yeah, knowing Homelander, I feel like he's going to come out and say he's God, or maybe even say he's a doctor or something. We then cut to the father and son on a lovely hiking trip. Soldier Boy scoffs at Homelander's cape and says Orson Welles wore one to cover his fat ass. Homelander's got his cape stuck in a branch, and my guy should have had Edna Mode in his costume design team. It's funny seeing them walk as well, as Homelander could fly them there, but Soldier Boy refuses to be carried. This is something that we've seen in the comics as well, when the Seven had to carry Mr. Marathon and Black Noir. Soldier Boy also shows his disdain for human life, referring to the dead bodies as a couple of uggos. Homelander then asks why Soldier Boy is helping now. Later on we learn he agreed to help his son just so he could trap him, but he says he's doing it because Homelander looks up to him. Homelander says he never said that, but it's just very obvious to anyone that he has both mummy and daddy issues. In response to this, Homelander brings up Stormfront and is taken aback when he learns that Soldier Boy banged her a couple of times and jokes at their Eskimo cousins. There has been the theory for a long time as well that Stormfront is in fact Homelander's mother, and that would make what he did very messed up. But Homelander explains that she's dead, and in season 1 she apparently took her own life by biting off her tongue. Soldier Boy doesn't believe she'd do that though. This is something we talked about around her death, as they just kind of had it off screen and didn't really give it any attention beyond the odd line. Sure, we saw her, she was burned up for a bit, but the death in itself was a bit unceremonious. We know that Aya Cash is back in the suit filming stuff of Alt Rising. There's been lots of stuff posted online, and I do wonder if this is laying the groundwork for her coming back, especially with us seeing Godolkin healed up from similar burns, albeit through Marie. We'll talk about that more in a bit though, but yeah, Clara is going to return in Vault Rising, which is being pitched as a murder mystery. So I am interested to see their dynamic, especially considering he was an American World War II hero and she was a Nazi. The boys then search through the files in the building and find a blueprint which Billy mansplains to Kimiko. The group's bickering gets worse as Huey lays into Billy again, calling him Father of the Air. There's a clue that they aren't themselves, as Huey looks like a junkie with red around his eyes, and then Billy claps back, roasting Huey for turning his dad into a zombie and then killing him. Very fucking son of the year. While these two have had a complicated connection for some time, Huey then turns to Mother's Milk and calls him a pussy. This is because he blames Milk for letting Butcher pull him down. It's kind of true as well, but Milk stayed after being inspired by A-Train's words. Like him, the Seven would follow Milk's family everywhere, and it wouldn't be over until Homelander was defeated. Butcher then says a cracking line,
"Fucking nonce just called you a pussy. You gonna let him get away with it?"
And allow me to translate that for anyone outside the UK. Nonce means pedo. Butcher is like the devil on Milk's shoulder though, and for once the only sane person in the room's Frenchie. Even Kimiko lashes out at him, and Billy says how he liked her better when she was just a dumb animal. This actually foreshadows the end of the comic, which is something that we'll talk about in our spoiler section, but it's very much like the Avengers. In that movie, Earth's mightiest heroes argued and bickered as they were under the influence of Loki's scepter. Lots of home truths are said throughout the episode though, and we then cut to Starlight's father. Here we can see Firecracker's squeak freak washing up liquid. Mason is just like your typical teenager though, with his music playing way too loud, and Starlight has to wear her stepmother's pajamas. Like the army, Supes are now in charge of local police departments, which is something Sage mentioned in episode 2. Since season 1, they've been trying to get Supes into law enforcement as it will offer big contracts. Livewire is in charge of this local area, and we saw him in season 3 as part of the in-universe reality show American Hero. He's a parody of DC's Black Lightning and also shares the name of DC's other Lightning-based character. And we learn that when Starlight's dad receives the order to round people up and take them to the freedom camps, he pretends to be ill so he doesn't have to participate in it. But the other deputies think Starlight is coming for their kids, and they fall in for Vaught's propaganda. It shows the other side of the situation she's facing and how it will be an uphill battle to stop Vought and Homelander. She can beat Homelander, but in the end, the public still believes the propaganda, which likely leads to a real prospect of martyrdom. Even like Germany had denazification post World War II, and I do wonder if they're going to have to run similar programs to what votes basically pushed into the people. The pair then have a heart-to-heart, as after he left, she thought that maybe he just didn't want her. However, he stayed up to date with her career and has kept all the clippings in an A-Train shoebox, with that clearly being a take on the Air Jordan brand. Inside the box we can also see a magazine cover and an article about her pageant where she sang "Hit Me Baby One More Time." There's also an article about her saving a family from a power line. Is that a Goofy movie reference? Britney, of course, though, went through the pageants as well, along with the Mickey Mouse Club, and was a young star who's since had issues because of it. He's also got a ticket stub for Dawn of the Seven, which is the parody of Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. It looks like it was shown in VMAX, which is the show's version of IMAX, and this is, I'm writing this on the week they've just announced Infinity Vision at Disney. They both agree the movie sucked though, which I'm sure Homelander would agree with as well. It's all lies from bloggers though, and we fans won with our #ReleaseTheBurt He does say that he was proud of her though, especially when she quit the Seven, and we get some backstory on her parents' meeting. They met on a church trip to El Salvador, and it was Starlight's mother who sold him the idea of giving her Compound V. She thought that she could really save the world by making her a superhero. Which, yes, sounds like a good idea, but we know that it's just caused nothing but issues, and even at the point that she had to lie to Annie about her being born with powers. But this is what led them to argue, and as her dad says, her mother started to believe that Starlight was chosen by God. Perfectly mirrors the conversations currently going on with Homelander and shows how the pair are opposites. Starlight didn't want to be seen that way and even left capes for Christ because it mishandled religion. On the flip side of this, Homelander isn't religious at all but will weaponize it for his own personal gain. Her parents then drifted apart as he couldn't keep lying about the Compound V and he didn't want to shatter her dreams. She then says how she loves Huey but ditched him and is petrified that something could happen to him. Her father tells her that the people they love aren't a weakness but a reason that they fight. It's why A-Train had to defend his family, as well as the catalyst for Billy and Huey's revenge. Again, they're interrupted by Mason's music, and Starlight decides to try and talk to her stepbrother. Luckily, she's told to knock first because, well, I'm sure everyone knows what teenage boys are like. Cutting back at the boys, Frenchie's in charge and leading them into the lab. They can tell they're going the right way as there's some Last of Us / Stranger Things type bodies and stuff on the wall. The Last of Us gets a big reference later with the reveal, and we see someone stuck to the wall just like the games in show. Now we learn that these are hunters as Frenchie picks up a bottle of hunter's liquid. This is deer urine that's used to both mask human scents and also attract bucks. It's a Vault branded product because of course it is, with gunpowder being on the bottle. It looks to be very old though, as the suit looks young on the case, and it's possibly the same age as he was in the flashbacks to the 80s in season 3. He was Soldier Boy's sidekick and experienced abuse at the hands of his mentor. So it's a great thing to include with Soldier Boy being back again. We then see that the hunters turn on each other.
What if there is a monster here, but it's us?
Which is so deep. What if the monsters in the show is everyone? The V1 that was developed and used here though has mutated the plants and everything in the area. This has pushed out spores that turn people against each other. I even wonder if because of this that it got into the water supply of all America, and this is why the country's so divided. Frenchie then calls The Last of Us The Walking Dead with mushrooms, but this situation is a bit more like 28 Days Later. Reminds me a lot of Mother's Milk's origin in the comics as well, as in those, Mother's Milk's mother worked at a dog food cannery that used to be a Vault lab. The company never cleaned up the place after working on Compound V, and like Fort Harmony, it all became polluted. It led to Milk's mother becoming infected with V, and because of this, Milk and his brother were born with powers. Due to this, his brother died as the sudden growth led to his head being crushed in his football helmet. His dad sued Vault, like he said last week, and in the comics this was due to his mother's exposure as well. Now speaking of Milk, he laughs at Kimiko and Frenchie, calling them Romeo and Juliet and giving them 6 months. It's something that foreshadows the ending, but I do wonder if the show is going to go a little bit differently. Last week they had a chat and revealed that they have wildly different ideas of life after the war. She wants kids while he wants to hit the thumbs up and live a nomadic lifestyle in Germany. I do think the pair will probably die though, with one possibly going first and then the other going out in a move that takes their own life as well. Sort of like Romeo and Juliet. In this episode, her darkest thoughts come out and she seems to hate how he abuses drugs. Luckily for her though, he's the only sane one due to his drug use. We then see as Homelander and Soldier Boy arrive. As we learn at the start of the episode, Homelander has super scent, so Frenchie goes to spray the deer urine. But yeah, they aren't happy and instead just plop down a motion sensor. We then cut to the Manhandled podcast as the Deep discusses the benefits of semen retention, which is something that's a big topic in the manosphere for some reason. Noir is still furious with him though, and the Deep is so dumb that he falls for a bitch says what. And maybe he does need a court-appointed person following him around. We then cut to Mason watching it as Starlight visits him. He's got a Men Lives Matter poster along with a myriad of others, including a Vought Tournament of Heroes. It's interesting though how the Deep is as idle, as he's the same person who sexually assaulted his half-sister. Like a typical teenager, he has posters of women on his wall as well, and these include Maeve, She-Line and Firecracker. He also has a big V-Bro Mango Thunder poster, which was the deodorant that Maverick wore last week. Beyond that, we can see that Translucent has been replaced by Black Noir. Now luckily, he never had Starlight's poster on the wall, as we can see his wanking station. Looks like my guy enjoys Firecracker's knockoff Cheetos as well after knocking one out, eh? She then tries to tell him that Vought lies about her are completely untrue. He then says that she blew her way into the 7, but instead of it being the Deep like the show, there it was A-Train, Homelander and Black Noir. The kid also goes to Homelander Academy, and this is just what Sister Sage wants. The truth will never break through to these kids because they're taught it at school and then come home and get bombarded by TikToks about it. But luckily for Starlight, she can get on his level as they share a family tradition. Other kids aren't as lucky though, and we see how deep the brainwashing goes as he's actually turned his own sister in. We then cut to Soldier Boy, who arrives at the place where he became Super. It's like a more traumatic version of Steve returning to Camp Lehigh in The Winter Soldier. He even looks through old abandoned rooms similar to Steve Rogers later in that scene. This is also like Homelander's return to the lab that he made during season 4. We then cut through to the boys and learn the V1 is all gone. Someone has recently been there and has stolen the last few bottles. There's only a handful of soups who could have pushed through the 80 years of rust, but the heroine narrows it down to one person. Billy and Mother's Milk settle on Bombsight being the only soup who could have been the one to steal it, and he will be a character that appears in Vought Rising. There he's played by Myson Dye, who you might also recognise from Stranger Things. Now Bombsight hasn't been seen in decades, and Huey wonders why a suit with V1 would want even more. But part of me wonders if this is a ploy to bring Stormfront back from the dead. After her quote-unquote death, she might be still alive, kept on life support somewhere, and giving her V1 may help her resume to her former position. That might be a turbo reach, mate. The Vought Rising is a prequel, but I do feel like due to what we've seen with Ayakash being in her updated Stormfront costume instead of Liberty, that there are at least going to be some elements that are set in the present. It has also been rumoured that he'll appear in this season before that show, but let's hope it goes better than the Lamplighter finale. Cutting back to Starlight, we then see that a colleague of her father has turned up after Mason's tip-off. It's a lot like Bobby's brother in X2, and that little fucking snitch also called the authorities. I'm surprised that we didn't see Livewire here though, and this should have been a horrible end to the Starlight family reunion. What it does though is show that not everyone in a position of power is awful. Her father appeals to his friend by saying that they sit next to each other in church, and he even made him a dinner after Ed's wife died. But he's terrified as he could be put in jail too, as anyone who questions the regime is stomped down by it. It also shows that no one is safe around her until the entire Vought industrial complex is destroyed. We then cut to Homelander and Soldier Boy, and Homelander says that it smells like deer piss. Hey, Frenchie's plan worked! Soldier Boy says that the last time he was at Fort Harmony, he just returned from the front lines and was picking Nazi brains out of his hair. As we know, his newsreels are all fake though, and it's just like everything else that Vought does. The legend said that Soldier Boy wasn't at Normandy on D-Day, and the footage was only filmed once the danger was over. This is something that often happened during the war, with Stalin even having his media team creating videos of him landing at places to meet heroes even though he'd never actually been there. He also lies and says that only the best of the best of the best, sir, were selected for Dr. Vaught's trials. Again, we know the truth, and just like Homelander, he was basically a nepo baby who used his dad's connections to get selected for V1 trials. Now, despite surviving and coming home after the war, his abusive father just said he cheated and that real men don't take shortcuts. Soldier Boy then doesn't take it too well when Homelander brings up Stormfront, and again, it's clearly a sore subject for him. Homelander then gets owned by his father, as Soldier Boy says,
Oh, look, more Uggos. Friends of yours?
oh yeah. Soldier Boy is also so up his own arse that he doesn't realise that he's just become his own father. I feel like the theme of this episode is how fathers and how they often treat their kids can often lead to either positive or negative outcomes. Annie and Huey had kind ones, and thus they turned out okay. But characters like Billy especially had really bad ones, and he later berates Homelander for beating up Ryan, which he says is something he can relate to. Billy, of course, killed his dad just at the start of the season due to the abuse that he gave him, and I think it's basically the show kind of laying the seeds for where the arc's going to go with Ryan. The boys then realise that two of them are upstairs, and Mother's Milk let slip they wanted to torch the V1. Huey is wanting to save Starlight and Kimiko, but secretly Milk and Billy have been working to not only destroy V1, but also use the virus to kill every soup. Kind of like Baron Zemo in the MCU. This is something which is similar to the comic book ending, albeit with the details slightly altered. Huey says that he did try and win over the group and says there is good in Butcher, but deep down he's a psychotic piece of shit who's no different from Homelander. They're both willing to do whatever it takes to win and have basically became monsters in order to gain victory. Milk also says that he cheered when Billy was dying and the group is clearly fractured and basically it feels like anything could split them up now. Huey even says he'll kill Billy again, foreshadowing some major events from the comics. It leads to a massive fight between the whole group after Billy attacks Huey. This moment again is just like the fight on the helicarrier in the first Avengers movie, and Huey mugs off Mother's Milk again.
Come on, MM. I mean, if Butcher will let you.
Bang a line, and it might be worth the crack to the face. Kimiko even reverts back to being a mute, and I think it shows that people are going back to their baser instincts. Clearly, this is the fate that befell every group that stumbled on Fort Harmony, and I love how the name Harmony is completely ironic as well. There's no fucking harmony here. Huey then runs off, and Carl Urban's line delivery at this point is just too good.
Oi, where'd you think you're going?
We then cut back to the father and son, where Homelander says Soldier Boy's brother won a Silver Star in World War II. As mentioned, we all knew this, but we learned that Soldier Boy cried and then pissed himself. Soldier Boy pisses himself a lot in the comics, and it basically also shows that he's nothing like Steve Rogers. He had a relatively easy transition from pencil neck dork to absolute Chad, and it does kind of feel like his origin story is more like Bucky Barnes. Obviously the Winter Soldier was frozen and kept in a chamber much like Soldier Boy, and when we saw Bucky's origin story in the MCU, it was a big tortured one. He had a horrible time in Hydra's Super Soldier program in the flashbacks that we saw during Civil War, and it clearly left him a very fractured person. Soldier Boy also isn't the only one sent back to their past, as Homelander's locked in a cell similar to the one he grew up in. Soldier Boy knows every evil that this place is hiding and exposes his son to enriched uranium. Homelander is of course a Superman parody, and this is very much his kryptonite moment. Now this was done to see if the superheroes that Vought were creating could survive an atomic blast. Superman, throughout his long history, has also been left for dead next to kryptonite many times. The ironic thing is as well that if the boys didn't come here, everything would have been fine. Homelander would have been killed by his dad, they wouldn't need to get the V1, and everything would have been A-OK. But this scene also reminds me a lot of Superman in Flashpoint, where he's kept under a red light non-stop. The uranium is really doing a number on him though, and it's the first time that we've seen him so weak. Now I do feel like Homelander might actually get the V1 and become a god, but this could be a way to defeat him beyond the virus. Soldier Boy then says he plans to destroy any V1 he finds, just like Billy and Mother's Milk, because he hates his son so much. He then drops another amazing line.
I'm gonna go destroy any V1 that I find, you Triple Crown cock jockey.
Every single person hates Homelander, even the only person who should actually have any semblance of feelings for him. Frenchie then finds the cause of everything as Billy stumbles upon the character. He was looking for Huey but found something far better, which is a very weak and on the ropes Homelander. It's somewhat a repeat of their season 3 meeting at Billy's apartment, and their Homelander challenged him to a fight to the death, which I really hope we get to see. The soup is right where he wants him though, but Billy mate, you're monologuing and that's exposed you here. Butcher belittles him and then says he will never be happy. Homelander calls Ryan the son of God and can tell her Butcher doesn't have the virus as he would have used it by now. Star and Urban are absolutely superb here though, as they duel in a battle of words. And yeah, I can't wait to see these two throw down proper. Part of me wonders if Billy will take the V1 and Frenchie may even create a virus that only targets that version of Compound V. That would be the best way to go, I think, and it's something that would only take out the 3 most dangerous people in the world. Homelander then calls V1 his birthright, which is something I think might have been a reference to Superman Birthright. That might be a reach, but yeah, just when I heard it, I thought it was. Huey and Milk have a shootout as Kimiko attacks, and we get a triple threat as they've all gone fully crazy. I love how Mother's Milk also knows he's screwed when Kimiko bends a bar and they just then runs away. Huey then takes a note from the quiet place too and hides in what looks like a furnace. Luckily, Frenchie tricks Soldier Boy and leads him to the source of all these problems. This is when we see Quinn attached to the wall. We discover the scientist hated Soldier Boy as he saw him as rich and entitled. That hate for him has spread out into everything and is now seeping out into the rest of the world. I expect we'll explore this beef more during Boat Rising, and Soldier Boy wants to keep him like this and exclaims that he won. Frenchie then goads him into using his nuke powers to end the scientist and burn all the plant's roots and spores. Turns everyone back to normal, but I'm sure some of these home truths might stick around for a while. Also, did want to know why the radiation didn't hurt Frenchie or why he doesn't kill him or Billy after this. Soldier Boy does show some semblance of humanity as he says he's sorry, which does seem to intrigue Billy. They of course had a former alliance, but Soldier Boy was convinced by Homelander to join forces and kill Butcher. And yeah, like they also just used the virus on him in episode 2. They almost killed him, but he's like, oh, whatever, I'm gonna go see my son. I think in this point he's just accepted he wants death, and he's actually quite surprised that Homelander doesn't kill him. The boys then leave in a van as Mambo number 5 plays, and Kripke is really using those 90s classics for these scenes. Yes, Chumbawamba, and now this. We then cut back to Starlight as Mason apologizes for what he did, and her dad says he hopes they meet again. And somehow I think this may turn into a tragedy for Starlight. But then again, the worm survived, so there's that. Homelander manages to survive too and punches his way out the cell, only to find his dad crying. Soldier Boy just wants Homelander to kill him, but that's not going to happen. Thank God as well, as Ackle Soldier Boy is truly one of my favourite things in the show. Kimiko then thanks Frenchie, and we see an old A-Train Turbo Rush vending machine. This shows that he is somewhat still with them in spirit. Frenchie then says he used to be a feckless junkie man whore and says he wants to be anything she wants, but she doesn't want to change him. They're drifting apart as she's working on herself while he just loves chaos. Meanwhile, the other couple reunite and Starlight realizes that her and Huey are better together. Luckily, she was away though, or I think it would have got ugly. We then go to Billy watching the Russian experiments on Soldier Boy. We can see the date says 1986, which was around the time he was experimented on. And also like the time of the Chernobyl disaster, I believe. That's an ad-lib, I'm adding that in there. I could look it up, but I'm too lazy. But I do even wonder if he caused that. But Billy knows there's another weakness, and that is radiation. As Soldier Boy said, he could burn the V from Homelander's veins, so I do wonder if Billy will use that knowledge to kill Homelander. Maeve did survive the explosion in Season 3 though, so that might be a reach. But Milk and Billy haven't got a problem anymore, but I don't think that's the last fight they're gonna have. Also, he's wearing a Bad Bunny hoodie. We then cut to O-Father presenting Homelander as the all-American prophet. Firecracker says she used to believe in Jesus, but now she only believes in Homelander. Now, in recent times, I'm sure we've seen religious leaders clashing with political ones, and people have chosen sides because of this. Firecracker has chosen her side here though, but I think it's clear her heart's not in it, and Ashley can tell she's lying. O-Father then says they'll fulfill the Founding Fathers' dreams. And look, I have shown restraint by only bringing up Hamilton 4 episodes in, but I will tell you why I chose this as the episode to drop it in a minute. He then reveals the Democratic Church of America to rapturous applause and even mentions Superman and calls him the prophet of America. The Nazis, of course, wanted to create a race of Supermen as well, which would be blonde-haired and blue-eyed Aryans. Homelander represents that, and he comes down, gets placed in front of the crucifix, and this symbolically shows how he's now replaced God. But Homelander still doesn't seem happy, and though he should be smiling and embracing his flock, he's got a face like a slapped arse. We then hear him take a breath and then get a version of the US national anthem. That breath seems like a gasp though, and funnily enough, Hamilton also ends with Eliza Hamilton gasping. Which is probably a reach, but that's why I used it in this episode. In the end though, it's almost like a breath of fresh air and the beginning of a new dawn of the Seven. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down the boys. Episode 5 is now here, and it's one of my favourite episodes ever. There's lots of big deaths, lots of big cameos, and also lots of big cameo deaths. This episode ends with the death of Firecracker and also has the cinema goat, Adam Burke, who's no longer staying alive. Well done, cancel culture, you finally won!
Up yours, woke moralists.
At the center of it though is Homie.
Don't call me that.
Alright mate, okay. We see as Homelander continues his search for V1 and his quest to become immortal. Here though, we see those around him and how they react to him and basically get the lives of the Seven in a Pulp Fiction style story. This jumps around with lots of different characters and each story could have really been its own episode. Especially the boys' version of This Is the End. So there's a lot to get into and in this video we'll be breaking it all down. I do hope you enjoy it. I am dressed as Huey. We went with a lazy costume this week, but yeah, thank you for clicking this. They can't all be bangers, I'm sorry.
Welcome to Truth Bomb.
Now we open with an advert for the Democratic Church of America. It's reminiscent of the US patriotic adverts for Budweiser or the Bruce Springsteen Jeep advert, or even the recent Mando Super Bowl advert that parodied them both. The advert though calls America God's country, which is something that it's sometimes referred to. It also calls Americans God's chosen people. That is a phrase that's used in the Bible to refer to the Israelites, aka Jewish people. But Vort's trying to push something different, and the advert evokes this rural lifestyle which is seen as traditional and more religious than most of those from big cities. The advert ends with the tagline, "Come home to Homelander," and he's described as the greatest American ever. By layering the idea that Americans are the chosen people and Homelander's the best of the best of the best of them, it sets the groundwork for him being God. It's a roaring success so far as well, with white men and women aged 36 to 54 and 55 to 72 absolutely loving it. But yet, this also highlights the church isn't appealing to the youth. Church attendance is up though as people move from their original church to this new megachurch, which we see the repercussions of later. Donations are also up as well, with a click-through rate at 44%. However, as we learn later from Firecracker's former mentor, there's a franchise fee to convert your church to a Democratic Church of America. It's basically extortion, and if you don't, then your church will be vandalized. It shows how little Vought actually cares about respecting religion, and for them, it's more about extortion and the bottom line. It's all about money for O-Father as well, and he'll be out of the hole in no time with the amount of cash they're raking in. And everyone's seeing massive growth.
I'm seeing massive growth myself.
As we learn, the rest of the Seven don't believe it though, and Soldier Boy just cracks jokes in the meeting. They're also going to spend $500 million on adverts, which is something that could probably feed a lot of people. But this has nothing to do with religion and being kind, it's more about control. It's similar to how Henry VIII turned England Protestant simply so he could divorce his wife. We also, of course, have a lot of debate around this at the moment, and people like Sean Hannity announcing that he no longer considers himself Catholic because of frictions between the White House and the Pope. I know this was written before the election, but I think that the church and state are always going to clash over certain things, so it's kind of a timeless message. I've actually also been rewatching Andor recently, and I saw Tony Gilroy talking about how some of it seemed very relevant even though it was written years ago. He said though that he looked through history and saw certain things that repeat, and I think The Boys has probably done something similar. Because again, you could easily do this to like Henry VIII or something like that, but it is also very relevant now as well. We then see that Vought has inserted Homelander into some of the most historic paintings of American history. The first one is the Emancipation Proclamation by A.A. Lamb. In the original, it was the personification of America Columbia being dragged by the horses. The proclamation stated that all slaves in Confederate states would be free now and forever. It was vital as it changed the Civil War from a political one to a one of moral duty to end slavery. Here though, Homelander's made it about himself, and in the end, he's enslaving all those around him. He wanted to be Caesar, and a lot of the things that they're doing with America in the show is obviously clearly inspired by Rome. We then see Homelander inserted into the 1778 painting, Watson and the Shark. Lastly, Homelander's been inserted into the crossing of the Delaware, and he's replaced George Washington. I also wonder if Vought is planning that when he becomes immortal, that Homelander will just be seen as someone who was at all these events. It also says, "The Saviour cometh," but Homelander is still not happy as he's called a prophet. I think this episode in general is about the danger of following false prophets and how one shouldn't take the Lord's name in vain. Homelander calls the prophets servants and is adamant that they need to be honest and direct with the public. So he wants to be called Savior or Lord, with these of course both being what Jesus and God are referred to. These are suggested by O-Father, and as we see over the course of the episode, he becomes Homelander's right-hand man. Throughout the series, we've seen there's been Stillwell, then Noir, then Firecracker, and now O-Father is the latest shiny plaything for the man-baby Homelander. His ego must be stroked at all times, and even with an entire company and country behind him, spreading his gospel, he's still not happy. O-Father even says religion is not about the meek, but the Bible actually states that they shall inherit the earth. Everything is all going to come crashing down though, and as Noir 2.0 said to the Deep, no one is more important to Homelander than Homelander himself. Father then references the Seven Mountain Mandate, as he says they should dominate the 7 mountains of society. This is something that some Christians believe is key, such as controlling education and the media. Homelander is essentially a Christian nationalist, but he doesn't actually believe it. They're all just simply cashing in on people's beliefs because they believe that if they present beliefs that people believe in, then people will support the corporation. We've seen this happen forever and ever and ever, and you'll often see corporations push political identity beliefs in politics because they think the audience will align with them, but when push comes to shove and they're tested on it, they don't really stick by it. I'm looking at you, Disney. But O'Father reveals he wants his ascension to coincide with Easter, but Homelander clearly isn't down for it. He doesn't see himself as the second coming, but something more. Firecracker is clearly delaying the reveal though, as she's in a religious dilemma and she blames the production timelines of the Homelander Bible. This Bible is obviously inspired by the Trump Bible as it has the same flag image, but it opts to have Homelander in a crucifix-style pose. She calls it the book and seems to actually believe in Homelander, and we can see his statue on the outside of the building. Soldier Boy is also shocked as he mouths "what the fuck," and he of course doesn't believe in any of this, as any sane person would. But not only does this book have the Old and New Testaments, but it also has a brand new American Testament. It's written by AI, trained on the works of Pat Robinson, who's a former religious writer famous for the 1991 book The New World Order. She says they need to pass the torch from Jesus to him, but that they can't rush it as they own an Arby's, but are in fact at the Cheesecake Factory. And sorry, I am British. Is that like Miller and Carter and Greggs or something? I don't know. But she knows how to speak to him and get what he wants, as his ego needs to be stroked. Sage reminds him that a sudden religious upheaval will lead to civil unrest, even more so than what we've seen so far. Firecracker then mentions that the smaller areas will be okay with the police and local soups, but major cities will need help. This leads Homelander to request that all soups be pulled back to America, and he says they should be protecting the homeland first. It's very similar to the rhetoric of our country first sort of thing that you see a lot during politics. It's a sort of looking after our own thing, which I know has been prevalent in British politics as well. This leads Ashley to break the news to Ukraine later, which builds on Vought siding with Russia after Soldier Boy's return. This is also funny as well, as Vought spends so much time and effort trying to get soups into the military, and now they're being brought back to quell the protesters at home. All that effort to make money and protect power is just gone at the whim of a childish, erratic dude. We then see Firecracker get a fright as someone from Daytona, Florida calls her. It turns out to be her former mentor, who is a victim of Homelander's new branding. Now so far, Firecracker has mostly been one-dimensional, but we really get to see Valerie Curry flourish in this episode. Sadly, it's also her last one, but it's a great swan song that shows a pretty timeless message as well. Calling back to those Andor parallels before, we saw there how Dedra was turned on in the end by the very system she helped build. Gilroy said that fascism always turns on its own, and eventually Firecracker meets a similar fate. Now again, when they were asking Gilroy, how have you came up with this stuff? It was like, well, I just looked at history and this is what is something that constantly happens. So I feel like the same thing's happening there, but yeah, you can totally see how it applies to lots of things going on today. But here, she meets up with her former reverend and she's trying to be low profile. It's the same thing Homelander did when he went to recruit Sister Sage, and we saw him wearing a baseball cap, just like Firecracker's doing here. Now both these sartorial choices are inspired by the MCU. Their heroes always wear baseball caps when trying to be either undercover or on the run. When Sage recruited her, she was this raw, unfettered supposed voice of the voiceless, but now she's this big city girl and no longer some country bumpkin. As they talk, we can also see an advert for Sister Sage's soul sister. This shows that Vought is omnipresent, which makes sense considering how it seems they somehow knew about this meeting and made her expose him as a punishment. In addition, we can also see the Last Supper by Vicente Juan Masip to the right of the Reverend. This is a depiction of Jesus' last meal with his disciples before being betrayed by Judas, which then led to his arrest and subsequent crucifixion. Firecracker here is sharing a last moment with her mentor before she betrays him and is then killed by Homelander. This also looks like the same diner we saw Starlight reunite with Gecko during Season 2. As they talk, we then learn why she was so into religion as a kid. She had a very tough childhood by the sounds of it, and was in the pageant circuit like Starlight. Her family were poor, and this was the only way to a better life, but Starlight then started a rumour that Firecracker slept her way to success with the judges. This then led Misty to drop out and become a right-wing media influencer. The only safe place for her was at the church, and her reverend, who made sure she was fed. He held Fish Fried Fridays as an act of kindness, but Firecracker weaponizes this to insinuate he abused kids. We see him being really desperate here though, as his church is losing attendees and being harassed by the local soup's praying mantis. Praying mantis shoots stuff out his butt, and he's just like Web Weaver. Feels a lot like how Jews were persecuted during the Holocaust, synagogues were smashed up, their businesses were vandalized, and there was this constant threat that the walls were closing in. It's also just like some sort of protection racket where the Reverend's church has to pay into this new church or they'll be harassed non-stop. He asks his former mentee for help and even points to a Turbo Rush advert. As mentioned before, Homelander has taken over the brand and we can see Firecracker with a petrol pump handle. So surely she can do something to help. Not really. Homelander hates being challenged and won't care about holdouts and would probably even make an example of them. Despite having a seat at the table, Firecracker's just as powerless, and her former church can barely keep the lights on. This sums up Firecracker's entire character in general, as she's not really got any superpowers, and her only talent lies in pushing hate. But now she's created a monster that she can't control, and ultimately falls victim to it. We see her slip into a rhetoric where she says God doesn't favour one country over another, but it fails here. His words really affect her though, as she's just in the middle of a religious crisis. She has a Jesus action figure which she throws away later on, showing she has truly lost her way before her death. It also plays into that Judas metaphor, and he cast away Jesus and his loyalty to him before ultimately succumbing to his fate. We then get a Soldier Boy busting a nut as the pair then have some pillow talk, which leads to her death. In what's some amazing foreshadowing though, the eagle that ends up killing her is shown on the right of the screen, like some sort of Chekhov's eagle. This is something that I feel might be referencing Psycho, as Norman Bates' back room was filled with stuffed birds and the beaks of these symbolically represented Norman's knife. And big breakdown of that on the channel now. They have the classic cigarette in bed after sex scene though, and it's sort of playing off the comics where Homelander shagged Soldier Boy, but there they weren't related. But it was a similar scene in a way. Firecracker finally puts a stop to their sex though and says they won't have sex again, which they won't, as she dies on the evening. She then asks if he thinks that Homelander would go easy on her former reverend, and he mentions that he was baptized in front of all of Chestnut Hill. Again, this shows how he's the opposite of Steve Rogers, as this area is a very rich part of Philadelphia. But Soldier Boy thinks the Homelander as God stuff is ridiculous and mentions how Joseph was a cook. Now, though he sides with his son in this episode, it does sound like he might turn on Homelander later, which does seem a possibility, at least for a bit, when Marathon and Malchemical basically want to take him out. However, he repeats this info back to his son later on, as he has this weird sense of loyalty to Homelander due to him being his son, even though he's kind of just cloned from his genetic material. But we see having to accept Homelander as the new god is complicated for the current religious people. Homelander wants people to accept him now, but he has no idea of the internal dilemma that his flock faces. I also wonder how Marie's going to be brought into it, as she was sort of painted out as being like a Christ-like figure in Gen V. Now, we do hear that Soldier Boy is heading off to LA, and I did wonder at first if this was like a West Coast Avengers thing. However, we see how it's anything but it lays the groundwork for what's going to come. We then cut to her trying to speak to her boss, only to find out that Father is now the chosen one. He's in Homelander's room, and the only time we've seen people in there without him, they've either been trying to steal Compound V or take a dump in his toilet. Father is delivering breast milk for the soup though, sourced from the followers of the new church. My guy is getting breast milk instead of the followers' babies, which is an apt parallel between Homelander's selfishness and how a capitalistic society often starves the needy. Firecracker isn't too privy to Homelander's movements and activity though, and it shows she's really being frozen out in favour of Father. He's now giving Homelander milk, which means that he's now replaced her as the milk provider and also someone who can give Homelander advice. Father then mentions that they are Peter and John bearing witness and spreading the gospel, with those names being two of Jesus' apostles. There's definitely an uneasy feeling throughout the scene, and this is a duel of words through forced smiles. He's worked out that the printers are happy to rush the Homelander Bible to release in time for Easter and knows that she's stalling. He then presents himself as a warm shoulder and friendly ear and asks what she wants to talk to him about. Misty in general has been shown to be racist though, so she's instantly distrustful and knows that Father is just trying to screw her. We then cut to her in her dressing room, which seems like it's playing off the scene at the start of the season where Annie dressed up as her. I always figured that Starlight would be the one to take her down, but ultimately she's killed by her idol and something about worshipping false idols. Homelander wants her to denounce her former church though and expose them as Starlighters. Doing this would send the strongest statement and would probably force the rest of the holdouts to pay the franchise fee and accept the new church. The Reverend is also shown with a little girl, and Firecracker says that the church has been infected with seditious Starlight propaganda. The picture is partnered with Firecracker saying how the Reverend would regularly have her over for dinner alone. She then insinuates that while nothing happened to her, he could have taken advantage of other young girls. This is playing on the historical abuses by some church leaders, such as the huge Boston cover-up in Scandal. She then says she heard stories about his Fish Fry Fridays, which were actually her haven from a bad childhood. I'm also sure she is kind of playing up her accent, a bit like me, mate, a cockney governor. But let me know all your thoughts below, because she sounds actually really leaning into it. For now, though, terrible. But for now, Firecracker is just a useful idiot. She's a propaganda mouthpiece, twisting a personal story, so this all seems believable. Firecracker then says that Fish Fried Fridays sounds like a code for child grooming. Reminds me of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory and the coded language used in that. She has given up all her morals though and sheds a tear as she buries her mentor. All that power and money, and it's just been used to promote a fake god. And she still dies in the end. She cries a tear here though, and also cries another one at the end before dying, having realised she's completely sold her soul. We then cut to Black Noir's story as the earlier meeting continues from another perspective. Soldier Boy acts like a total dick to the Deep, which Walkerman is a dick, but this Soldier Boy is going back to his old behaviour. He abused his sidekick Gunpowder and bullied Black Noir relentlessly. This is something that we saw in Season 3 during animated flashbacks, and basically he's doing the same thing. Soldier Boy then asks the Deep if he wants knee pads to nosh him off, and this joke gets repeated throughout. This is something calling back to that infamous scene though where Homelander told the Deep to flay A-Train. But luckily the Deep is saved by Homelander, who says go easy on him as he brought in Stan Edgar. And God knows what would have happened if the Deep didn't get that win. Noir is of course furious though because the Deep screwed him over, and we finally see where he's been going every afternoon. And that is to theatre school, yay! Yeah, he's been secretly rehearsing for Adam Burke's production of Vivant. It's a French word that means alive and fits in with the play's story of the Bee Gees and their song Staying Alive, Staying Alive. The poster is even playing off the work they did for Saturday Night Fever, and even the person in the middle is drawn doing that famous pose. Vivant is about staying alive as well, and it's a dramatised account of the group arguing. They argue about the members of the team, and this of course ironically plays into the tensions within the Seven. But Burke is trying to be a visionary genius, and as we know, musical biopics are very, very popular. They had a resurgence with Bohemian Rhapsody, that Elton John movie, I can't remember, Elvis, A Complete Unknown, Springsteen, and even the Michael movie recently. So yeah, he's cashing in on that, and we see Noir's playing Barry while his co-star here's Robin. Maurice is also mentioned, and that's basically the members of the Bee Gees. But Noir's hiding who he is along with his powers. However, the other actor does look a bit scared when Noir leaps towards him. But as we see, the Secret Soup is struggling with his character motivation, which is something he also wrestled with Noir. From his own experience, he explains that narcissists are just insecure people, and he's clearly pulling a lot from life. Comes across really well in this episode. It's nice getting to know him, and I can understand why Sage did not need to self-lobotomize before banging him. As we see, sadly, he's finally met someone who understands his talent and drive to be the best actor too late. This is a huge change for Burke though, who's usually the butt of the jokes, and we see he's been insulted quite a lot throughout the series, especially with Stormfront in Season 2. He's hyping up his actor here though, as he did with Will Ferrell in Season 4. We also saw him being slapped by his assistant after Homelander and Ryan threatened him, and he's kinda stepped out the limelight and gone back to theatre. Noir is then told to stop acting and be himself on stage, and the Soup explains that the scene hits close to home as it reminds him of the Deep. Funnily enough, Burke also hated the Deep while working on Dawn of the Seven. It made $1 billion, but Burke's constant Weinstein-like behaviour led to him being sent to Godolkin and now here. Apparently on Dawn of the Seven though, the Deep would constantly try and upstage the rest of the cast with his improv, and Burke calls him a Jared Leto level baby bitch. Leto is known for doing some weird stuff on set, and I've heard some stuff in the industry, some stories from people who've worked on films with him, and they clearly put this line in for a reason is what I'll say. Burke then inspires him to upstage the Deep, which is what we get next at the Manhandled podcast. O-Father doesn't seem to be too thrilled about being on it, and he says that they need to meet young men where they are. We have seen how influential this podcast is on kids with Mason last week, and it's similar to real life as well. The podcast circuit has become a big place to sway people, and the last presidential election campaign leaned heavily into using them. After the election, many were asking where the Joe Rogan of the left was, and should Kamala have met young men where they are. This also mirrors religion being a growing part of the manosphere space. The Deep then says he has some ideas for elevating the new church, but he just has stupid stuff like better tasting wafers and commandments to not bang another dude's girl, which already exists, brosif. Thou shalt not covet. Black Noir then shocks Oh Father by speaking. He says the Deep can't be trusted and that he latches onto every new member of the Seven. We saw it with Annie, all the stuff for the Church of the Collective, Noir and Sage, and the guy is just a fucking leech.
That smell on his breath? It's because he's been clam diving. On clams.
What?
Noir then comes out with a genius idea for a Homelander miracle. He says that Homelander could heal him and get his voice back. Not only does this mean that he'd be able to speak and take the mask off finally, but he could also finally have a bit more to work with as Black Noir. Also, kind of got flashes of Kane in WWE, because like, at one point they said he had to wear a mask at all times because he was so badly burned, and then the next year they're like, nah, he's good mate, he just got a dodgy eye. But I remember. But this path was something that the original Noir wanted. We saw in Season 3 how Stan explained that a black member of Payback wouldn't sell in the Deep South, and if he unmasked, he'd be sent to Minneapolis. So we could see Noir finally getting his wish later on, all in the form of his successor. Noir also says he can fly, but he's had to hide it because the last one couldn't. Now this is sort of a nod to the comics, as Noir could fly as well, but he was instructed not to by the higher-ups. This would have given away he was a certain character that I still refuse to spoil in these parts of the videos, because people might not want to know. And this ain't the heavy spoilers show, mate. We keep things stum here. I'm renaming the channel Screen Crush or something. Black Noir here has got a new pep in his step as he arrives at rehearsal, but we see as the Deep is following him wearing a douchey jacket. Burke the name drops Paul Rudd being a dick, which I haven't heard, and he mentions training A-Train being shelved. This is something that we learned at the end of Season 4, and it felt like a reference to Batgirl. Burke then turned to drugs, but he was saved by this play. And it's going so well, it's actually going to Broadway. Both of them are on their way up, but what else is on its way up is the eel that goes up into his arse. Yes, Burke is killed in the toilets, and he says, fucking Tony Gilroy. That director was brought in to reshoot lots of Dawn of the Seven, much in the same way he was brought in to fix Rogue One. This was mentioned by Ashley in Season 3, also in a cubicle, interestingly enough. The Deep, like Homelander though, is just a childish idiot, and he gets revenge on Noir by killing him. Also, love how we think we're getting some profound last words, but he just says that his ass hurts. The Deep has finally gone too far though, but there's nothing that Noir can really do to stop him. However, I do think come the end of the season that he may try and kill the Deep, but probably fail to do it. I feel like the Deep might be the only one who survives this whole thing, and in the comics he was actually the only baddie soup left standing. We then cut to him next as he's reading a Vax and Vax book by RFK Jr. because, yeah, you get the subtext there, may you pay attention to the news. And are you sure this was written before the election? Either way, Noir is furious that the Deep killed his best friend and is one way out of the prison he's found himself in. Deep then references his improv not being used for Dawn of the Seven, and he did have a grudge with Burke as well. Noir is now under the Deep's thumb though, as Homelander would be furious if he found out about the play. Homelander has even banned the National Endowment for the Arts, which is an idea that's also been floated recently. You will see this as something that happens a lot throughout history with certain songs, plays, art pieces and so on being banned by governments. We even get it like sometimes when we put like a certain song in a James Bond video and it'll pop up like this video is banned in Russia. Fascist societies have done this throughout time because banning art can stop independent thought, dissidents, and move people away from just seeing the propaganda. The Deep then brings up the miser technique when Noir has nothing to say to him, and this is him throwing a jab at his method acting. We then cut to Homelander, or more specifically Terra, dreaming about Homelander. It's a scene that has amazing meme potential in a season that's already producing some of the funniest memes yet. Terra is dreaming of boning the character, which is something he does to his Homelander toy. Butcher actually gave Terra this toy in episode 5 of season 2, and we saw this toy also mentioned in season 1. In the comics, he regularly humped other dogs, which is something that Ryan mentioned in episode 3. Terra also hated Homelander in the comics, and we saw him growl at the soup during issue 19. And he even pissed on his leg at one point. But this one-shot story follows Terra almost dying due to ingesting chocolate. It's possibly inspired by the comics where Terra was killed by one of the Seven, which Billy thought was Jack from Jupiter. Sadly, the dog who played Terra in season 2 passed away, but they did manage to recast, and I have to say, didn't notice myself. But yeah, losing a dog is fucking shit. But yeah, Kimiko and Huey come in and feed him, and Kimiko talks about the steak and how Frenchie doesn't really do it the way she likes. She says she's told Frenchie how she likes it though, and says maybe they just don't like the same steak. Now this continues on from last week where they seemingly broke up, and she said she didn't want to change him, and basically showed their relationship was falling apart. Sadly, I don't see them having a happy ending, and I do think that it could potentially be like what happens in the comics. Mother's Milk also mentioned Romeo and Juliet, and it does seem like their relationship is going to end in tragedy. They then find Tara's fuck toy and propose washing it, which is something Billy stops them from doing. Tara, though, follows the squeaking, and we see Billy rolling in a load of equipment for a secret project with Frenchie. We mentioned last week that Billy saw the uranium hurt Homelander, and the soup barely escaped the chamber. It looks like Billy has stolen loads of parts from Fort Harmony, as you can see the tiny Vault American logo on the device with the dial. Because of this, I do wonder if they plan to lure Homelander out, lock him up, and combine both the virus and uranium. Even if Homelander gets the V1, I do think this could work together, as Soldier Boy was almost taken out by the virus, so some uranium on top of that should push him over the brink. They're also tracking Bombsight, just like Soldier Boy and Homelander. He must be hiding somewhere, and Billy suggests asking the Legend. We last saw him during Season 3, and there he was played by the legendary Paul Reiser. In the comics, the character was inspired by Stan Lee and helped to create the fake stories for each of Vaught's soups. Interestingly, we also learn that he's gone off the grid. He knows every dirty secret Vought has, possibly even more so than Stan Edgar. So he's also in hiding, but should make an appearance hopefully down the line. At least I hope, yeah, because I always loved the Legend in the comics, and I think the updated version was a great character as well. Now at this point, Tara almost eats some chocolate, which I'm sure we all know is toxic to dogs. I remember mine ate a big box of Maltesers once, and I freaked the fuck out. But it was fine. It was fine in the end, but still, there was a couple of hours I was panicking. But we see his mother's milk's changed as he's okay eating stuff off the floor and feels better now that he's accepted he's going to die. We have seen him drinking out the toilet before and stuff, and it seems like the guy just doesn't give a fuck anymore. Now this epiphany came to him when he realised that Soldier Boy is immune and immortal. He's been trying to take him out his whole life and just doesn't see the point when the guy seemingly can't be killed. He also accepts that his wife and daughter are better off without him. Milk says that if he thinks there's a chance he'll see them again, then he'll be too scared to do what he needs to end this for good. Billy at this point then seemingly starts to realise the effect he's had on others. Even Mother's Milk has lost his faith in life and is ready to sacrifice himself. It's partly why later on he agrees to give Annie and Kimiko the V1 if they get the chance. I do wonder what's going to happen with Milk though, and whether they'll go the way of the comics or not. But right now he's at least accepted death and will go in without fear or hesitation because of this. It's a great performance by Laz Alonso, and probably the most emotional we've seen him this season. Mother's Milk is also wearing a Naughty by Nature shirt, and if you're wondering if I'm down with OPP, get out with OPP! Yeah, you know me. But he's ready to die fighting Vought, much in the same way his dad did before him. Tara then wanders off, and I love how he gets sort of black and white muted colours for the dog vision. He then sees Frenchie, who says he made Kimiko the perfect French ribeye. He has no idea she hates it, which shows how oblivious he is to what she likes, indicating how different they are. This just adds into the one-shot nature of the episode, and at the time of recording this, that is also the title. One Shot is of course based around One Shot comics, which are stories that are like one shots, and obviously the terms used in like TV episodes as well. But Frenchie is confused as to why Kimiko wants a dog, and he says she deserves peace, which did make me a bit worried that he might sacrifice himself for her. He then says that he can't give her what she deserves and that he's ruined his souffle. Come on man, don't worry mate, it's pretty hard to get right. Tara then sees it in the bin though, and like every dog, they see food, they eat the food. Meanwhile, Huey and Billy are arguing over using the V1 as a cure for Annie and Kimiko. Like the comics, Billy doesn't want any soups left alive as he sees them as being inherently bad for the world, and to be fair, I can see why. But Annie and Kimiko have proven that they want the world to be safe for humanity. But as Edgar said in episode 3, Vought will always win. They can just rebrand and return with a newly packaged 7 as there's always profit to be made. Billy then says that he's always been right and asks Huey if he can accept the risk of Homelander becoming a god and killing like one as well. Huey then brings up Becca asking if he let her die, to which Butcher replies saying that he did. Now this isn't necessarily true, as Becca wanted to stay and protect Ryan from Vaught's influence. She thought she could give him a proper upbringing, which isn't something Homelander had. Billy still feels he failed though, and Huey's asking for the others to get a chance at surviving. It's put on hold when they realise Tara's eaten the whole souffle, but I do feel like this conversation kind of paints out where things are going to go. Anyway, Butcher blames Frenchie and asks for some hydrogen peroxide to make Tara throw up. Huey then acts the hero as always and feeds him the stuff to make him sick. Luckily, he survives, unlike the comic book version, and dreams of Homelander giving him some turkey. Billy has also been watching over him as well and is reading The Spy Who Came In From the Cold. That follows the spy who's pretending to defect in the Cold War. It paints both the East and West spy institutions as immoral and willing to do awful things for what they see as the greater good. It's very similar to Billy's mission and how he'll do bad things for what he sees as right. Tara then wakes up and we can see Billy's soft side again.
Oi. There he is, eh?
Now, I'm going to be completely honest, but I think Butcher has gone way too nihilistic recently, and it's just nice seeing the softer side to him, because you do wonder why people would even follow him when he's constantly a dickhead. No idea what happened to Jeffrey Dean Morgan still, but he thanks Huey, who's wearing a Hall & Oates t-shirt for the song Rich Girl, and we can also see a mural of Sister Sage behind him. This shows her reading, which makes sense considering her power set. Butcher then has a change of heart inspired by this moment and seeing Lenny's trophy from the magic show. In the comics, Huey is constantly compared to Lenny, and he's the one person he couldn't save. So Butcher doing this is him trying to make amends and show he's not the monster his father was. I think the brush with death with Tara has made him realise he needs to look after those close to him and show how much he loves those around him while he still can. There's also a lot of books on the shelf. Sadly, I can only make one out by Kenneth Oppel, which appears to be Silverwing. Billy then says that if it doesn't mess up their plans to kill Homelander, they can use some V1 to cure Kimiko and Annie. However, he will not keep any for himself. My guy is on a one-way path to death, and as they say, when you go for revenge, you should dig 2 graves. He then goes back to his hard-nut self when he asks Huey what he's looking at. Tara then goes back to his usual ways as well, and we cut back to them meeting again for the Sister Sage story. They're pulling troops out of the Middle East, and obviously there's a constant military presence there, which is still something we see debated all the time today. Sage then enters the lift and Soldier Boy holds the door so he can get in. Behind him, there's also a poster of Translucent, kind of reminding you of how many have fallen. Soldier Boy is heading to Crime Analytics, and Sage manipulates him again. She says how the meeting was thrilling, and Soldier Boy drops Bob Giacone, the founder of Penthouse magazine, which I've fucked up the name of. But Sage says it will be more exciting when Homelander's immortal. She's playing to his hatred of his son, which is something I think she may be miscalculating. While he doesn't want Homelander to be immortal, as we see in this episode, he's still protective of his son. Soldier Boy then heads off to interrogate Stan Edgar, which we see later, and we finally learn what Sister Sage's endgame is, which I never expected to be the plot of a Twilight Zone episode. Sage is looking over plans for what I think is the Colorado Springs bunker that she mentions later, and funnily enough, her mural in the school has her holding blueprints. She's then interrupted by a furious Ashley who's being suffocated by her Secret Service detail. And she even shouts out one called Garth, which I feel is a reference to the boys' creator Garth Ennis. She's furious though, as she almost made it so that VNN was the only network with a broadcast license. After Sage explains what Homelander wants, she speaks to a Ukrainian official and says maybe they shouldn't have been invaded, and basically victim blames them, saying that they may as well have been wearing a short skirt. Ashley is turning into a panicking though, as she explains that the markets are in freefall and that Vort's stock is tanking, but Sage doesn't care at all. That's because she doesn't want a world where markets are important and wants to change things, because right now, it's always what the man wants. They then share a drink and Ashley describes a story that many of us fully expect to happen behind closed doors. She says that the Swiss Chancellor suggests racing their Gulfstream jets at the climate change conference.
How dare you!
Which I do think probably happens. She also says, lols, and you are never beating those millennial allegations. Sage then goes to ask the back of her head what Homelander's doing. Ashley too says that Homelander's looking for V1 and Sage needs her to read Soldier Boy's mind. It's a dangerous plan, as it means going against Homelander, which is something Ashley has seen firsthand always ends in a bloody death. The Ashley on the back of her head is pre-corporate Ashley, and she recites their tramp stamp words, the only prison is fear. Fear is the mind killer, as they say, which makes you unable to act and shuts down your ability to do things, as we learned in June over here. Main Ashley refuses to help, but Sage manages to get her to stay and have a drink with her. The pair then polish off the decanter and get pretty drunk. Sage wants a chalupa while Ashley wants to call her ex. This then leads to the pair talking about their family. Ashley says that her mum died of cancer and Sage says her grandmother died of the illness too. It's a backstory that Sage mentioned to Newman at Tech Knight's mansion, and though she managed to cure cancer, she wasn't allowed to do anything about it. Ashley's mother was apparently tiny and scary and went so far as to reveal an affair to get revenge on her daughter's bully. During kindergarten as well. As we know, Sage's parents also gave her V, and they did this because they thought it would be their meal ticket. However, she says that being smart is the worst superpower, as having a 3-year-old correcting your grammar gets very, very annoying. She basically shut down all their plans and made them realize their life dream yogurt shop was bound to fail. But as we see, Sage is still upset over her death, and Ashley wants to be like her mother. She then realizes that Sage baited her, and Sage finally reveals exactly what her endgame is. It really is as simple as what she said to Newman when she said fuck them all. Helping Homelander and getting him to a position of power is phase 1, while phase 2 is causing a soup/human civil war. They will wipe out each other using their powers and also the power of the virus. She will then wait this out in her bunker, and once everyone's dead, she can read as much as she wants in peace. Now, if you watch the channel in some of our more niche videos, you'll possibly have seen me talking about how when I was in university, I basically downloaded every Twilight Zone episode ever and binge-watched them all. That was like my thing. And this plan is just like the episode Time Enough at Last. This followed a guy called Henry Bemis who was obsessed with reading, so much so his boss and wife would get angry with him. One day, he then decides to enjoy his lunch break in a bank vault. Now, while he's inside, a hydrogen bomb goes off and basically annihilates everything and everyone. Whew, sounds bad, but he sees that every cloud is a silver lining and realizes that he finally has time to read. Thus, he heads to the library to live out his days doing the thing he loves. Tragedy strikes, though, as his glasses break and he's now alone with books he can't read. It's probably one of the most famous episodes of all time that's up there with horror at 37,000 feet. There's something on the wing. Something. Like Bemis, I imagine Sage's plan to live out her life reading may end up in a cruel twist of fate. Maybe she will lose her eyes or something, and that would kind of play into how I think the symbol on her costume there, it is an eye, or at least it looks like one. But her main aim is to make sure that Homelander dies, and Sage invites both Ashleys to her bunker. I love how their expectations are shattered in this moment as well, as Ashley thinks there's an out, but there's always someone who's even more evil and cunning out there. It's why Billy is partly right in wanting all the soups gone, as this will never ever end with Homelander. There will always be a chance that the soups will be a danger to humanity. Personally, I can also see Stan Edgar somehow surviving all of this and leading a rebranded Vought, especially as we have The Boys Mexico coming out starring Diego Luna. Which is another Andor reference. We then end with a great shot of Sage standing below the mural of Homelander, placing them at opposite ends. Sage is basically the woman who threw a stone at God and brought everything crashing down. She is on the ground while he's above her in the air, almost like the creation of Adam painting. But the way it's framed, it makes her appear like Sage has turned her back on him and thus has turned her back on God, which is such a good shot. We then cut to the final story of the episode, and man, did they save the best till last. It's one that I'd have loved to have seen a full episode on if we weren't in the final season, because yeah, banger after banger line. Now we see as Soldier Boy stands up and hear some Captain America music that fades out, hinting this soup is no Steve Rogers. Soldier Boy then mentions that Homelander is pissy and asks about Stan Edgar. Soldier Boy hasn't seen him since Nicaragua, and he was the one who basically organised Payback's mutiny and had Soldier Boy sent off to the Russians. Soldier Boy mentions how he was the one who fetched his cocaine, and he can't believe that he's now in this position of power, or well, was in the position of power. So now he's going to interrogate his former Vought contact. However, Homelander doesn't trust him, but this is his only chance to get V1. We see that Stan is being held in the same prison that Maeve was at during Season 3, as well as Webweaver in Season 4. He's been made to wear the same outfit as the Freedom Camp inmates, but Homie wants to keep Edgar close. I do wonder as well if they'll even play into how Soldier Boy liberated concentration camps in the 40s, and now his son is off running these freedom camps. But who doesn't love freedom? And who doesn't love camps? But I do feel like he would know at this point, but him getting this information might be a curveball for the show. But Soldier Boy brings up the betrayal, and Stan assures him it was nothing personal, just business. Stan is very cold, so I believe it, but I bet deep down he was happy that Soldier Boy was Winter Soldiered. As he says, they had his replacement model ready to go, which showed more promise than Soldier Boy ever did. As he notes though, it amounted to nothing. Homelander is just as awful as his dad. Again, it's wildly different as Steve Rogers, and in the first Avenger, he was the weakest and smallest of the selection group for the Super Soldier Serum. However, he had heart and a sense of doing the right thing and hitting the thumbs up. It's why he didn't turn into a massive knobhead like Soldier Boy. Homelander just doesn't get it though and says that his power is absolute. Soldier Boy uses fame to have orgies and do drugs, while Homelander just uses it to scare and control people. This is just like the comic when Homelander met with Edgar's comic counterpart James Stillwell. The show created two characters out of him with Madeline and Stan. The former was the person who oversaw the Seven like the comics, while Stan had the cold, calculating company man persona. In the comics, Stillwell was completely unimpressed with Homelander, and over time the suit believed that those with powers shouldn't be controlled by the company or even the US government. Stillwell constantly put him in his place though, which led to Homelander leading a coup. Edgar then says,
When have you ever done anything remotely interesting or original?
Which is lifted directly from the comic. Like there, Homelander doesn't kill Edgar, which the former CEO puts down to the soup's desperation for daddy figures. In the comics, Stillwell also asks to be killed as well, as he's so bored with Homelander's cringy bullshit. In the show, Homelander asks Stan if he wants to die, and we see that Edgar becomes a little bit scared. This is different in the comics though, where Stillwell's face doesn't change whatsoever, and he's completely nonchalant. Luckily for his son though, Soldier Boy actually has a brain he can use. He mentioned earlier about going to crime analytics, and he says that he went there to track down Zoe and her father. So finally, there's some leverage over Stan, but he doesn't know where the V1 is. Instead, he points them in the direction of Mr. Marathon, who is somewhat of a Vought history buff. He also jokes that it should be a delightful reunion, and yet we do get that, as there's lots of supernatural cast members. But yeah, in the comics, Mr. Marathon was a member of the Seven, and he was featured in the 9/11 flashback. There, the Seven went to stop a plane hijacking, only for it to go completely wrong, just like the show. As he couldn't fly, he was also carried along with Black Noir, who again could secretly do it. Marathon was then killed after Homelander flew into the plane. Now in the show, he was on the Seven, but A-Train took his spot after Mr. Marathon slowed down. It also sounds like this happened as he lost a race. This mirrors A-Train's race against Shockwave in Season 1, and their A-Train's spot was in jeopardy, and thus he abused Compound V. This led to him winning, but the V affected his heart. We then cut to LA and hear Hooray for Hollywood by Rosemary Clooney, and that was from the movie Hollywood Hotel. It juxtaposes the visuals of homeless people sleeping on the floor and tent cities everywhere. Now, despite living in LA, Mr. Marathon is washed and even has to deal drugs to get by. His fancy life is all a facade, just like the Hollywood dream. We then arrive at his mansion and see a painting of him in his costume. It's just like the comics where he was based on the first Flash, Jay Garrick, though he looks a bit different in colour to his appearance on the poster for Dawn of the Seven. Mr. Marathon is played by Jared Padalecki, who was of course Jensen Ackles' co-star in Supernatural. Marathon says that he's a huge fan of Soldier Boy, even saying he lost his virginity in his underoos. This is a term I'd never actually heard of until Tony Stark called Spider-Man underoos in Civil War. And all my knowledge is built from Marvel movies. Homelander then says,
Well, you're only the world's fastest man as long as you're the world's fastest man, champ, and you got slow.
Which reminds me of what Shockwave said before his race.
A-Train is a fierce competitor, but no one can be the world's fastest man forever.
We also see a few productions that Marathon has been in since leaving the Seven. We get a hilarious joke though that these are not official Vought pictures. Instead, they're produced by Sony, who are the studio behind this show, and it reminded me of when The Simpsons constantly poked fun at Fox. Kripke in general is making fun of the Sony Picture movies, and Marathon says that they can't reference the VCU, which is something that Sony Pictures also has issues with when it comes to Marvel. They've made numerous Spider-Man-less Spider-Man movies, and then even had to lie in trailers and stuff to make it seem like it was all connected. Just a great line, and while it's a jab at stuff like Madam Web and that couldn't use Spider-Man, it's also a jab at the wider rights issue that connected universes face. The Netflix Marvel shows couldn't reference the MCU, which was at the height of its success, and even Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could only really name drop events here and there as it got deeper into its run. Feige clashed with Jeff Loeb, and then Feige came out and was like, we're going to do our own Marvel shows on Disney+. They'll be the real Marvel shows. And yet, we saw how most of them turned out. And Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. clears them all, if you ask me. Now we then see a poster for Marathon of the Heart. It's one of those terrible Hallmark or Lifetime movies and his co-stars Michaela Starr, who is actually a producer on the show. We then see Mr. Marathon around the Speedyverse, which is a clear parody of Into and Across the Spider-Verse. He's even sitting on top of a traffic light, similar to how Miles Morales sits on high buildings in those movies. It co-stars Mindstorm, who was a former member of Payback in the show, as well as Muzzletov, who was on Team Titanic with Mal Chemical. The third character in the movie is Mindroid, who in the comics was a member of Payback and the comics version of Mindstorm. We then see the Madame Web parody called Madame Marathon, which is part of Mr. Marathon's origins, which is kind of referring to how Madame Web was sort of a prequel to Spider-Man in a way, but not connected. You know what I mean, the rights were a fucking mess. This also stars Mal Chemical, played by Misha Collins in the show. He's also a former Supernatural cast member and is excellent in this episode. We finally get all three of them on screen, and behind the camera we also have Eric Kripke, who was the showrunner behind that series. Now in the comics, Mal Chemical can change into anything he wants. He was kicked out of Team Titanic and is a parody of DC's Metamorpho. He was then made the leader of Super Duper, who are a bunch of naive young supes. Huey was surveilling the team in the source material and then ended up infiltrating them when one of the supes was choking. He then went in to stop Mal Chemical after hearing him abusing the team, only to get his ass beat. Luckily though, Butcher is always watching and he set Mal Chemical on fire. At this point we then see Mr. Marathon Vampire Hunter, which is a parody of Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. There's also Running on Vapors, Let There Be Rampage and Savage Justice, all of which look like terrible made-for-streaming movies. But yeah, it's all under Sony's umbrella, and as we learn, Mr. Marathon even gets half off Sony TVs. We then cut to a poker game being played by celebrities. There's Kumail Nanjiani, Seth Rogen, Christopher Mintz-Plasse, and also Will Forte. Seth Rogen is of course an executive producer on the show, and we saw him in season 3 as Succumbs-a-Lot 779. He was also shown as the director of Black Noir Insurrection in season 1, as well as having a brief part in season 2. Kumail I mentions Aziz Ansari, Macaulay Culkin, Joaquin Phoenix, Keith Sutherland, and lastly Meryl Streep. We learn that Mal Chemical isn't on board with the fascism, as he just wants to live that Hollywood lifestyle. They all agree they need to do something, and Kumail says that their superpower is storytelling. It's a speech that reminds me of Seth Rogen's one in the studio when some doctors looked out on his role as the head of a movie studio. He then mentions Luke Skywalker, Katniss, and how Gandhi inspired people, which mate, Gandhi was real. Will claps back, saying that actors just collect their paychecks, and this is poking fun at actors trying to be all political. Rogen then says they should post about what's happened at the same time by using black squares. However, this was used by the Black Lives Matter movement, and critics of that said that people would just find endless black squares which blocked out activists sharing information. Rogen then suggests blue squares, saying Blue Lives Matter, which is of course a movement to support the police. They then suggest using white squares. Oh no. Rogen then suggests getting Lena Dunham to write an article for The Atlantic. This is riffing on the toothless activism from 2016 onwards. Lena Dunham is a wildly polarizing figure and kind of like the poster child for Hollywood liberalism. Will then says that the best day of his life was when Bill Hader was executed, as he's now getting more offers. Christopher also says he has hopes Michael Cera gets rounded up, as they're going for the same part. This whole thing is basically the boys' version of This Is the End, and their Jonah Hill prayed for Jay Baruchel's downfall. We even see as Craig Robinson missed out on all the events, just like Danny McBride. Rogen then says they've been friends for 20 years, referring to their first movie together, Superbad. That Hader was also a part of, and I'm freaking out because I went to see it and I was like, oh, this movie sums up my youth. And now that it's 20 years ago, I'm not young anymore. I need that V1 shit. We then see as they're interrupted by Homelander and Soldier Boy arriving. They pretend to be pleased to see them despite plotting a protest against fascism. We then learn that Will turned in Channing Tatum and Seth Rogen introduces himself. They met at the premiere for Silent Vengeance 3, Vengeance Reloaded, which is part of the VCU Phase 10. Rogen is also going to be testifying in front of Congress and outing starletters such as Post Malone. Now this is a reference to the House of Un-American Activities Committee that basically popped up during the Cold War. It aimed to root out communism and for a time focused on movies, TV and radio. Their suspected communists were investigated, which led to a Hollywood blacklist. Here it's being used to look for starladders, but it's also being abused. The Supes then ask Marathon about V1. We then go into his personal vault museum, which is a smaller version of Godolkin's secret one. As they enter, we can see the logo for Vault American, which was the original name for the company and the one used in the comics. This logo was also used at FortCon, which they basically use as a way to announce the next slate for the VCU. There's also a poster for Soldier Boy Ahoy, and next to that is the Ghost of Hanai, which is inspired by Rambo. Next to the flag is also a Payback team poster. We then see adverts for Vought Thins and Silver Kincaid being used. In the comics, she was a member of the G-Men and was abducted by Godolkin. She was experimented on and abused, leading to her to try and blow the whistle to the CIA. Raina then told her that her family was dead, and the Soup then took her own life shortly after. The picture here looks identical to the comic book version though, but in Season 3, we did have a different version of Kincaid. She actually took part in the American Hero show and was a Muslim woman from Birmingham. Starlight wanted her to win, but Homelander rejected the idea, and thus the Deep was brought back in what's another classic moment. Next to that's also an advert for Liberty Bonds, which is similar to how Captain America was used to sell war bonds. We then see a Captain America comic that blends his original run with the 70s Marvel comic group banner. This was taken off the shelves after the Kent State Massacre, which was when student protesters were shot by authorities. The cover shows him telling these hippies to get a haircut and shooting at protesters, as well as a very on the nose, "Thou doth protest too much." Shows how Vought has gone as far back as the 70s though, and was in bed with a US admin back then. We also see Vought trading cards with Black Noir and gunpowder. But it's clear they think they were good times, and Homelander then sees a load of baby oil called Puff Baby. This is a clear reference to what was found in Diddy's home, and Diddy's old rap name used to be Puff Daddy. So, Puff Baby. Homelander then looks at him disgusted, and I did find this odd. He's been painted as an asexual person, but we know he forced himself on Becca Butcher. So I do wonder if he's kind of gone celibate after seeing himself as a god now. Marathon also has a number of Nazi objects and says that Dr. Vought was a great man. Soldier Boy knows different though, and calls him a pansy with a German accent and sweaty palms. Clearly though, he was also very jealous that Clara was his wife. Soldier Boy has mentioned her a few times now, and seems to caress her photo. The pair even founded Herogasm together, and I expect that Vought Rising will explore this potential love story with her being Soldier Boy's Peggy. I even wondered if Stormfront was secretly Homelander's mother, as you'd need a Soup to carry a Soup child. And yes, that would make things even more fucked up than they already are. Homelander then asks if he knows where V1 is or not, and we can see another Soldier Boy Captain America style poster to the left. He then mentions that Bombsight knows where it is and that he can call him to come over, as he's been Marathon's best customer. At Fort Harmony, they of course discovered drugs, and it's just playing up the idea that the guy's a fucking drug addict. We then cut to Soldier Boy and Marathon doing blow, which the speedster just picked up. Homelander though just sits alone, as he's not into the drugs and debauchery. McLovin then offers Homelander a spliff, and Seth Rogen says he just pretends to like weed for his brand. Now this is a big joke, as Seth Rogen is probably like the biggest weed guy besides Snoop Dogg. He says he just does it to sell ashtrays, and yeah, I really appreciated this self-referential joke. McLovin is completely mugged off, and then we see Malchemical talking to Homelander, who doesn't remember him. He then overhears Marathon saying that he's weird. This is similar to how he caught A-Train insulting him under his breath. Marathon then recites a story about how Misha Barton wanted to suck him off, but he kept talking about Niche. This is a name drop that made me chuckle, as I did watch her crush it in a stage production of Double Indemnity. See, I can be cultured. It's not all just look at this Easter egg that shows Glup shito. He says that he's always been weird though, and is obsessed with his cape, which is something Soldier Boy also made fun of him for last week. And they think it's like a baby blanket or something. But Star is just so intimidating in these moments, and he asks him to say it again, which just silences the room. Soldier Boy then tells him to take a jog, but Homelander really cannot, and then threatens to leave. Before this though, he says the actors will pay for their memes. Very, very soon. They all end up dying, and it's kind of like a last warning before things go down. Even if he doesn't really have a hand in it. Will then turns on his friends, and Kamal jokes that he's yoked. This line really made me laugh, because yeah, the guy's in great shape, but he did this for the Eternals, and then basically wore a costume throughout the entire movie. Behind the bar, we can also see Mr. Marathon racing a cheetah, which is of course the fastest land animal. Malchemical then uses his power to knock out Homelander. Reminded me a lot of Dune when the Duke's given gas to try and take out the Baron. That plan fails just like this one here, and ultimately the tyrant lives. Will then begs to leave, but he gets called MacGruber, which is a reference to his long-running MacGyver parody character. We see his Marathon wants Soldier Boy to help get rid of Homelander, and then he can have the 7. They're rounding up everyone cool like hookers and drug dealers, and though Soldier Boy doesn't seem interested, He does when abortion's brought up.
Okay, well, banning abortion would be a big problem for me personally.
I think what this highlights in the end is that the vote media machine isn't really working on most of the public, especially the supes and celebrities. They just want to make movies, do drugs and bang chicks, but instead, because of Homelander, supes have been brought into politics. The episode also insinuates that while Homelander appears to be in control, the markets are not on board with his weird plans. I was surprised that Mal Chemical died so fast as well, as I think that Butcher could have done something with his power. Turns out Mal was also at Herogasm, and he brings up Soldier Boy's chest blast. That can actually take away Homelander's powers, but he says that the supe is his son.
Nobody fucks my son but me.
What?
Oof, it's the second joke about the pair banging, and that I feel is another reference to the comics. We then see as Soldier Boy kills Mal Chemical, which leads to a fight between him and Mr. Marathon. He even has a sound similar to A-Train when he uses his powers. Yeah, it's like A-Train but sped up. Will is then killed as the speedster runs into him and Soldier Boy uses the celebs as human shields. I absolutely died during this and throughout this scene I thought it was brilliant. They all explode just like Huey's poor ex-Robin, and Marathon just gets bloodier and bloodier. Next is Craig Robinson, and he says how his guts have been destroyed by Danny Trejo's food, who has a chain of restaurants. Kamal and McLovin then try to call the police and trust Soldier Boy, only to get screwed over. Seth Rogen then tries to escape, only to get run into as well, leaving him cut in half on the floor. It's a funny, emotional moment, and Marathon says he'll remember Rogen every time he watches An American Pickle. Soldier Boy then carries out a Home Alone and uses the Diddy Lube to trip Marathon. As he runs into it, we can also see TNT twin toy boxes. There's also blueprints for what might be Seven Tower, as there's a picture of that as well. Soldier Boy then breaks Marathon's ankle, which is something that happened to Barry Allen during Flashpoint. The speedster then reveals Bombsight does have the V1, but he hasn't seen him for 5 years. Also, love how Homelander comes in out of nowhere with the curb stomp. Close by, we can also see a Crimson Countess that reminds me of Rio by Duran Duran. Soldier Boy then says he took care of what happened because fuck them, which is a similar sentiment that Sister Sage had. Then reveals he's been banging Firecracker as well as their pillow talk. While doing this, he picks up the comic we saw earlier, and we can see a Bombsight comic was next to it. We also saw he was in the Curse of Fu Manchu during the V-52 scenes in Season 4. As well as these, we can see a reference to Private Angel, as there's a cast chair for her. She'll be part of Vought Rising, in case you don't know. And lastly, we can see a retro Vought Petroleum petrol pump, which is a brand that we saw in Gen V Season 2. We then cut to Firecracker, who loses the last bit of herself by throwing away the Jesus action figure. She's shocked by Homelander, and he then reveals he knows about her and Soldier Boy's pillow talk. Funnily enough, he doesn't care about the sex, but is clearly annoyed they've been talking behind her back and she's been having doubts. He then asks,
"Are you thinking of Jesus when you're praising me?"
He can tell she's lying and does a Dr. Meredith Grey and says,
"You're supposed to worship me. Love me.
So pick me. Choose me. Love me."
He's angry that she doesn't believe in him and fires her from the Seven. He tells her to pack up and leave, and it's crazy she could have walked away from this had she not pled and further bruised his ego. But she's the only one who truly believes in him, and she says the others are scared of him. All he wanted was for someone that really loved him, and it does seem like she actually does. However, due to his ego and parental issues, he's pushed her away and he ends up destroying her. He's transactional, and the minute she couldn't make milk, he tossed her aside, and because of this, he'll never truly be happy. He even scoffs at her, calling him a man, and she says that everyone needs love, even God. There's no room for love though, as any tiny perceived slight is the worst thing he can do to him, and so he kills her. She's a patriotic supe, killed using the symbol of America, which is an eagle, by the wannabe symbol of America. Ultimately, Firecracker gave up the only thing that helped her through life, while Homelander killed the only person who genuinely liked her. That's the end of one of my favourite episodes of The Boys ever, and it was just great getting a look at all the lives of the Seven. It had emotion, funny moments, and was littered with comic book Easter eggs, and I do hope we get a bit more of an explanation from Soldier Boy and exactly what the fuck he's doing, because it does feel a bit flimsy. But yeah, we've also got the Supe War and the comic epilogues to go as well, and beyond that, wrapping up everyone else's story. So let's hope this is better than the Lamplighter finale. But again, it was a banging episode in my opinion, and yeah, I hope you've enjoyed us going back through it. Peace! Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and this video we're breaking down The Boys. Episode 6 is now here, and in this we're going to be going through the big reveals, big deaths, big things, and what we think could be happening next time. In it, Homelander finally gets V1 in an episode filled with Easter eggs and callbacks, not to mention some major table setting for Vault Rising. That's something I am kind of worried about, because while writing this video, I saw the news that Gen V has been cancelled. That has been put into production though, it is filming, and as for the characters in Gen V, Kripke has said that they'll appear in other things. So potentially they'll appear in The Boys Mexico, or maybe Vault Rising, and probably most likely in this season. So yeah, where we go from here with these characters we're gonna have to see, but this does kind of act almost as a backdoor pilot for Vault Rising, and give us some of the characters for that. The episode basically rips up the status quo and leaves it all to play for going into the final 2 episodes. And look, yeah, I'll not put you through all of this for a whole video, I'll take off the mask. Ugh. Now, we open with the return of the legend, who's played by Paul Reiser. Funnily enough, he's the second Stranger Things cast member, as bombsite actor Mason Dye played Jason in Season 4. I mentioned in a few episodes as well how I love the legend's appearance in the comics, which served as lore dumps about Vault's history. There, he was based on Stan Lee and created fake backstories for every soup, including Homelander. Homelander was said to have come from a dying planet and landed here to become our savior, which yeah, you get the nod to that. In the show though, the legend's based off prolific producer and screenwriter Robert Evans. I also love how he name drops celebrities and his X-rated anecdotes just like Soulja Boy. But my guy has fallen on hard times. It feels very Better Call Saul, and kind of plays into the fall that he later talks about with Homie. Though he's getting dressed up in a mirror to Ain't That a Kick in the Head by Dean Martin, it sure is a kick in the head after what he's now reduced to. He's on the run after his bank accounts were frozen, but is still sort of working in the industry. In Better Call Saul, Jimmy worked at a Cinnabon, and he also used an old people's home to further his career. And we do take a visit to one later in the episode. But yeah, that might be a reach. I think the legend though is the standout character of this entry, and deep down he must be at his lowest point because he doesn't even object to Homelander killing him. This in some ways saves his life, and yeah, it was just so good seeing how he was just real with the villain. For now though, he's sleeping in the cinema, but he'll be damned if he doesn't look like $1,000,000. Now his alias is Chet Vanderbilt, just like how Saul Goodman's was Gene Takovic. We then cut to the lobby of a VMC, which is a clear parody of AMC. We even see the Nicole Kidman advert later on with another redhead firecracker. Basically explains why we come to this place, but we see that other than Mother's Milk and the legend, it's pretty much empty. And yeah, it reminds me a lot of going to the cinema in these modern times. But with it being a VMC, everything's organised to look like Vault, and we can see that the V itself even looks like a film strip, which we see on Chet's name badge. We've also had VMAX instead of IMAX, and this episode uses a lot of cultural parodies from the V52 Expo that was shown in Season 4. There's also a huge standee for the Deep Secrets of Atlantis, which was shown at the Disney Expo parody. This big ocean stand for him becomes bitterly ironic as he allows Vault to put in a pipeline which kills off billions of his buddies. So yeah, just having this eased in at the intro kind of lays the groundwork for what's going to come down the line, and actually a lot of posters in this episode do as well. Now, as we know from the greater VCU, this film itself is part of Phase 7. The idea of phases was introduced in Avengers when Nick Fury talked about Phase 2. That's something they've also brought into the show as well, with Sage having a second phase, and this episode actually sets up a third. We also see another Phase 7 movie, Firecracker Lord Soldier, while Mother's Milk's talking to the legend. This movie is actually what Firecracker's watching later as part of the AMC ad parody. On the wall we can also see a mural including the 7 and Payback. I think that's Big Chief Apache on the bottom right, who we later see at the nursing home. We also saw him at the V52 Expo, where a clip of his anti-littering PSA was shown. It was parodying the Keep America Beautiful campaign, which was notable for starring Iron Eyes Cody, who wasn't actually Native American. Also, while writing this script, it has been confirmed that the VCU is the official name for the Boys universe. Now, like every cinema, there's various adverts for combo deals, such as Popcorn and Turbo Rush, as well as a double dog deal. The popcorn bucket trend has also hit Vault, as we see they're giving out special deep popcorn buckets with every large combo. This one is inspired by the Deadpool and Wolverine one, which in itself was parodying the weird Sexual June Part 2 one, that for some reason was a shy halussi, and that basically also replaced my wife. Popcorn buckets have become a massive trend though, and I love how the Deep's mouth is just wide open. But we see the legend is very enthusiastic and hot on loss prevention as he stops a kid from filling up a water cup. As we cut to the Fantastila, we can also see a poster for Oh Father the Musical. DV Diggs was of course in Hamilton, which had a special recording released as a movie on Disney+. The legend then name drops Miriam Leibowitz, who I actually haven't heard of. The Gen Z manager has no clue about what he's going on about either, and he tells him to make sure he cleans out the nacho cheese spigot. Our editor Matt used to work at the Odeon, and he said this was by far the worst job you could do. There's also an iced version of Turbo Rush in the slushy machine next to the popcorn machine. We then see Mother's Milk turn up, and he wants to know where Bombsight is. Behind him, we can also see a poster for a Groundhog movie, with him being a character from the comics that also appeared in The Boys Diabolical. We then see the Firecracker VMC advert as the pair talk, and yeah, the corporation's obviously just covered up her death. Like, they even have her on a slab in the morgue in this episode. It's just in the same way though that they pushed Brave Maeve and A-Train after they died. Well, Maeve faked her death, but you know what I mean. Also wonder if she's going to appear in the show, and with her being on Sage's journal, it could highlight that she's part of Sage's master plan. That journal itself was also seen in season 4 when Sage showed it to Tech Knight, and it appears later on here. Mother's Milk then calls Bombsight the Legend's bump buddy, who is apparently now clean. But there were drugs around Fort Harmony, which is how they figured out it was him. Milk then plays the bad cop here and trying to get the V1, and the Legend notices that he's turning into Butcher. This is also referenced later on after the old Soup's home visit. We see that the quest to destroy Homelander is slowly turning everyone into monsters, with only Huey and Kimiko retaining who they are. Frenchie, you could argue as well, but he doesn't really seem to have much hope for his future beyond DJing in Germany, which I'm sure is great as well. Now, why these two specifically in Huey and Kimiko are hopeful is because they believe that there's gonna be a life after they take down Vought. Kimiko is planning for kids, and Huey just has unending hope. Juxtaposing this, Annie, Milk and Butcher, they've all decided that they're dead and have simply just accepted it. Milk even admitted that if he thinks there's a chance he'll see his family again, he won't do what needs to be done, and they're all kind of just living like they've accepted that they'll die soon. Now, why I'm bringing this up is because it's a theme that's also explored with Golden Geisha. She has the chance at immortality, but also appreciates that life has an end. So Milk swigging away, accepting his death, is just them enjoying the time they have left. We then cut to the V1 trials. Homelander asked for Vought Labs to prioritize making it, and insisted they save time by testing on humans from the Freedom Camps. The camps are basically concentration camps, and in real life they also featured human testing at places like Dachau and Auschwitz. Frederick Vought used these camps to create V1, and Soldier Boy was then shown liberating one during newsreel footage. Along with this, Homelander's upbringing was very traumatic, as he was locked in a cage like the poor guy here. So now he's repeating the cycles of violence and abuse that he experienced, while his dad's complicit in the same thing that made him. Ultimately, they don't even need the trial though, as Homie gets the V1 through Bombsight. So yeah, it's all about just continuing that cycle of abuse, and these characters are happy to do the same thing that was done to them, and thus push things towards an even bleaker future. This has clearly been going on for a while now, and we do learn this is the 35th trial. It also fails, and the poor guy's butt just ejects blood. We also saw a similar trial with the production of the Godolphin virus, where Soups were killed as Shetty and Dr. Edison Cardosa worked to perfect it. Gen V Season 2 also opened with scientists taking V1, and all of them except Godolphin died at the scene. Now, speaking of someone who's kind of shitting themselves to death, we see as the Deep walks in looking for Firecracker. He's then told that she's moved on to a better place.
Orlando?
No mate, hell, or heaven maybe, but I don't know if binning a Jesus figure just before you die puts you in the good graces of God. But this just shows that A-Train and Noir's warning of Homelander killing everyone who works for him have come true once more, and the Deep sees firsthand the cost that comes with staying pals with Homie. My guy should just be swimming as far away as he can from here, but he's so up Homelander's arse that he goes against his own morals again. Now I even wonder if the Deep is going to be barred from the sea now, as all the fish are aware that he's betrayed them. The sad thing is as well, had all the members of the Seven sided with the boys, then they could have easily taken down Homelander. But they've all been complicit in creating this immortal god who has the ability to usher in a never-ending dictatorship. Like, for as bad as some world leaders have been, at least they died. Homelander will live forever though, and just bring in misery to all those who don't bow to him. Homelander then insinuates a Firecracker was an unbeliever, and the Deep desperately wants to prove his loyalty. He's the Lord of the Seven Sea, and fish are his friends, but over time he shunned them. He's gone from being like scared to eat an octopus to being happy eating sushi. He's desperate to stay inside the inner circle and stay alive, but in doing this he loses who he is. But we watch as the Deep accepts being the face of a new oil pipeline. Protesters are blocking Vought Petroleum, who are the same company that runs the petrol stations that we've seen throughout The Boys and Gen V. Pipeline protests have of course been very common in real life, like things like the Dakota Access Pipeline, and it's always a controversial subject. But like real life, the companies ultimately always push on, and this leads to the worst leakage of all time. They also talk about how Homelander's reveal as an immortal god will upset the Middle East. As such, Sage mentions the Saudis will have feelings and OPEC will block oil coming to the USA. Now again, this was written before the election, and we are currently seeing limitations on oil coming from the Middle East. And what did Kripke know? Britain's getting affected. There's been the worry like we're going to run out of oil and stuff, and it's crazy how much stuff they're basically, how relevant every episode seems basically. I think we've seen lots of wars fought over oil at this point though, and yeah, you could probably write a TV show in like 5 years with this plotline and it'll still be relevant. As he also mentioned last week how the market and vote shares are in free fall, so the effect this will have on America is immense. We see as the Deep is happy to get rid of the protesters though, which is similar to what Soulja Boy did when he was younger. They even had a comic issue of him doing the same thing last week, and it shows a further step towards authoritarian rule. The Deep does get concerned though when he's asked to shoot a PSA saying the pipeline is safe. He knows fish fucking hate pipelines and is clearly worried, as so far he's been able to operate in secret. Sage presses him though.
Thought you were on the boat.
I love how this metaphor speaks to the character's predicament now as well. The Deep is a sea soup, so he should be in the water, but metaphorically he's been forced onto this boat to remain with Homelander, even though he doesn't naturally fit or even really want to be in it. But the Deep wants to show his loyalty to his boss. Firecracker died because she showed hesitation and threw away her beliefs just before dying. So the Deep is doing the same, which does mean he may be the next of the 7 to die. Well, after Noir anyway. As for now though, Sage has given up after this trial and says there's no way that she can replicate V1. But Homie says,
"There's no way Frederick Vaught is smarter than you."
Reminds me a bit of the box of scraps line from Iron Man, but here he's holding back his frustration. We know that Homelander is a soup supremacist, so with that in mind, he believes in Sage as he doesn't believe a non-soup is smarter than a soup. Sage goes another route in the end though and ends up using Ashley and her Galaxy Brain 4D chess. Ultimately though, the plan fails as she failed to factor in human emotion. This is something she sees as beneath her and she thinks people are too predictable to account for the variables. Now honestly, like with Sage's plan in general, I'm just kind of like, I don't know. She's supposed to be the smartest soup on earth and every week there's something that messes with the plan. So I don't know if this is underwritten or if they're saving some big reveal for how Homelander getting V1 was actually part of the plan, but I just think the whole plan was quite stupid in the end. Let me know below if you disagree, but if they weren't constantly telling me this is the smartest character on earth, I don't think I would have come to that conclusion. We then cut to an advert for Homelander's weekly Sunday sermon. Father narrates it and says Homelander was a rebel that challenged the man. Frames him as someone who was a troublemaker and, during his lifetime, Jesus was also seen as a controversial figure. This narration over black and white images is also very similar to the He Gets a Super Bowl adverts. Now in the background we can hear Hosier's Take Me to Church, which when taken at face value sounds like a song about, well, going to church. However, it's actually a critique on organised religion, and it's clear that Vought have just taken this as a marketing technique to get people to worship Homelander. Last week's ad appealed to the white rural Americans, whereas this is going after the inner city youths. We then cut to the boys watching the advert and planning their attack. The virus is ready, and they aim to insert it into what looks like an air freshener by the stage. This will wipe out Homelander and everyone in the church. Reminds me a lot of season 2 when Newman popped the heads at the Senate hearing, and Huey is quite skeptical about doing this as the girls haven't got their V1. But as we've touched upon, they have accepted their fate. I think in the end, they'll possibly beat Homelander by using Soulja Boy's powers, the uranium, and the virus combined, and all these weaknesses being launched on him at once will be what finally takes him down. We did see last week how they were bringing in some equipment from Harmony for a secret project with Milk and Butcher, and my theory time is that Ryan will go toe-to-toe with his dad once more, and then Soulja Boy will be the one that picks between the two. If he chooses his son, it'll usher in an immortal tyrant who will bring the world to ruin. However, if he sides with Ryan, it'll save humanity and hopefully create a soup who's actually the second coming that can guide us to a better path. He'll then blast him, and then Billy might lock himself and Homelander in a room with the uranium and virus. That could be the end of Homie, and them both. And don't quote me on that yet, but it's just a theory time. He also says that Billy doesn't have to enjoy this that much, which is something that Mother's Milk later says to Sister Sage.
You don't have to enjoy it so much.
Yeah, but I ain't gotta enjoy it.
At the end of the day, they're gonna commit mass murder, and Billy seems to revel in it. Becca's assault at time feels like an excuse for him to be a right horrible bastard, and it's very clear that he's now lost his humanity. Now, building off what we touched upon earlier, the legend compared Mother's Milk to Billy, but it is quite layered. Marvin has accepted that death is coming, but he doesn't enjoy the horrible things he's about to do. Billy, however, does. That's why just the death of Homelander will never be enough for him. He wants to wipe out Supes forever. I did even wonder if they got their hands on the V1, whether Billy would go through with giving it to Annie and Kimiko. Cause I'm not sure if he will. Billy wants to go ahead ASAP with the plan though, because time is of the essence. We also see as Huey's wearing a Billy Joel t-shirt, and I was as well, mate, but no one was like, well done on the cosplay. That was a top tier costume, mate. They can't all be my deep one. Milk then comes in with the legend, who's impressed by Starlight. He likens her to a young Ursula Andress, which is a nice moment, only for the legend to ruin it and mention that she pissed on him. Lovely. I wonder if he ever got a gold finger, the man with the golden shower. Yes, I know she was in Dr. No and Casino Royale as well. The original. Video of them both on the channel. The legend then suggests getting to bomb site via his girl Golden Geisha, who was mentioned in season 3.
I was balls deep in Golden Geisha, and Marlon Brando was apparently balls deep in me.
Now, Geisha is of course a traditional female performer, and it sounds like her show was very of the time.
I loved it, even the parts that were ridiculous racist stereotypes.
Kimiko was a massive fan though, and she just appreciated seeing someone who looked like her on TV. He then says that Geisha had a steamy sex scene with Eric Estrada on Operation Orient. Estrada was known for his chips, and Operation Orient is a send-up of less than PC movies and TV shows, but the legend says it was very progressive for its day. It's also the same name as Nazi Germany's plans to link up with Japan through the Middle East in World War II. Geisha is the only chance to get to bomb site though, but as we learn, she's moved into a retirement home. Everyone except Annie and Huey then head there, while that couple are then sent to the church. Frenchie then promises Huey that they will find the V1 and calls him Petit Huey. That's a nickname from the comics, which I haven't actually heard him use in a while. We then go to the 7th Tower and Ashley's being roped into Sage's scheme. Sage wants Ashley to read Soldier Boy's mind to work out where the V1 actually is. She says how she's the VP and it would look bad if the world ended on her watch, and thus refuses to help. So she's chloroformed and Sage gets Ashley to do her bidding, which I absolutely loved. Just watching her kind of puppet the body around as Ashley one's unconscious was such a good moment. Ashley 2 is basically Ashley before she was broken down by the corporation and fear, and is a more virtuous, youthful character driven by taking down the system. I do also wonder how her relationship with Allfather is going to play into this, as the pair are of course married and they're kind of on opposite sides. Secret Service detail also asks if everything is okay, and she says,
"Stand down and stand by."
Which I did wonder might be a reference to Trump, or it could just be a saying in general in the US, of the good old US of A. Yeehaw! I am not fully up to date with your culture. Do you like hot dogs still? What's it like being a cowboy? Do you wear t-shirts, mate? You do, did you say? Well, why not check out our merch store right below the video? There we have these great designs inspired by the show, and if you love the boys, you'll look the boy wearing these designs. Or girl. There's also big discounts for the summer too, and huge thank you if you picked one up. We then cut to the Big Chief Apache's old TV show from the 70s.
I don't care how they did things on the reservation. You're in the big city now. Here, I'm the chief.
We see Apache, who is quite clearly a white man playing the part of a Native American, just like the old PSA. He then smells smoke and a woman comes in saying the old mill's on fire. He's basically Lassie with the trouble down the mill trope, and Native Americans are often portrayed as mystical characters with heightened senses for the land, which I always kind of remember with Nightwolf from Mortal Kombat, but he was a fucking badass character. The show is called Engine 9, which is a play on the song Engine Number 9. Engine is also like the word Injun Joe from The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Also, the show could be a reference to the 70s show Emergency, and I did kind of wonder if this was playing off the old 70s Hulk show. He then stands up with his tomahawk, which is something he uses later in the fight. As we pull out, we then see Vought Villages, which is an oasis for super seniors. I love how there's a subtle bottle floating in the air, which belongs to an invisible soup. Now, I had kind of wondered what would happen to the elderly soups, and it turns out it's a lot like what we do with our elderly. Just brush them out of the way and let them play bingo and forget about them. This episode centers heavily around age though, and Homelander's refusal to accept nature. Homelander was of course born in a lab, never really had a parental figure, and was propped up as a figurehead for a corporation, who were completely sterile and just did everything for money. So there was never any love, never any humanity, and he's the very antithesis of what it means to be human. So having characters accept their humanity, accept that they must die, it very much works in showing how he's just not human. To the right of the TV is also a poster for The Savior of Saipan, which is a Golden Geisha movie. To the right is a Bombsight film, which is also starring Geisha. This subtly introduces the two characters we're going to meet in the episode, and on the left is a poster for The Curse of Fu Manchu, starring Bombsight, which we saw in season 4. Right at the back, we can also see the Big Chief Apache one, who of course is layered throughout the episode. The legend once again tells an X-rated story about a lady who appears to be playing a board game and psychically moving the pieces around. And it's kind of like Xavier's home for gifted retirees. Now this builds into Vort's whole system of control, and we've seen how they've got an orphanage, university, and now even have a retirement home. Shows that once the corporation have you, there's no escaping the company, and they'll be there through every aspect of your life, or you'll be cast to the side. As for the soup, apparently she can fly and entered the Mile High Club with the legend. He's banged most of them, but he doesn't like to kiss and tell apparently. Which, you seem to do it a lot, mate. But right now, it's bingo time, bingo time, bingo time. And we find Geisha and the legend name-dropping the actress Marsha Mason. His dick must have been like a fucking pepperoni in the 70s, this guy. As for Geisha, she's played by Naoko Mori, who played Sarah in Absolutely Fabulous and the Spice Girls' pregnant friend in Spice World. And this is the kind of stuff that you won't get from those fuckers at Screen Crush. Kimiko then fangirls, and Geisha mentions that the legend has yellow fever, which is an outdated term for men who prefer Asian women. He then mentions how she and Bombsight were close, but she lies saying she doesn't have a number, when really she has over 20, as we see later on. And obviously, you know, when you're immortal, you're going to change your phone number quite a lot, yeah, it does make sense she's got 20 of them. For now though, they've apparently fallen out of touch, as Geisha doesn't want to be immortal. It's something that Frenchie and Kimiko are going through as well, as their lifestyles just don't make them compatible. Kimiko needs a V1 to stay safe from the virus, but in turn, this will make her immortal. Thus, she'll see Frenchie get old, wither, and die, and I think Geisha shows Kimiko their future isn't realistic. They're then chased out by a Firestarter who has similar powers to Lamplighter and Pyro from the X-Men. Legend then explains that Bombsight won't help if they lay a finger on Geisha. Billy then basically says that all the soups are monsters, and the legend's kind of shocked by the callous disregard for the soups. The soups in the home are his friends, and this animosity foreshadows his comic ending. We'll talk about it in the spoiler section, but there is something interesting that happens in this episode that I do think layers the groundwork for what could be happening there. We then cut to the Deep's PSA for the pipeline. Season 3 had some promotional material showing the Deep advertising $7 a gallon petrol, and this is just building off the back of that. My guy goes full Prager as he defends oil, saying that it's good for the environment. He then says it's organic and natural as it comes from the earth. Just like how politicians and lobbying groups have been trying to make a clean coal a thing recently. The Deep, as per usual, has some of the best lines and says that if we don't use it, then the dinosaurs would have died for nothing. He even says that his Carl friends can't wait to build houses on the pipeline, and it's a good thing as it provides low-income housing. We cut to Noir though, who's still fumbling over Burke's death, and the fact his dreams have been stripped away. On the screen we can also see the Deep is called The Real Deep, and that jet streaks like the Post. It does seem like this is another cover-up by Vought, just like Firecracker, as Jetstreak of course died in episode 2. He was killed by the virus, and it does seem like they're still using his account to make sure it seems like everything's a-okay. The Deep also says that he went down there and inspected the pipeline personally to make sure it was safe. This is where Noir then gets the idea to smash a hole in it, as he knows the Deep is an idiot and it's probably just been hammered together badly. Meanwhile, Huey is having a slash and Annie wants to sit down on the bonnet and look at the clouds. It's nice that we actually get a scene of just the two together, as I feel like their relationship has been put on the back burner quite a bit. She says that this is one of the top 5 things to do with Huey and is just enjoying life while she can. As mentioned, she and Kimiko have decided that they won't take the V1 as they'll never get old, while their lovers will slowly waste away. The clouds are also kind of a Rorschach test, and it shows how long she's been around the boys, as she just sees stuff sucking cocks, whereas Huey's stuff's a bit more family friendly. She then asks where he gets his unshakable hope from, and he tells a story about his dad. Also love how Jack Quaid does like a spot-on impression of Simon Pegg's American accent.
My dad would always say, you know, son, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react.
Never sat right with me, and it's kind of like an uncanny valley thing, as like all the English actors seem to have this this accent. I think it's called the transatlantic accent. I think that's what they call it in drama. But yeah, Benedict Cumberbatch, Andrew Garfield, Martin Freeman, they all do the same accent. Annie then says he's low-key the strongest person she knows. This calls back to Homelander intimidating him and asking what people saw in him. Homie has all the power in the world and even becomes immortal at the end of the episode. But no one loves him for who he is, so he sees going after these achievements as ways to make people like him. But in reality, it just makes it more unrelatable because, like, how do you connect with the owner of a multi-trillion-dollar company that has superpowers and can live forever? Just can't, so he pushes himself and ends up further alone. Huey's strong mentally as well, while Homelander is just a small weak man who without his powers would be deeply insecure. I even wonder if the cruelest fate would be that they leave him alive but somehow take his powers, just like we see with Bombsight at the end. Now, during the scene, the question did flag in my mind if this is one of their last moments together. Due to the ending, it makes me think that we may indeed get a comics ending after all, which is again something that I will save for the spoiler section. We then cut to our girl Sage, who's later trapped for Soldier Boy. After Firecracker's death, he's replacing her at the Sunday sermon. Comments on how basically all the Supes are now just using a religion they don't believe in for power, and they've ousted most of the real Christians like Annie and Firecracker. She then baits him into thinking about V1, and though he lies, Ashley too gets the location. Ashley then says that the inside of his head is horrible, and he's witnessed numerous atrocities and has been subject to horrible things, and probably a lot of things that the Legend's done as well. They then figure out that he and Homie are going for Bombsight, and thus want to lay a trap. Now Sage didn't expect that Soldier Boy would help Bombsight and then give his son the V1. Granted, she probably didn't know about the whole Stormfront thing, but we will break that down when we get to the end of the episode. Sage interfects by cutting her tracking chip out, and I do feel like this might be the last time she's in the 7th Tower. Now this is also something that Starlight needed to remove in Season 2, and it basically means that she's now out the 7. Ashley's been left high and dry, and I do think that she'll end up on the hook for Vort's crimes, just like her counterpart in the comics. We then cut to a 50s advert with Bombsight. It's promoting Ye Olde Meth, which is, yes, literally meth. This was actually really common in the 1950s and marketed towards housewives as a diet drug. It obviously caused a ton of issues and side effects, which included insomnia, cardiovascular problems, high addiction rates, and in some cases death. But Vought is just always after the money. We then see as Kimiko, Billy, and Mother's Milk plan to kidnap Geisha while she's sleeping. She wakes up though and makes a golden dome force field. This is something similar to what we've seen in Marvel Comics and movies with Sue Storm, and like her, she can also put fields around others. Luckily, they knock her out though through her IV, and I did notice Milk had a sinister grin, showing how much he's changed. As they head out, we also see a poster for Merchant Mariner starring Torpedo. When it comes to this character, we don't actually know much about him, but he will be appearing in Vault Rising along with Bombsight and Soldier Boy. It's very fitting with his Navy theme though, and seems to be about protecting merchant ships like 2020's Greyhound. Now this initially seems like a smooth escape until they're ambushed by Supes. We have Big Chief Apache, Hot Flash, and a guy who can stretch his nuts out. Nutcracker, I want to call him. But yeah, obviously though, as men get older, our balls droop down, and this guy is basically a bit of an insight into what's going to happen to Mr. Fantastic. He uses his nuts as a weapon, and this reminds me of Everything Everywhere All at Once in the bum bag. Milk then dips as he has no powers and has had a run-in with some oversized genitals and love sausage. The Freak by Chic also plays as these are Supes from the 70s. As they fight, we can also see a movie about Midway starring Torpedo. It appears to be about the major battle on the island in World War II. Billy's brutality is also on full display here as he makes light work of the old Supes while Kimiko begs him to stop. She then gets tomahawked by Chief and Billy knocks him out. We then cut to Homelander and Soldier Boy who've arrived at a tip received by Crime Analytics, but they see it's just a ploy by Sage. She plans to divide them further by showing the footage of Stormfront giving Homelander an old-fashioned, which is something that we saw happen in Season 3. Soldier Boy is horrified by what he's seen, and as we learn, he deeply loved Clara. So he's just seen his son get a handy from his dead ex, which is mental. It also speaks to one of the themes of the episode, which is about love and what it can make you do. Geisha and Bombsight have had to let go of theirs, and I'm guessing that Kimiko and Frenchie will as well. In the end, Soldier Boy gives Homelander the V, as he believes that's what his love Sage would have wanted. None of them are really acting for themselves though, and they're sort of acting for the feelings of the other. For example, Geisha knows Bombsight will be devastated if he sees her grow old and die, and thus it's easier just being apart. Soldier Boy is acting on behalf of the woman that he loved, and Kimiko and Frenchie don't know how it's gonna go, but I think the episode is kind of telling us. But yeah, love and letting go is something that Homelander's also had problems with too. Like, he even had his shapeshifter appear as Stillwell because he couldn't part with the memory and kept Stormfront alive even though she wanted to die. In this moment though, Homelander is quick to blame his son, as Ryan was the one who burned her.
It's his fault.
In reality though that happened, he kept her alive in his room at the Seventh Tower, which is also exactly what he did to his dad. And it's sort of like poetry they rhyme. Sage's plan appears to work though, as Soldier Boy says that Homelander doesn't deserve to live forever. However, later on he realizes that Homelander really is the upgrade after all. We then cut to the Democratic Church of America as Huey loops the security cameras. Sometimes I forget he was a bit of a tech whiz, and they of course do this sort of thing a lot in spy movies. I remember like back in the day when they first started doing it, they were like loop the footage and you had a big scene, you're like whoa, they're looping the footage, this is crazy. And nowadays you just have the character say it and you already understand that they know how to do it. But yeah, as they breaking in, we see a wall of psychics. Now, while this isn't a plot from the comics, I have two ideas, two theory times if you will. The first is that Homelander could be using them as sort of precogs like Minority Report and as a way to see the future. However, there's also the possibility that Homelander could be using them to mind control the country into accepting him as a god. On the top row, you can see Kate from Gen V, and in the second row, there's a character that's clearly a reference to Avatar: The Last Airbender. With Kate being the most notable one there though, I'm guessing that she's the person who's going to get brought into the show, and I'm guessing Homie might use her as a way to push America into obeying their new leader. The couple then head into a freezer and find Firecracker's body. And he says she should feel relieved, but instead just feels sad. The pair of course have history though, as Annie was basically a bully that nudged her towards this life after pushing her out the pageant circuit. Annie realizes though that she was still a human being, and Huey says that's probably why Homelander killed her. As we've seen, all the people who don't believe his ridiculous lives are seen as dissenters and then killed for the crime of questioning him. Now, with them keeping her body here, I do kind of wonder if they're going to use it as a prop and a way to further paint Starlight in a bad light. Also, the fact they haven't held a funeral, they had the bit with the VMC at the start, it makes me think they might be pushing the lie that she's still alive. And they have shapeshifters, so they can basically do what they want. It's not like Firecracker had any powers that necessarily you'd want to see all the time to prove it was her. We then cut to Billy and Mother's Milk trying out the phone numbers which don't work. Geisha also asks how to delete them, as she doesn't want any contact with her ex. And it reminds me a lot of my grandma being like, how the fuck does my phone work? I'm paraphrasing there. But for now, the pair want to torture her, and even Frenchie's weirded out by it. We can see that both Mother's Milk are going too far, as clearly she has no idea where Bombsight is. They're then startled by Sister Sage, who's found their hideout.
Villain switches sides in the final hour. What a twist. Shock that never happens.
She's poking fun at the side-swapping trope, but she genuinely needs the boys. They both have the same aim, even if she wants to go on and cause the apocalypse after stopping Homelander, which is kind of what Billy's after as well. Milk then asks why they should trust her, because yeah, she's spent the last few years building Homelander up. She says that they shouldn't, but she explains that she knows what Huey and Starlight are up to, and she's clearly protecting them. Sage doesn't care about the virus killing Supso, as she'll be in her bunker reading. She also knows how to contact Bombsight, and in reality is the only chance they have, so they begrudgingly accept. We then cut to Ashley speaking to the press and explaining that the Vault Petroleum pipeline has caused a massive oil spill. She also says that she's shaking off a migraine, which is a side effect of the chloroform. The spill is bigger than the Deepwater Horizon one though, and I did wonder if they'd get the Deep to say, "We're sorry." And deep water is in deep water. We then cut to him covered in oil looking like Jon Snow at the Battle of the Bastards. Now, I think throughout the show, we've constantly seen characters covered in blood, which highlighted the blood on their hands. Though it isn't blood per se, it still evokes the same imagery and how the Deep has crossed the line that's led to the death of those he cares about. That's often how blood appears in the show, and it's a nice symbolic way to highlight he's gone through a baptism that's changed him. He can't breathe as he also has gills, and though they clean him up, his friend Jeremy isn't so lucky. In his dying breath, the fish says he knows what he did and he's finally lost the support of the sea life. Now this should be the moment that he changes, but somehow the Deep keeps sticking around like a barnacle on a ship. Fish metaphors! But after Firecracker and Noah's death, plus Sage's defection, him and O-Father are like the last members of the Seven. Well, Soldier Boy as well, but it doesn't really seem like he's that part of the group. The boys and Sage then wheel out the geisha as bait for Bombsight, which felt a bit It Follows-y. Have you seen It Follows? It felt a bit like that. They all know that he'll turn up though, as if Frenchie received an image of Kimiko tied up, he'd also try to save her. and he minches his froggy legs. We then see as Kimiko is really nice to the character and apologizes for what they're doing. She watched every episode of Undercover Geisha and learned English by viewing it with subtitles. Frenchie then reveals that they're after the V1, and she says she'll ask Bombsight to give it to them. He stole it for her so they could be together forever and ever and ever. However, she refused it and he left because seeing her get too old is just gonna be nothing but painful. If you've been watching our coverage of Invincible, then we have talked about this sort of thing with the Immortal and how he basically had to constantly keep watching the people he loved died. So they would rather just spend their life together, and if it ends, and they had a good life. Geisha then says,
Summer is only beautiful when you know winter's coming.
And from this, I take her as saying that being young is great, but you can't do it forever as it just becomes tedious. It's like having Christmas every single day. You get bored of it and never have the excitement leading up to it. It also reminds me of Claudia in Interview with a Vampire, who is doomed to be forever young. Kimiko even talks about how she doesn't want to be a vampire either, and this is why she and Annie won't take it. Hell, even with the V, Geisha clearly ages a lot slower than regular people, and in the episode I'm sure they say she's in her 80s, but she doesn't look like that. And this is kind of similar to Captain America. Though we have seen him as old, at the end of Endgame he was about 120. So he aged a lot slower, and our editor Jaden actually brought up that for every 2 years that Peggy aged, Cap aged about 1. So he would have had to go through that pain as well, but he was clearly accepting that they had a good life together. Unless Doomsday undoes it all, but we will see. But something similar has clearly happened with Geisha as well, but even then, Bombsight doesn't see there as being enough time. Cutting to Annie and Huey, they arrive at the church stage and we see a massive golden statue of Homelander. He's in a crucifixion pose, and this is playing off the Bible's warning of worshipping false idols. As she said earlier, Annie knows this church inside out as she used to escape to it a lot as a teenager. As we know, she grew up in a religious household, and her mum lied, saying her powers were a gift from God. Her strange religion then went hand in hand with the realization that the Seven are just corporate puppets rather than heroes. Also wonder if the meeting here is still going to go down, and this might be the location of a big showdown in the end. Annie saw how religion was brainwashing the youth and then stood up at Believe Expo and delivered a big speech. Annie then comes face to face with O-Father and is quite shocked that he's actually supporting Homelander. She's known him for a very long time, and he even talked her and Supersonic out of getting matching tattoos. At one point, he was a nice guy who looked out for her, and Starlight also looked up to him. He actually believed in God as well, unlike Ezekiel, and we get a lore dump that explains why he's backing Homie. Turns out he started preaching when he was 9 years old, and people begged him to pray with them just so they could get a job or improve on their lives. However, this never happened, and their prayers went unanswered. Thus, he lost his faith and started to think that God wasn't listening. Religion is all about having faith and trusting that your God is real, but O-Father needed something more tangible. He sees Homelander as God in human form and is someone that he can speak to and interact with. And he then tries to appeal to reason by saying that Homelander killed Firecracker and he'll do the same to him. Same line that A-Train and Noir used on the Deep, but their Wakwaman is too stupid and O-Father is too blind due to his faith, and this falls on deaf ears. They then go to fight, and his powers remind me a lot of Black Bolt. He just blasts her back with his voice, and she doesn't really stand a chance of standing against him. He's actually deceptively powerful and could probably fuck up a lot of the soups. But Huey comes out and threatens to use the virus. He bluffs by saying that Annie took an antidote, and thus O-Father backs off as he doesn't want to test him. Appealing to him is out the window though, and like the comics, he's ride or die for Homelander. Now thankfully, the show is fleshing out his character a lot more than the source material, and David Diggs is absolutely crushing it. We then cut to the Manhandle studio and see the Deep crying while watching a news report. Noir then says there's plenty more fish in the sea. Oh wait, they're all fucking dead, which was my favourite line in the episode. Deep is clearly fucked up though.
Now we're even, Steven.
Now I might be reaching, but this could possibly be a reference to the Deep's canonical friendship with Shia LaBeouf. The Deep then says that Noir killed 1.4 billion fish, but Noir claps back by saying the Deep killed a national treasure. And hey, as someone who's a veggie, I don't care if it's an animal or what, I view all lives as important. Well, more important than Adam Burke's life at least anyway, mate.
Sucks to suck, dipshit.
Stop! Loser! Bro.
Oof, burn. The Deep then crashes out and kills Black Noir by strangling him with a cable and knifing him in the neck.
You were never my bro.
Now, I do kind of have my issues with this, and it's not because I think Noir 2.0 is great, which I do, but beyond that, I think the soups should be harder to take out, and granted, A-Train and Firecracker were killed by Homelander, so I do get that. However, Combined with Noir, it makes him sort of look a bit soft in a season that's all about creating a virus to kill those deemed to be insanely powerful. Like, I remember how Translucent was almost impossible to kill, but now they're dropping like flies. So yeah, I am kind of back. Look, it was a nice surprise, but yeah, I don't even think you guys need the virus, mate. Just go in and fucking take them out. And hey, at least there's some major deaths in this season, unlike Stranger Things Season 5. But the Deep realizes he's made a massive mistake here as he's wiped out a member of the Seven, which is something I don't think Homelander will be happy with. Even though he was clearly going behind the Seven's back, Homelander is the one who gives the orders. Somewhat also mirrors Noir's fate, as both happen in the Seven Tower, and it just shows that the Deep's going more towards being like Homelander. But yeah, now he has to deal with just killing his bro and also having to be the face of the pipeline. Slowly he's losing all his friends, and he's doing it for a man who I would say probably hates him. But the Manhandle podcast is supposed to be where men uplift each other, but all we've seen is men tearing other men down. Cutting back to VMC, we then see our poor boy the Legend being told to clean up the toilet. The manager is then killed by Homelander even though he didn't need to do it at all. It's just purely an intimidation tactic, and the Legend then tries to bullshit his way through it, saying that he remembers meeting Homelander once. It's a stark contrast to what he's later like though, where he just accepts his fate and thus he's saved because of it. Now in the comics they met at the start of his career, but here the Legend works Stillwell's job before her. So I imagine he was fairly involved with Project Odessa early on. The tension is just simply fantastic here as well, and we have Riser nervously rattling away while Star just stands there in silence until the end.
I'll gladly tell you anything you want to know.
Great. That's great.
Behind them, we can also see a Homelander movie standee, which looks like the recent Superman film, as well as a Crimson Countess film. With the boys, we then see a Sage Tech soldier boy who turns up later as Mother's Milk asks her why she wants to go through all this just to end up in a bunker. Last week she said she just wanted to sit in peace and read her books, which we compared to the Twilight Zone episode Time Enough at Last. She wanted this even before Homelander knocked on her door, and Mother's Milk calls her crazy. He says that they don't have to enjoy it, but she says at least she's honest. Now I do feel like there's another twist in her tale coming, especially as she swooped in at the end of season 4 after Homelander messed things up and revealed it was all part of the plan. This is then interrupted as we hear Bombsight arrive and we get some heroic Avengers style music. Fades out though like Soldier Boy's Captain America music last week. Now this story is sort of like what if Steve Rogers never crashed into the ice. He would have ended up with Peggy, but in the end that would have still been tragic as he would have aged slowly while she would have gotten old and then died. But Bombsight has been disarmed by the threat to Geisha and he's come here ready to talk. Meanwhile, the Legend's taken Homelander to the hideout. And maybe Mother's Milk should have blindfolded him or something. As we enter, we can also see the Straw Hat's Jolly Roger from One Piece, which we missed in our earlier breakdowns. Both stories deal with a tyrannical government whose leader is near impossible to defeat. So just having that in the background was a really nice Easter egg. As we see though, the boys are all gone and Homelander thinks that Sage is taunting him with a Taco Bell receipt. And we know that girl loves a chalupa. Homelander then starts crashing out and talking to his angel, saying that he was supposed to get V1 and become a god. Are you there, God? It's me, Homelander. He then says that he gave up his boy and doesn't want to become nothing like the Legend. Realizing that Homelander's talking way too much, the Legend then likely thinks that he's gonna end up a legend. He then talks about the passage of time, fading away, and how trying to stay in the sun forever goes against nature.
You know all those old soups at the home? Every one of them had their moments in the sun, and they all thought it was going to go on forever. And every one of them got shoved out in the end.
It beautifully reflects Geisha's comments about summer and winter and how one must accept that all things end. The Legend then accepts his death here, and thus he gets to go away. Homelander will ultimately likely die though because he's aging and his time is coming up, but he sees V1 as the only chance to keep him relevant and that spotlight going forever. Again though, it is unnatural and ultimately will end up with him being even more alone and miserable. He even relates this to Geisha and how she was once on the set of Undercover Geisha getting intimate with Lorenzo Lamas, who funnily enough was in Falcon Crest, which is a show with a cast that the Legend banged. Now though, she just sells Activia yogurts and Vault Life Alert necklaces.
I've fallen and I can't get up!
But in saying this, the Legend's unknowingly given Homelander his win here, as he can track the necklace to find Geisha and Bombsight. He then pats Homelander on the shoulder, which seems to shock the character. Homelander then says that the Legend isn't scared of him, and it's sort of like last week where Edgar acted unafraid in his presence. However, when it came to dying, he did look slightly scared. The Legend, though, is sort of the next step and someone who's accepted death just like Geisha. Now, the conversations here do kind of reflect each other, and when you look at the Legend and Edgar, it's clear they're sort of different sides of the same coin. Edgar said how Homelander was unremarkable despite having infinite potential and acted bored by his presence and antics. The Legend, on the other hand, though, isn't a money man like Edgar. He's akin to a Hollywood producer looking for talent, and he feels for Homelander, equating his unhinged personality to having said talent. And I mean, all the best actors are kind of a bit mental, aren't they? For once though, Homelander's actually had a decent conversation with someone who treats him like a person and seems to understand what he's feeling. All Homelander wants to be is liked and genuinely loved, and here the Legend showers him with praise and a kind of acceptance. The Legend also helped him get his hands on V1 in a roundabout way, so this is another reason to let him live. But yeah, as we've said, he uses this to track Geisha, and we cut to the boys negotiating with Bombsight. He pleads with Geisha, desperately trying to get her to change her mind, and is clearly in pain over the heirs they've lost. Bombsight has seen enough friends get old and die to really understand how people will accept immortality in the end. Now, there is actually a study about the paradoxical nature in wanting to live forever. When asked if people want to be immortal, most people will ultimately say no. However, the follow-up question is if they want to die next week. Everyone also says no to that too, and where the paradox comes in is that you can keep asking that next week question every week, and most people are just going to keep saying no forever and ever and ever and ever, and thus they will live forever. So one must truly accept their death, which is what the Geisha's doing. Frenchie then reveals that he wants to destroy the V1, realizing it's a curse, and Bombsight pretends he hasn't brought it. Sister Sage then goes full on Sherlock and works out that Bombsight has the V1 in his pocket by using her observational skills. Bombsight then cleans house with absolute ease, and he knocks out Kimiko and then counters Billy's chest full of dicks. He acts like a human torpedo, and I also love how he has a flight jacket as his costume. Everyone gets involved, and then Soldier Boy shows up, and we learn that old Liz sat on his face, which is something I never thought I'd hear in The Boys. It's a brutal showdown though, as Soldier Boy channels Roman Reigns and hits a Superman punch. His fist then hurts after punching his former brother in arms, and Soldier Boy makes Bombsight swallow a pipe, which is that an innuendo? They then fly out to continue their fight, and Soldier Boy says he hates flying. This is something we learned this season as well, as he didn't want to be carried by Homelander. Bombsight then explains why he can't give the V1 up, as he hopes that Geisha will change her mind or he'll find someone who will. He also explains why he was a mess and took drugs. Soldier Boy was the face of the Vault trials, and he couldn't cope with standing next to someone who was deemed perfect and basically the Homelander of their era. Soldier Boy, even before the Compound V, was the favourite, and that was especially seen with Clara. I do wonder if it's going to set up a love triangle in Vault Rising, and if that'll be a big point of friction in the group. However, Soldier Boy then opens up, saying that he didn't know how to be what people wanted. He loved Clara, but it never worked out with her, and he's basically what Bombsight could become when he loses Geisha. Everyone is trying to hold on to what they have, with Homelander and Bombsight trying to cling on to immortality. However, Soldier Boy doesn't really have anything he's living for since Clara died. So I do wonder if him giving the V1 to Homie is also an olive branch so they can actually become father and son. Soldier Boy then proposes taking away Bombsight's powers and immortality by burning the V from his veins. Interestingly, this also gives Kripke an out for the finale, and again, I do wonder if Homie will be left without his powers as just a regular Joe who's miserable at everyone hating him. However, for now, it's game over, boys, it's game over. Bombsight then starts bleeding, noting that he hasn't seen his blood in a very long time, and he runs away as Homelander turns up. We see his Sage then expects Soldier Boy to destroy the V1, but he actually hands it over. He says that Clara told him that he was the strongest suit alive and the ultimate expression of what they can be, which is a similar feeling to what she had towards Homelander.
You are everything that we dreamed of.
She then wanted Homelander to fight the culture war for the white race and believed that he was the best of them. Soldier Boy then says that Stormfront was wrong as she hadn't met Homelander when she said it. In some twisted way, Soldier Boy is trying to honor Clara by giving Homelander the ultimate Compound V, and this will make him into what she dreamed of. Also love how Homelander laces his glove in skin, and it kind of plays off those debates about whether Superman needs a kryptonite razor to shave or something. But we end with Homelander becoming immortal, and not even Billy wants to stay and fight.
Run.
We also see his powers glitch and he then shoots lasers up into the sky like Cyclops in the opening to the X-Men animated series. His laser vision glitching out is also something we saw at Fort Harmony when he was exposed to the uranium. There, Billy saw what radiation did to him and is now seeing what radiation can do to a V1 enhanced soup. So, this is kind of like the only option left for them. The problem is they'd need to get Homelander into a box like at Fort Harmony, which is something he won't do willingly or fall for a second time. And maybe it's time we just get your hands on a nuke. But anyway, that closes out the episode, and what a great entry it was once more, and I think that this season's been really strong. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and this video we're breaking down the boys.
We left as inmates from
So things are a bit screwed. Frenchie gets his last French kiss, Homelander is immortal, and to make matters worse, he's ascended to the Oval Office. We've got digs at your parents' favourite show writer Taylor Sheridan, and proof that cats and dogs do actually like each other. There's a hell of a lot to talk about in this episode, and throughout this breakdown, we'll be going through it all. We'll of course be back with a finale next week as well, so make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a breakdown. And yes, I know what you're thinking, that is a real Rolex.
Nope.
With that out of the way though, thank you for clicking this, and thank you for looking at the fabulous costume. Now let's get into the boys.
Brother.
Okay, so we open with Father rehearsing the big reveal that Homelander's now a god. Daveed Diggs crushes it as usual, delivering a song that basically calls Jesus a fraud. In case you didn't know, he was in a little musical called Hamilton, which you might have heard of. So having him do this sort of thing just makes a hell of a lot of sense, and yeah, the guy absolutely kills it. The sequence opens with a choir that we saw at A-Train's funeral, along with some dancing angels, which look like they'd be more at home at a Victoria's Secret fashion show. But there's no attempt here to pretend, or at least to be a reputable church, and this is all just for show and to worship a man whose ego's gotten way too big. Father then sings,
Now he turned water into wine, what a useless superpower.
Now this is something the Worm actually suggested that Homelander does at this reveal.
The bad version is he turns water into wine.
This comes from the book of John, which describes how when a wedding ran out of wine, Jesus turned water into it. Which, hey, at a wedding with no wine, I don't know if you'd consider that a useless superpower. Father then says that a real god should make them cower, but also come to their defense. It's something that Homelander's been trying to get across since he said,
American heroes should be protecting America, not who gives a fuckistan.
It's weaponizing religion, which goes against the teachings of Jesus, and it's clear he wants to become a malevolent god. Father then says that healing a few lepers won't cure these open borders. It seems that despite dying, Firecracker's anti-refugee ideals live on in this performance.
He could part the Red Sea and send some refugees back where they came from.
He then says they need a new world order to restore some common sense. New world order is a loaded term that's been used in everything from saying by the original George Bush to Hulk Hogan's WCW group. It was also even the original title of Brave New World before they decided to change it because of the connotations around it. Most commonly, it's used by conspiracy theorists who say there's a group who controls the world. From 15-minute cities to the phrase "you'll own nothing and be happy," it was a term popularized by Pat Robinson, who was mentioned in episode 4. Here though, it's a clever switch, as Vought really controls the public and is really the New World Order. However, they're manufacturing consent for their control of society and now religion by creating fake threats. Because of this though, Vought has managed to slot themselves into every facet of life. He then sings that there will be no invisible man in the sky as he's right in front of our eyes. This plays on what he said to Annie last week, and we saw that he'd grown jaded with the blind faith needed to believe in a god he can't see. He'd have people ask him to pray for them, only to see those prayers go unanswered. Here though, there is a higher power, and Father will do what he can to be in his good graces. But unfortunately, it's kind of building off the theme of the whole season, which is the idea of cults, worshipping false idols, and so on and so forth. Like Firecracker, he tossed aside his religion to worship a man who will kill him at the first sign of dissent. Homelander's been building to this for so long, and even back in season 3 he said,
No God. The only man in the sky is me.
Father then says they need a god that they can see, and one who bleeds red, white, and blue. Firecracker did say how the old school Jesus stuff like loving your neighbor and doing good deeds just doesn't sell anymore. The profit and money is all they care about, and the quest for money is of course the root of all evil or something. He then just grabs the asses of the dancers and thrusts himself about, and yeah, it's kinda sad how far stuff's fallen. But for now, Vought need a god that's American because that's a god they can control. Now I mentioned that this is like Bioshock Infinite, but it also reminds me of The Handmaid's Tale, which features a theocratic state, which is the Republic of Gilead. There it's all about control and how using religion can be a means to do that through. So Vought is just weaponizing that as well, and O-Father then talks about the throne, which is something that Homelander's also brought up.
We could put him on a throne on the Temple Mount. That is your poster right there. Amen.
He then says,
"We just rebooted the universe."
Now, this is going beyond religion, and we later learn that the entire VCU is getting rebooted as well, and it's kind of funny how this new church just thinks of everything in terms of IP and media. And to be honest, when they said that, I did as well. The line between reality and fiction, though, must be very highly blurred in the world of The Boys. The heroes they see walking around appear in TV shows, comics and movies, and they're something the people of the world can touch. The rehearsal then ends with a Homelander cutout making an appearance. The new god is too busy at the White House and would rather be in a place by himself that gives him a position of power than amongst the people that worship him. I do feel like this will play off into the finale. They'll have this big song and dance, Homelander will come down, and then the boys will make their attack. Everything does feel like it's kind of been building towards that, and I am interested to see if this is going to be where things go down at next week. But as we see, O-Father isn't happy, despite Chad the director thinking that they've killed it. I do wonder if this is a pursuit of perfectionism as a form of professionalism, or if he's scared of getting anything wrong lest his new god smite him. I do think that he should definitely be worried about being killed, but also that he's probably thinking he's immune due to being a true believer. Now it's at this point that we cut to Homelander in the Oval Office, which might be one of the most memorable shots in the comics. There he'd staged his soup coup and had killed Vic the Veep. Vic the Veep was the VP, and he ended up becoming president after a rogue Wolverine killed Dakota Bob. Yeah! For years though, when we've been doing these videos, we've often talked about how we thought this scene would be adapted, and initially I thought Dakota Bob and Newman would be in the White House with the latter taking over the role. Around the start of season 4, I did think that Homelander would kill her, but obviously the show's gone in a wildly different direction. However, we've still ended up at the same place, and we watch as he kills former Speaker Calhoun. Homelander has been the leader of the United States, all in name since the end of season 4, with Calhoun being a plant by Vought. I did even wonder back then why Kripke just didn't make him president, as he was getting what he wanted anyway. However, I do understand that you still need to adhere to the rules of the world in which this takes place, so yeah, maybe having him run for president just wasn't on the cards or something. But from the off, we can instantly see who's in charge as he's sitting about with his feet up on the table. He then asserts his dominance over the president once again and says,
"You're welcome to use this office as long as you need."
I know.
Homelander then lists his demands as if they're his employees, and I think it's something which works really well, especially as Ashley has failed her way up to her current position. He says the Democratic Church of America is the true religion, and I expect the last church holdouts will be dealt with brutally. I can imagine that they might even show this in newsreel footage that opens things up next time, but hey, we'll see you next week for that one. He also wants troops sent into sanctuary cities that took in starlighters. This is a reference to the real-life US sanctuary cities that try not to comply with federal immigration laws. That's something that's been a huge talking point in US politics for a while now, and this could lead to civil unrest, which was predicted a few episodes ago. Homelander also wants abortions banned, and again, this is a big talking point in US politics due to the Supreme Court ruling on Roe v. Wade. He also demands that breastfeeding be mandatory, and we all know why. My guy also loves milk so much that he says he wants nut milk banned, and even says,
"The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was making you think nuts were milk."
This is something that mirrors real life as well, as nut and soy milk are often seen as being on the left.
Almond milk. All I want's proper bloody milk, not left-wing options, proper milk. What's wrong with me asking for that?
RFK Jr. has even pushed campaigns encouraging people to drink more whole milk, and at the same time, some influencers have been promoting raw milk.
We don't have a cow. We have a bull.
This also plays off what Sage said in episode 2.
We've so far identified the location of 10,000 active Starlight sympathizers. Coincidentally, the map is almost identical to where the most nut milks are consumed.
What everything boils down to, though, is that Homelander is coming up with politics that only he's interested in. He's an immortal man who's indestructible, but doesn't care about helping others. Everything from these demands is purely done to benefit himself, and he's not the savior he claims to be. President Calhoun then says the ideas are great, but he needs to run them by Congress. However, Homelander demands that he just disbands them like some fucking Palpatine or some shit. Homelander gets very angry though as Calhoun says he doesn't have the authority to disband Congress. This to Homelander shows he's not a true believer, which Homelander gets Ashley to prove. Like everyone around Homelander, he's just a scared little person who's traded their morals for power. You'll often see throughout history how figures who help leaders reach a certain position are often betrayed when they question them. Hell, like if you look at Stalin, he's got like tons of photos where people were just removed and doctored, and yeah, happens a lot in politics where certain people get ousted from their positions of power as soon as they question what's going on. As we've seen though, Homelander handed him the presidency, but like any position Vought gives, it just ended up being a poisoned chalice. What's also key here is that Ashley 2 doesn't want to throw Calhoun under the bus, but out of survival instincts, Ashley Prime reveals the news. She's now fully lost it, but she does this because she's a sniffs closer to being next to that ultimate power. Like the Deep, she's somehow survived, but though she thinks she's getting more power, she's actually not. She's losing her grip and just becoming a tool for Homelander to read minds, and she'll be killed the second that she has no use. However, I do wonder if this might even be a way to manipulate the villain. Potentially, she could say someone like our father's betraying him, which would play upon his Caesar complex. He might even end up killing the Deep if Ashley says that the Soup has doubts, and yeah, after this episode, I can see that he would have. This scene is all about showing what Homelander does to his daughters though, and within a second he crushes Calhoun's head. Really, it just plays into his insecurity and how all the comments have gotten to him this season about how pathetic that he is. So people like the president are simply just enforcing that view, and rather than having a moment of reflection, he simply just ends up killing him. The legend was actually the one who explained why he might be the way he is, and thus he let him live as he actually tried to understand exactly what was going on with him and view him as a person instead of just like a pathetic man with power. We are kind of burying the lead though, and at the moment, Ashley is now the president, which is something she's wanted for a while.
You know, I couldn't help but notice you registered barrettforpresident.com, net, and org.
It's exploratory.
Sage said that as long as she stays useful, that everything will come up Ashley, but as we've seen, it's been a deal with the devil. She now has the same blood on her hands that Homelander does, and later on when we see her at the Oval Office, Ashley too says that they need the UN or NATO to help. Ashley 1, however, is happy for the moment. She lost every student council election, but now she's the president. I mean, she also got both the VP and POTUS roles as the previous incumbents were both brutally killed, but she did still make it in a way. In reality though, she's not there on merit, just loyalty, and it's a loyalty that's born out of fear. Ashley 2 then says that she got the president killed as she always had a choice. Not only can she read other people's minds, but she can read Ashley Prime's as well, and knows that she secretly hates herself and can't sleep. Ashley 1 copes though and says she should be proud she's alive as it's so hard not to die and Vought in Homelander's presence. Ashley 2 then says that she won't talk to her again, which means she will no longer be useful and her death might be coming. It actually also nicely reflects the Deep, who has been abandoned as well, but we will talk about that more when we get to that later. So yeah, that we then cut to Mother's Milk and finally get some Gen V presence in The Boys Season 5. Though Maverick did appear earlier, I have to say, been a bit of a letdown that they're only appearing now. I am hoping they'll pop up in a much bigger way next time, especially with the ending of the episode, and the fact that we had Kate's photo on the wall last week. But as for now, this is all we're going to get of them, and also all we're going to get of Ryan as well, I feel, is like the finale. In case you don't know though, the last season of Gen V ended with the Godolkin exiles joining the Resistance. Annie then recruited them along with A-Train, and I did expect to see them more throughout the season. However, Annie said that the Resistance cell had been killed, which left just her at the school. In these moments, we only get a nod of Emma, and Sam isn't mentioned either, despite being insanely powerful. And my guy, you have been on Fraud Watch forever. We do know as well that Gen V has also been cancelled, though the characters will apparently return in other means. I even wonder if with the addition of All Rising that we might see how the school was set up in the first place. Over the last couple of years though, I've had lots of theories about how they'll use Marie, as Gen V kind of set her up as the antithesis to Homelander's Antichrist.
Or that you're like the chosen one and have Homelander level strength or some shit?
She was the only other survivor of Project Odessa and was an outcast that wasn't accepted by the company. Marie performed many miracles, and even the name is a variation of Mary. Because of this, since the last episode, I was even wondering if they might use Marie to remove the V1 from Homelander's blood. However, we simply get a fleeting cameo here, though she does appear at the end, so yeah, praying she plays a bigger role next time. While waiting for them, we also see Mother's Milk wearing the same glasses as his comic book counterpart. He's also got another hip-hop shirt on, and this one says Biz Markie Day, with Biz Markie being a legendary US rapper and beatboxer. If you like t-shirts as well, mate, then why not check out our merch store right below the video. There we have our Deep inspired one, and if you like fishes like that, then why not check out our shirt that's also inspired by Jaws. Lots of big discounts just in time for the summer as well, so grab yourself a deal because you're gonna look bloody brilliant. Now we learn that Emma has been tracking Father and that he's spent all his time at Ford Studios. The studio has a hell of a lot of security, and Annie tells the Gen V lot to stand down. For them, the war is over. They're desperate to help though, and we get an insight as to why Marie hasn't been featured more. Annie says, what use is all that power if she can't control it? In Gen V, Marie struggled across both seasons to really unlock and control her power, which is something that killed her parents. But I was sure, season 3 was all about her getting to grips with it. So I do wonder if they ran out of space in the episodes and maybe didn't want a character from Gen V to take out Homelander. As we know from the season though, she can resurrect the dead, which seems like it's a pretty useful power, especially with how we leave things with Frenchie. For now though, Marie feels let down by Annie, who's become jaded. Moreau then brings up the audition tape on the Dawn for the 7 Blu-ray, which we actually saw being recorded in the first episode of The Boys. Off the back of this, Marie looked up to her, and throughout their lives they've had lots of similarities. Both came to learn that their dream was a corporate lie and all part of marketing. Annie says that she meant what she said back then, but Marie feels let down by her hero giving up. We can see just how jaded both Annie and Mother's Milk are as they both turn to drugs and drink to dull things. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's just that it's so out of character for them. We then hear Goodnight Saigon by Billy Joel as we cut to Huey listening to it. He's of course a massive Billy Joel fan, which is something that pays off later in the studio. This is a song about how we'll all go down together though, and it's kind of a final cheer and celebration of going out in a blaze of glory. It works perfectly as a metaphor for the boys, as in this, Huey and co are the Viet Cong. They're in a war fighting against a much more powerful force, but they've still managed to get a few licks in. Goodnight Saigon was mainly influenced by friends of Joel who left for the war and came back changed. Huey's been disturbed by everything he's gone through, and it's in this episode that he really starts to lose hope. We then hear as the music's broken up by Kimiko screaming, and he rushes out to see what's going on. You can also see he's wearing a Traveling Willoughby's t-shirt, who are probably one of the most famous supergroups of all time. As we predicted though, Billy and Frenchie have transferred the radiation chamber from Fort Harmony to the school. So it's a theory time confirmed, motherfuckers! We thought that because uranium could kill a soup that it might work on Homelander, but we see towards the end of the episode, doesn't necessarily go to plan. We kind of learn what's in place for the plan, and at the moment they're trying to mimic what the Soviets did in giving Soldier Boy nuclear powers. This builds off the back of their trip to Fort Harmony, and we ended that episode with Billy watching footage of their experiments. Soldier Boy was exposed to an atom bomb's worth of radiation, and Billy also refers to the research they stole in Season 3. They're hoping to do the same thing to Kimiko, and this is so they can burn the V from Homelander's body. This is something that we saw last week, and it is possible that Soldier Boy may also be another factor in the fight against Homie. Billy says they can do this quicker than the Russians as they have a supercomputer, aka Sage. However, we have seen that she has some limitations in her intelligence as she couldn't replicate V1. She's also on a massive depressive self-pity party at the moment, self-medicating and watching Love Island after she failed to predict what Soldier Boy was gonna do. Reality TV is like fast food for her and just a way to basically binge junk. So Kimiko has decided to do this herself. She has that healing factor and is the most resilient out of all the soups, minus Soldier Boy and Homelander, so she stands the best chance. The plan is to then head to Fort Studios while Frenchie carries on with the radiation plan. They hope to interrogate Father and also do the Even Huey has now lost hope though and wants to run, feeling that they've lost the war. This I think shows that they're at their lowest point, as last week he was like the one person carrying the fire still. We then get an insane halftime speech from Billy and he says,
"Posh Spice was easily the most shit-membered squad."
Fucking hell, mate. Growing up, she was my favourite, mate. The leather in the Say You'll Be There that video, that changed me forever, that. But he says she can't sing, can't dance, and wasn't featured on Wannabe, which was the breakout hit for the band. But she is very much a sign of resilience. She may have been the worst member of the Spice Girls, but she's still married to Bex, despite his trip to the loos in Madrid, which, yeah, if you know, you know. Basically he's saying though that don't give up despite being at a massive disadvantage. Go on lads, spice up your life. I get that feeling as well though sometimes, mate, because I'm a bloody British YouTuber with no discernible skill. The lighting is terrible, thumbnails aren't even that good, but I still push on because I'm doing it for the boys. We then cut to the 7th Tower as the Deep apologizes for killing Black Noir. What I find most ironic about this whole thing though is that he's standing in the same spot that the original Noir died. But once again, just like what they did with Firecracker, there's no funeral and it seems like they're covering up the deaths. The VMC ad for her was still playing like she was still alive, and we even saw the dead jet streak like the Deep's post last week. The Deep then grovels and says he did what he did because Noir was saying some horrible things about Homelander. The good news is though, it doesn't matter as he's forgiven. Bad news is, the Seven is being disbanded and he's been fired.
Let's be honest, there hasn't been 7 members of the Seven in quite some time. It's a bit of a running joke.
That it has, and we actually talked about how this was a running joke back a couple of breakdowns ago. And I feel like Kripke must have a machine or something because he keeps calling all this shit early. But yeah, we haven't had a full 7 since season 1 when Annie joined the team replacing Lamplighter. That season saw the Deep then be fired and Transfusing killed, and since then the 7's been like a revolving door. Starlight left, Stormfront and Supersonic were killed, and we then had A-Train quitting while Maeve faked her death. Firecracker then got killed as well, Black Noir got killed again, and Sage is left too, so yeah, just the members are all over the place. The number, it's never fucking 7. The Deep then begs to be given the opportunity to lead as Homelander ascends to godhood, but he still gets denied. Homelander doesn't need the team now, and the Deep begs and almost cries, saying how he was the most loyal. He's done everything Homelander's asked of him, including a lot of assassinations, but he's simply been brushed to the side by a man who wants power for himself. He doesn't care about the sacrifice that others have made, and has gotten rid of whoever that he needed to. It's all been for naught, and all been for Vought. But the Deep is like that guy who's the office snitching brown-noser who, despite being loyal to the company, gets shit-canned at the next round of layoffs. Again, it kind of plays in what Kripke's going for, and how egotistical leaders will just get rid of whoever they can once they've served their purpose. Now though, things are much worse because as we see later, he can't return to the sea. This erasure and the sort of thing that we saw with Stalin is then played upon even more when we cut to Vought Studios. The images of the 7 are all being erased and simply replaced by an image of Homie. We can see the Deep on the left and A-Train on the right, and to the right of the Deep we also have what I believe is Lamplighter. But let me know below if that's not the case and I will delete and hide your comment. As we see though, the boys are infiltrating the studio with Starlight and Huey wearing baseball caps. This is something that's been a staple MCU disguise, and it's also been brought to this series as well. At the moment though, the plan is to knock out O-Father and then interrogate him and find out what's going on. We then go to one of the shows and see Eagle the Archer, who's filming a scene for American Eagle. Now this might be a nod to the clothing brand, which itself ran into some scandals with its CEO. As for Eagle, he's of course a Hawkeye parody that we met earlier in the series. He left the Church of the Collective after he started to doubt that they were helping his career, and as such his sex tape was leaked to the public. The Deep mentioned that he was trying to become a rapper, and it seems like he's found work on a Taylor Sheridan knockoff. In the scene we see he's trying to apprehend Starlight, who's smuggling people across the border. She helped a woman's child become a birthright citizen, which is something that's also been a big talking point in the news lately. She then says, just imagine the whole area filled with strip malls, subdivisions and hamburger places. They could be rich, but he says it's something those Manhattan elites don't understand, and it shows the massive divide between the city and rural folk. This has been spurred on by the media portraying cities as PvP zones and rural living as the true America. As we know, Vought don't care about this either though, and probably just want to get these people on side so they can build where they want. Starlight just seems to be the villain in everything they're making, and we'll often see how certain figures get blamed for absolutely everything. Like that piece of shit Ryan Airy. We also see that the show is being cancelled, and Learn the Worm is directing yet another finale and failing. Not only is Homelander abolishing the 7, but he's also rebooting the entire universe. We have seen this several times in real life where a reboot means that everyone gets recast, even if they're popular. Well, unless you're like Judi Dench in Bond, or J.K. Simmons in Spider-Man. But beyond that, everyone's dead. Jason Momoa, you can come back. We will get you as Lobo. I'm actually shocked that the Worm is still alive though, after helping Billy & Co break out the Freedom Camp, and I do wonder if the VCU will have its own post-Endgame problems, but I think that Homelander at the moment is just positioning himself as the centerpiece of the new reboot. It's kind of like John Cena or something in DC. Eagle the Archer then asks the Worm to write a finale that doesn't suck, which is funny as I keep seeing people hate this season so far, but I'm actually quite enjoying it. Now it turns out they have a Taylor Sheridan AI that doesn't take notes. He's of course the mega producer behind the Yellowstone franchise, Tulsa King, Landman, Marshalls and so on and so forth. Basically everything my uncle watches on Paramount+. The plot of Starlight wanting to build strip malls on rural land is also similar to Yellowstone. Their developers want to build on the Dutton Ranch, and so it seems like the Taylor Sheridan AI is regurgitating the plot points from that. And even the poster looks very, very Yellowstone-y. Beside that is what looks like a new Homelander production, and his face is of course everywhere, highlighting he's the face of the studio now. As we mentioned, he slowly replaced A-Train on the Turbo Rush cans, and they probably want to position him to be the one and only Soup. I'd even love it if it's revealed that Homelander wants to unleash the virus and kill every single Soup on the planet just so he can be number one. I also love it if the Worm survives and ends up writing an amazing finale based on the events of the show, like Wormhole Extreme from Stargate. We then see a VFX guy wearing a Not Without My Dolphin crew hoodie. This was a movie adaptation of the Deep's memoirs that detailed his life in the Seven along with the Church of the Collective. It's an Easter egg that we pointed out before, along with the name being a play on the movie Not Without My Daughter. And if you ever want to know how the videos are 50 minutes long, it's because we keep pointing out the same Easter egg over and over and over.
And we have become exceedingly efficient at it.
Get that watch time up! We then cut to Sage, who's constantly lobotomizing herself to try and shut off from dealing with her failure. There's a Brave Maeve diary along with some firecracker Cheetos and a Starlight dildo that we saw in season 3. Frenchie then asks Sage for help with the radiation, saying that if they get it wrong, then Kimiko's deader than Epstein. But is he, mate? He says that he loves Kimiko and can't lose her, but Sage is cold and logical, saying that love is an error. She doesn't understand how a beautiful and brilliant man like Soldier Boy could lose his damn mind, and this was the big flaw in her plan. Stormfront bringing Soldier Boy and Homelander together was something she didn't foresee happening, and this was down to Soldier Boy's love for the character. This is something she couldn't predict, and thus Sage has lost all hope just like Huey. But Frenchie appeals to her self-preservation by saying that Homelander is dangerous to her as well as them. Now I am still hoping this is a long play, as in season 4 Homelander messed up, but that was part of her plan, and thus she returned to carry out the rest of her plan. She also let Polarity leave and head back to Godolkin. So these things might be building to something else, but for now she's not helping and then lobotomizes herself. Cutting back to Vought Studios, Billy and Huey then joke about Homelander presenting himself with a song and dance number. Huey's then quizzed about his favourite Billy Joel songs to stop the psychic from hearing their thoughts. As we mentioned earlier, we saw a lineup of these last week, and I did think Kate might be brought in as a way to convince the country that Homelander was the second coming. Sort of like the spell from No Way Home, but without the magic, and instead of getting people to forget, being like, remember, Homelander is the second coming. Also love how, despite everything, Huey's very passionate about his ranking, and as a big Billy Joel fan myself, I appreciated it too. And yes, Scenes from an Italian Restaurant is great. It's on the Stranger LP, go check it out actually go check it out now, it'll be better than this shit. But yeah, he goes through the list, doesn't mention Uptown Girl, and this shows that my guy is a real Billy Joel head. We then learn that Synapse is the bodyguard for O-Father, and I appreciate the two-seater sweater. As for the rest, they're used for the focus group, and I am suspecting that we might also see Rufus from Gen V if psychics are a huge part of the ending. We then cut to the Deep, who we catch distraught and drinking. When he was first kicked off the Seven, he ended up drunk at a water park, and now he's repeating that cycle. Against his morals, he throws the A-Train cans into the sea, and a shark tells him to get it. He's voiced by none other than Samuel L. Jackson, which was such a left field cameo. Like, I had to triple take it was him. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise though, as Ambrosia was voiced by Tilda Swinton, and clearly they're not opposed to getting big names for the big fish. He then tries to lure the Deep into the water because if he gets in, it's on sight. Due to the pipeline genocide, he's been exiled from the sea, and as the Deep's whole thing is water, not being able to return means his entire career's over. Milk and Annie then spot Synapse as they hit the vape to stop being noticed. Turns out weed is the best way to stop psychics, and there's no Billy Joel needed here. Magneto didn't need that silly helmet, he just needed to take a Dragnito. O-Father then greets a group of home teamers who are here to focus test a new advert. One guy has a Soup's Live Matter t-shirt, which is the same phrase that Blue Hawk said in season 3.
Soup lives matter. Soup lives matter. Soup lives matter.
These are die-hard Homelander fans just like Todd, but we see how they're also threatened the same way. Behind them we can also see a poster for a Homelander film which looks like a one for James Gunn's Superman. As we see, these people have been chosen for their online support of Homelander, and they're kind of an opposite to those who shared pro-Starlighter views or liked a post and then got sent to the freedom camps. But yeah, they get sent to death. We see a woman getting a photo with Dognot, but I kind of feel like he stinks. There's also some lean lady diet water which we saw She-Line promote earlier in the season. What makes it hilarious though is that she declines it, saying I'm a cat, and she was just advertising it for it. O-Father then presents the promo while the psychics watch and make notes, clearly showing they're getting real and unfiltered thoughts. We cut to Annie Mother's Milk, who sneak in and see Grey Matter and Psycho, with the latter being a play on Psycho. Hey, both are also psychotic soups who've been let out of Elmira like Synapse and are vicious, brutal murderers. This was the same place that the Godolphin crew were taken to at the end of season 1, and we even saw some of the inmates when Kate was taken there in season 2. And I do wonder if the guy with cropped hair will be seen again. But they are now working for the regime, just like the Sage Grove escapees such as Love Sausage and Cindy. The promo then plays, showing Homelander running his hand through some crops looking very Gladiator-esque. The VFX have not been finished, and we can see that the field and background need to be extended. Now, little peek behind the curtain here, guys. Sometimes studios will send out screeners with unfinished VFX, and I even question if that's the way it's going to look in the final product, or if it's going to be fixed. And watching this scene, I was like, are they going to fix it, or is that the whole point of the joke? But yeah, I actually remember watching The Last of Us season 1 finale, and the scene where the giraffe was like coming in, that was actually just all a blue screen with no giraffe and just the actors reacting to a green box. And you were watching that, like trying to review it, being like, I don't know what I can say about this. But studios do this a lot. If you ever get invited to a test screening or something, chances are the VFX are going to be unfinished and you're going to be like, well, I can kind of imagine how this would be good. So yeah, that's kind of what they're going through here with the focus testing. And we have little notes like how a blinding light's needed, which is what Homelander saw when Stillwell appeared to him. We then see Jesus himself descending on cables, looking like how Homelander appears when landing. Jesus says that he's taken the fight as far as he can go, and he mentions the corrupt FBI, which, yeah, you can guess which famous politician also had beef with that agency. He also brings up lots of other political talking points and says they need a real savior who can get them real results, as turning the other cheek has failed. It's clearly just the company putting culture war talking points to Jesus and twisting what he stood for to push their own beliefs. People are confused when Jesus says they need real American values, and the promo doesn't seem to be going down too well. Homelander has likened himself to Jesus before though, by saying he understands what it's like to be immaculately conceived and not be thanked for his selfless service. Jesus then hands over his crown of thorns, anointing Homelander. This was placed on Jesus' head to mock him during the crucifixion, but here it's a crown that will make him the second coming. Also cracked up seeing the eagle, and oh father seems to be happy with it so far. The audience reception is far from what he was expecting though, showing that Homelander being seen as a god or Jesus or whatever this is supposed to mean is going to be an uphill battle with the country. We've even seen it recently with politicians where there's been lots of backlash from their own side when they've posted pictures of themselves as like a doctor or so, like a doctor healing the sick or whatever it was. I didn't know. Is that what that was? A doctor, was it? We then cut to what appears to be a rebranding of Vortland into Homeland with a statue that feels like it's ripping off the one of Jesus in Rio. He gives his dad the layout of the land and says there'll be a huge statue of him where he supposedly had his vision. There's a birth of Homelander area, the story of God, one I can't quite make out behind the statue, and also Soldier Boy, the father of God. Homeland, of course, has its own connotations as well, and you'll often hear about people going on a religious pilgrimage and returning to the homeland. The entrance to Vortland still has the castle walls that we saw in season 3, and this is of course a Disneyland parody. But everything's been upgraded to stroke this guy's ego, and Soldier Boy Land even has a massive statue of him in front of a jeep, which is a huge upgrade from the Soldier Boy Ahoy show. This is going to be the fast ride area, complete with a ticker tape parade each night. Soldier Boy's uninterested though, as he doesn't believe in this god stuff. With the 7 disbanded, he's heading off to Pagoda for some sun, shagging and coke. His son even suggests he can get him all the drugs and old hookers that he likes, and as we know, Soldier Boy likes them old. The last thing he wants though is to be around his son. He has no interest in spending time with him, which is far from the love that Homelander actually needs. He's also a massive dickhead as well, so chances are that him being around is only going to make things worse. Homelander's offended though, saying that he welded Soldier Boy's shield back together, but he never actually uses it. We saw that in episode 2 and how it broke when he threw it into Billy's car, but it seems like Homelander's fixed it. He also has a 3-star Michelin chef, but Soldier Boy's just stuck in his way and eats meatloaf for every meal. This is something that reminds me of Steve Roger, who said the food is better now, as back then they used to boil absolutely everything. But Soldier Boy clearly likes it. Homelander even arranged for a new suit for the character that somehow looks worse than Ryan's homeboy costume design. It's adorned in the stars and stripes much like Homelander's costume and feels a lot like the Iron Patriot one from the MCU. Interestingly, the mock-up depicts Soldier Boy in the Oval Office, and I do wonder if he's also going to be putting him in a position of power. But Soldier Boy clarifies that he gave the V1 because of Clara. I find all of this really interesting, as Season 3 set up his love interest as Crimson Countess, but I do feel like they've kind of retconned it, and thus Vote Rising's going to explore that more. Soldier Boy then says that Homelander is just too weird, which doesn't actually infuriate him until he says he's no god.
You had a wet dream about some chick with big juicy tits.
Even his own flesh and blood doesn't believe in him, and thus Homelander sees red. He knocks out Soldier Boy and puts him back in the chamber, with this potentially setting him up to switch sides if he's freed next week. It's important to note as well that he doesn't kill him like Firecracker, as he can't be without him. Just like Stormfront, he keeps him in his room again and refuses to let this person go even though they want to. I expect that as they couldn't replicate the nuclear powers, Billy will somehow get Soldier Boy to use his powers on Homelander, with maybe Ryan in the mix as well. We then cut to Huey and Billy, who are stuck at Vought Studios jail. Billy can't use his powers due to synapse, and the pair bicker, with Huey asking him if he's clutching at straws. Billy then says that he's gonna get the job done, even if he has to drag Huey over the finish line. It's a better pep talk than earlier, and it foreshadows the true end of the comics, which is something we'll break down in our spoiler section. We then think Huey agrees with Butcher, but it's just another Billy Joel song. Cutting to Kimiko, the experiment's not going well, as Frenchie begs her to stop, as her healing powers starting to be less effective. In the X-Men comics, both Deadpool and Wolverine's healing factor could be worn down, and over time, they recovered less and less. Frenchie then says he's thought about having children and floats the idea of moving to Marseille in the south of France. He wants to raise their kids there, despite mentioning a nomadic lifestyle earlier in the season. It's tragic though, as he dies at the end of the episode and will never adopt Simone and had the life they could have. It's all been taken away by Homelander and is a big change from the comics, which is also something I'll talk about in the spoiler section. Looks like Kimiko cannot take any more, and we then cut to Frenchie bringing Sage a wrap. She's very angry as she wanted a chalupa, which is something that she mentioned when drinking with Ashley. Frenchie's just doing whatever he can to get her on side though, but at the moment, she's not that interested. Sage is watching Love Island, and we learn that Frenchie is also a big fan. Used to watch it myself, and though I haven't seen this season specifically, I do know Casa wrecked a lot of couples in the house, mate, and I was bloody fuming. Love Island breakdowns coming soon. She projects her own anger at being betrayed by Soldier Boy, and Frenchie tries to get her to stop wallowing in her self-pity. As they talk, we see just how low her IQ is when she's been lobotomized, as there's a prime bottle on a table near Frenchie. And what happened to that brand? Not seen it mentioned since like WrestleMania 39. Frenchie then explains how much he loves Kimiko, and she says that love is ridiculous. But he says it's wonderful that she doesn't understand love, as there's still mystery in the world. She then agrees to help, as she remembers her grandmother, who was the only member of her family who didn't mind her powers. When she was younger, her grandmother had leukemia, and Sage came up with a treatment plan and cure. However, the doctors ignored her, leading to her grandmother's death, but this has shown her that she does know what love is. Here, she's given a second chance to save someone else and actually use her powers for good after that experience jaded her for life. She then agrees to help once her brain fixes itself, and after her sesh with a Starlight dildo. Back at the focus group, they're then given questionnaires, and Synapse pretends to be Huey. This is a reversal of season 4, where a shapeshifter pretended to be Annie. Feels like a massive nod to Terminator, where Oni pretended to be Sarah Connor's mum in the first film, and then we had the T-1000 as John's adoptive parents in T2. We also see that the focus group is in the Tech Night Theatre. Home teamer Rachel is in awe of Homelander, and she says that he's selfless, and out of them, she seems to be the one who's sucked on that Homelander Kool-Aid the most. Or is it milk? But as we see, that is a lie, and most of them are kept behind because the psychics can read their dissenting minds. We see one of them passing out to O-Father with the names of people who truly believe in Homelander and like the promo. Meanwhile, Milk is confused if Homelander was God, the Second Coming, or Jesus' brother. And to be honest, when I was writing that part of the script, I was a bit confused myself. Starlight says that these people will believe what they want. Annie is the true hero, as she saves people that think she's pure evil, while Homelander kills people who love him but aren't 100% sold on the fact that he's a god. We then get an origin story for Mother's Milk's nickname. After his grandfather's death, he was called soft and put all his efforts into trying to save a pigeon with a broken wing. Despite doing a good deed, he was made fun of by the kids who turned Marvin Milk into Mother's Milk. This is wildly different in the comics, and that his beef with Vought and the Soups originated because his mother was exposed to unrefined compound B. She then breastfed him, but when it came time to wean him off, he started to shrivel up and become malnourished. This meant he needed to drink his mother's milk for for far longer than normal. His father sued Vought and won, but it took a toll on him, and when Marvin's brother died due to his powers manifesting and killing him, he ended up suing again. This all got too much though, and unfortunately it led to a heart attack. Now I actually prefer the show's origin story, as the comic had Marvin's mother turn into a compound V mutant with tentacle tits, which was weird. It also shows that he was always a good guy and would help those in need while others looked the other way. The mocking and insult never hurt him, and he took ownership of this new name and what it truly showed him as being. Deep down, he kept this name because it shows he's a good person, and when it comes to the boys, he's usually the dad of the group. Even after they disbanded, he became a juvenile prisoner counselor, which we saw in season 1, and despite everything he's seen, he has kept the faith a bit. Well, up until the freedom camps. There he became cynical, and at this moment he says it's actually harder to give a shit in a world that doesn't give a shit. This story is very empowering though, and the fact that Milk talks about helping people, it reminds Annie of what she can do as well. I think this is a big change within her, as she's a character who's also become cynical. She started season 5 in a very dark place, even thinking that Billy's way was best. She didn't want to save Huey as it would put him in danger, and even told the God you lot to stand down. This pep talk inspires her to save people who've been conditioned to hate her, and in the end she goes back to Marie. She realizes that just like real life, the algorithms and media propaganda so hate and divide us. It's in a corporation and politicians' interest to get us to fight amongst ourselves, so we stay divided and don't turn our attention to them. Sides rail against each other so they can fight the war for the person in charge who doesn't give a shit about them, and in reality, when you speak to people day to day in real life, you'll often find that you get along with pretty much all of them. Now I love the way that the show had this change happen in Annie, and it's a great way to take her back to what she was. We then see as they rush to the vent as Sheline walks in looking for the pair. Thinking she's alone, she then cleans herself, which is certainly something. Dognot then comes in and can smell what she had for lunch after smelling her butt. It's absolutely vile, as she also does the same thing and calls him a bad boy. We then see a rat as well, which is used later to distract Sheline. After this we cut to Homelander, who's busy looking after his father like the opening of the season. He doesn't care about his dad having autonomy either, and is happy to lock him up rather than letting him go out in the world without him. Father then rings up and calls him Lord, which is a name he floated in the previous episode. He then tells him that the boys are there, but the petty grudges get in the way of him whipping his mortal enemies. He could go there, easily wipe them out, end this once and for all, but instead he wants to get revenge on Sage. He's also more interested in the screening and what people thought of it. Shows that he no longer has fear, he believes he is truly immortal and is never gonna die, and this is some hubris that I think will be what brings him down. Homelander is then very disappointed that only 6 of the 30 people believe that he's the one true god. Father then tries to play it down by saying that proselytizing is his other superpower and that he can convert the ones who are on the fence. Homelander doesn't care though, as anyone who isn't with him right away must be killed. It's a bit different to Todd & Co, as that was a false flag, but here it shows his disregard for anyone who doesn't believe. He doesn't want to convert people, and he wants people to believe he's a god right away, and is probably motivated by the words of his father, which are obviously still raw. We then see as Zadeep is still at the jetty from earlier, asking to be moved to a landlocked area. However, his whole thing is water, but if he even gets in a puddle, my guy is cooked. His cowardice is then shown fully as we watch a guy drowning, but the deep won't save him. He could go in, and God is a hero, but refuses to sacrifice himself for someone else. It's all caught on camera as well, and will likely lead to another PR nightmare for him once more. Back at Vought Studios, Billy and Huey talk about a topless steakhouse, which is something that Milk mentioned to Billy earlier in the season. We then see his synapse comes in. The psychic is an absolute freak, and he turns into Kessler. We haven't seen Jeffrey Dean Morgan for a very, very long time, and I was a bit disappointed that they kind of just dropped it and said Billy was okay. I also felt like Monkey's dynamic with Butcher was much funnier in the comics, and he was basically just a constant punching bag for Billy. And let us not forget about his fetish for disabled women. We also get an Easter egg to his soup not featured in the show with Dr. Peculiar. On the wall we can see a Vought movie featuring the soup, and Peculiar is a Doctor Strange parody, which this poster hammers home by having the character in an MCU portal made of feathers. In the comics, Peculiar was someone who ran a brothel and could get anything a soup would want to indulge in. The Doctor also keeps a file on each soup who enters the establishment, and in the same issue we learn why Kessler's called Monkey. That is because Dr. Peculiar had green monkeys that made love to Kessler's ears when he was brought along as an official observer, and that is how he got his name. In the comics, Billy and Huey went to get dirt on Jack from Jupiter and ended up blackmailing him. The show changed things up heavily though, with Kessler being a former comrade of Billy in the military who died in a mission gone awry. This scene, I feel, is supposed to show Kessler as a sort of previous Huey, which is something that Lenny was called as well. They were characters who held Billy back, and Kessler died because of Billy's gung-ho attitude. They both went to take out a mid-level ISIS commander, which should have been easy, but they got the call that the commander had backup coming just minutes away. Billy didn't care though, as he's someone who doesn't think about risk, even if it gets those around him killed. You'll actually see a lot of studies that say a lot of people in the SAS have certain parts of them that stop them feeling fear, and they can thus rush into things head on. I feel like this is definitely the case with Billy, and the refusal to escape got his whole unit killed despite him taking out the commander. This highlights that Billy will let anyone die just so long as the mission's completed, which again is a reference to the comics ending. Billy's backstory is similar to the comics as well. In Butcher Baker Candlestick Maker, we learn about his past in the Falklands War. He and his comrades were sent to take a hill on the approach to Port Stanley, but things went south as they went the wrong direction. They were trapped and surrounded, which led Billy to say they needed to assault the machine gun position that was pinning them down. He threatened to shoot the soldiers who wouldn't go on the bayonet charge, which ended up happening. Billy was the sole survivor, and I feel like Kripke's used this as inspiration for the updated backstory of the character. This is kind of a divide tactic by Synapse, with him trying to get Huey to think that Billy will kill him if he tries to stop the plan. Kessler even refers to Huey as Billy's canary, which is something that also comes from the comics. Billy then calls the soup a nonce, which did crack me up. As we see, Synapse has been playing with Billy this whole time, as they knew everything anyway. The psychic then leaves to tell Homelander, and we then cut to O-Father. He says that while they said they believe in Homelander, their thoughts betrayed them, which is very Star Wars-y. What they need are people who will follow Homelander blindly, and if there's even a modicum of doubt, they must be exterminated. Like Todd and his fellow protesters, this focus group's brutally murdered as Dognot and She-Line clear house. O-Father even seems like he wrestles with the decision, as he knows that he's pushing a killer with a killer ego. Though they've not really touched on it much in the season, he is married to Ashley, and I do wonder next time if that's going to be something where they kind of both work together to kill the character. Homelander might even be like Ashley, is O-Father loyal, and this might be the final thing that turns her against the baddie and makes her make a stand. As for this massacre though, we see that She-Line basically fights like a combination of Catwoman and Marvel's Hellcat. Dognot fights like Sabretooth, complete with his roar, and this group is light work for the soups. Luckily, Starlight and Milk then appear. Marvin doesn't have powers, so he just shoots the water tower to spook She-Line. And no, I am not gonna make a wet pussy joke, I am above that. He then helps people escape the theater while fighting She-Line as Annie's busy getting dogged. No, not like that either. As we see, She-Line is insanely agile and she dodges bullets like an agent in the Matrix. Luckily for Milk, he then spots that rat and chucks it at her, which distracts both her and Dognot. That lets Milk take out She-Line and Annie take out Dognot. I'm pretty sure both are dead as well, as the former took enough tranquilizer for an elephant while Dognot looks in a very, very bad way. Which is a shame if he is dead, because I was hoping that Terror would kill him. I'm also still holding out that should Homelander die next week, then Terror runs over and fucks his corpse. Back with Huey and Billy, Huey then asks if what Synapse said was true as the psychic returns to kill them. There is Sicko that wants to make Huey suffer and do this while Billy watches. They play it smart though, and it's through this that we learn why Synapse was in Elmira in the first place. Huey pictures crime scene photos of his little brother's death, and this messes with the villain. As we learn, Synapse was the one who killed him, and he did this with a corkscrew being involved as well. This felt like a nod to X2 to me, where we learn Jason Stryker's mother took a screwdriver to her head after being plagued with images by the psychic. Might not be a screwdriver as well, mate. I haven't seen that film in a while. But this distracts Synapse just long enough for Billy to use his powers. It's a really, really cool moment, and it did kind of remind me of something from like Alan Wake 2 or Longlegs. Billy then says that he enjoys every soup's death, but I do wonder if he'll stop at Annie and Kimiko should the virus be unleashed, or if he'll go through his ultimate plan to wipe them all out. The virus has kind of been brushed to the side now, but I do think that once they kill Homelander, Huey's going to be like, well, we could still use this. We still use this to kill everyone. And they'll be like, no, destroy the virus once and for all. Because otherwise, the virus seems like it might be a bit pointless. But we will see next week. Huey then tries to call Frenchie. However, as we saw earlier, his phone's broken. And ultimately, this leads to disastrous consequences. Meanwhile, Annie and Milk take the focus group to Marie. She asks for Marie's help, and I really hope she's integral in the finale. As for the home teamers, they can be a way to expose the truth, as they'll have a massive network of influence when it comes to reporting things on Homelander. Frenchie and Sage then try and help Kimiko, and the numbers now work after Sage looks looked over them. Also, since leaving the Seven, she has been in plain clothes, and we can see that she's wearing a Detroit t-shirt. This is something she's been wearing when not in costume, and this is because it's where the character's initially from. Also, I did try and wrap my head around the equations on the whiteboard, but I'm not something of a scientist myself. I'm just a very overrated YouTuber who wears dresses and stuff. But they are ready to go, and Frenchie starts the process. As we see, the pain is excruciating for Kimiko, which Frenchie clearly struggles with. Kimiko's face then begins to peel off, and Frenchie stops the experiment. His love for her just won't let him go through with it, but with him out the way now, they might be able to do it next week. So yeah, every cloud has a silver lining, I guess. However, this proves that love is illogical, as Frenchie does things to basically sacrifice himself, and also won't push Kimiko through this. She might have been able to stop Homelander with a blast in doing this, but Frenchie turning it off has meant he dies because of it. Luckily for them though, Frenchie set up an early warning radar, giving them a chance to hide. This is something that calls back to season 1, as there they had cameras set up that caught Homelander when they were trying to kill Translucent. However, there's no time to escape here, and Frenchie hides Sage and Kimiko in his ink air vent. This is similar to how he put Translucent's body in his ink box, and as we know, the character can't see through that material.
What can't I see through?
Zinc, Homelander.
Correct. And what's the box made of? Deep?
Zinc.
Correct. Again.
As we see, he's hoping he can lay a trap, and Frenchie goes to the uranium room. Homelander initially goes to the zinc ventilation duct, because with him not being able to see through it, he suspects that's where they're hiding. Frenchie distracts him with just a little finger tap though, and I love how Homelander appears just after he does it. Frenchie then tells him they've already recreated Soldier Boy's powers, and he opens the uranium up, which does seem to affect the villain. Frenchie manages to get him to bleed, but we see Homelander is far more durable than last time due to the V1. Like A-Train though, Frenchie is defiant in the face of death, and he says,
I bet you never danced a day in your life.
He's right as well. Homelander is pathetic and only craves fear and power and can't see the enjoyment in life. Throughout season 5 he gained immortality, but what's the point of living forever if you don't actually live? Soldier Boy's someone who just fills his day with hedonism, and Homelander has never really lived at all. It's kind of like last week when Bombsight accepted the loss of his immortality so he could finally live with the love of his life. Homelander then smiles before seemingly killing Frenchie, and Kimiko finds her love with a trail of blood behind him. She says thank you for saving her, but he says,
No. Monka. You saved me.
Now I say seemingly because I think the radiation would have got him either way, but it's clear that Homelander has put him in this position, and though we don't see the killing blow, you can kind of draw your own conclusions. I'm sure Eric Kripke right now is answering questions and clearing up, but we might have a better idea next week. In the meantime though, why not leave a comment and engage with a video about what you think happened that we didn't see? Was it the radiation that killed him when he dragged himself off? Was it Homelander? Let me know below. I think it's a very fitting end though, as throughout the show, Frenchie struggled with his guilt. Whether it was about killing his short-lived boyfriend's family or what he was putting Kimiko through, it's kind of been something that's always weighed on his shoulders, and he's finally sacrificed himself to save the person he loves. Kimiko inspired him to become better, become sober, and dream of a nice family life, which made him hopeful for the future and better overall. Sadly though, this is a world where very few actually get to be happy, and the pair were always doomed from the start. Even Mill calling them Romeo and Juliet earlier in the season felt like it was kind of foreshadowing what was going to happen. Now though, they don't die together like that famous story. The pair kiss before he then passes away. It's a tragic ending to what's been a very strong character throughout the series, and watching Frenchie go out like this, very, very impactful. There's no music or shouting, even when Billy and Huey arrive, and as the credits roll, it's just complete silence. Welcome to the Heavy Spoiler Show. I'm your host, Translucent Paul, and this video, we're breaking down the boys. The season finale is now here, and throughout this video we're going to be recapping the episode, talking about the Easter eggs, and also how the ending differs from the comics. There's a shitload to get through, so I just want to dive right into it after I tell you about our brand new Ice shirt that's now on the merch store below. That's along with our Deep Inspired one, Soldier Boy one, Homelander one, and more, and there's big discounts as well, and if people could see me, that's what I'd wear. Anyway, last week saw the death of Frenchie at the hands of Homelander. Sukuna OFNN2 on Twitter actually posted info on the scene that was cut on how the character died. Turns out that Homelander got punched him and then exposed the wound to the radiation, which I just thought I'd add in because we're clarifying things from last time. We were left with Kimiko in an agonizing place, and she even reverts back to being a mute. Beyond that, Deep's career and free pass to go into the sea's been ruined, and Homelander has got his dad back in the chamber. I will talk about Vault Rising and how he's going to play into that later along with the other spin-offs, but for now, let's just focus on the episode.
Shock and awe, my son. Blood and fucking bone.
And that final phrase, blood and bone, is the name of the episode, and it actually builds off a big scene from earlier in the series where Homelander and Butcher talked about their final showdown.
Scorched earth. Shock and awe. Blood and bone.
Where we begin though is in the wake of Frenchie's death and the boys burying their fallen friend. This is under a makeshift grave, which kind of reminded me of the ending of Logan. It's often a staple of westerns where the hero who sacrificed himself is given a send-off before things ramp up towards the end. In Huey's pocket, he also finds a letter from the character, which calls him Petit Huey. This was a nickname he had for the character, and it turns out this is his last will and testament. He smuggled it into the Freedom Camp, and we learn in episode 1 that he was someone who could get people anything. Also got a lot of flashes of the camp in V for Vendetta, where Evie Redino passed through the prisons from a woman named Valerie to V, and then lastly to Evie. It's a crass way to send things off though, with Frenchie admitting he's seen everyone's arseholes. Lad seemed a bit obsessed, but he says how they've been through the best and worst of times, and basically has seen every single aspect of them. I also thought it was subtle how they had Sage standing at the back, possibly even showing her guilt over leading to where things currently stand. But Frenchie saved her life, and though he didn't see her arsehole, the boys were his family. Now it's during this scene that we get the sense Kimiko's regressing to a state of anger. As we learn, the experiments worked, and she's able to harness the same power as Soldier Boy. It's also somewhat ironic that Kimiko's gained these nuclear powers as her great-grandfather was killed during Hiroshima. She's also somewhat lost herself in losing Frenchie. She's reverted to being a mute again, and is just a ball of anger, unable to fully express herself. I think Karen Fukuhara has done an incredible job this season, and she's really got to flex her acting chops throughout. Kimiko, started off as a pretty one-dimensional character, and in the comics, she was pretty flat too, but this season especially has given her so much to play with. However, I do like the fact that we went back to the old version for the finale. We then cut to the Democratic Church of America ad, which builds off the one we saw earlier in the season. This is black and white, and constantly going on about how Homelander's a radical. Now this is a parody of Apple's Think Different advert, which had figures like Einstein, Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Muhammad Ali, and so on. This was to celebrate the rebels who thought differently, and the tagline was something like, "Here's to the crazy ones, because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do," which we get a reference to at the end.
Because the ones strong enough to change the world are the ones who usually do.
Unlike the advert though, this is all just about Homelander, and it sums up how he's pushed every other great mind and creative to the side to prop himself up. The tagline, "Homelander reboots the universe," also kind of builds off what they've been talking about throughout the episodes. We heard last week how the VCU is being rebooted, but this phrase reminds me of Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe. Comics are, non-stop reboots with countless new issue number ones, big events like Crisis and Secret Wars and stuff, and yeah, they're just constantly doing things to try and keep interest in their properties. But when you have someone at the center who wants to stay relevant forever, wants all attention on him, he's just using this as a way to basically make himself the number one. We then pull out to see this on a TV next to a can of Turbo Rush before realizing that we're with Ryan, who's hidden at a cabin. Homelander then arrives, and it evokes the feelings of the cabin in season 2. Though it's not the same location, I think this place has been picked because that's somewhere where Ryan first turned against his dad. It was also close to where his mother died, and thematically it's just a great place to have the pair meet again. It turns out that crime analytics tracked him down, and we know from earlier in the series that even when he went to Russia, Homie was keeping tabs on him. Homelander then says,
"But you're also the son of God, and you should not be sleeping in a barn."
Now this is, obviously meant to be ironic, as Jesus was of course born in the manger. Homelander doesn't care about humility though, or serving others. In his mind, God should be served by the ones below them. This is ultimately what his speech devolves into at the end, because even when given a teleprompter, he can't help but revealing his true nature. Now, I think Homelander here is trying to repair their relationship because really, Ryan's the only one he has left. His dad tried to go for a pack of smokes last week, and he ended up holding him in the chamber. Ryan is the last of his family who remains, and in his own way, Homelander wants to try and make a family. Something the character's never had, and every part of his life is being controlled by a corporation. Madeline was the closest thing he had to a mother, but that was all a way to push a corporate agenda. She even weaponized the imagery of motherhood like breast milk, and subverted to be a sexual thing that was used to manipulate the soup. Soldier Boy wasn't really a father either, and Homelander was simply created through his DNA. Ryan is the closest thing he actually has to something that wasn't made by a corporation, but because of this, Ryan doesn't want anything to do with him. He at least has some semblance of what it means to be normal, and Becca provided that for him in their very short time together. But this essentially comes down to nature versus nurture. They have the same powers and potential, but Homelander's upbringing destroyed him. We saw in Season 4 how the scientists bullied him as a child, which led to him being absolutely fucked in the head. Ryan was raised by Becca, Mallory, and Billy, who all loved and cared for him. So they have the same blood, same powers, but in the end, they couldn't be any more different. Ryan completely destroys him and tells him how pathetic he is, and it kind of reminds me of my sons when I take away their Batmobiles. I need them for the background of a video.
You were already the most powerful person on Earth, and you were a lonely, miserable piece of fucking shit. Throwing tantrums when you didn't get what you want. Why the fuck would more power make you any better? It's just gonna make you an even more lonely, miserable piece of shit. Scaring people into calling you God doesn't make you God. And deep down you know that.
I think it's one of the strongest character moments we've had in the series though, and it makes an excellent scene for Cameron Corvetti. It's kind of crazy that we watched him grow up throughout the series, and this is such a hard-hitting way to tell his dad what he really thinks of him. Homelander clearly doesn't want to lose anyone else though, as this is the last person he has in his life. Cutting to the hideaway, we then see that Milk's wearing a Grandmaster Flash tee. You shouldn't push him because he's close to the edge, but he's fixing up the focus group survivor from last week, and we have London Thor back as Jordan Lee. After last week's scene, they actually revealed that Thor had been pregnant while shooting, but they used lots of camera techniques to hide the bump, like sit behind a bench, that sort of thing. Also, can we just appreciate as well, how fucking cool the name London Thor is? Your parents could have called you like Paula or some shit, but you got that name instead. What a fucking banger. We also have Emma and Marie, with them being told to take the survivors to Canada. Eric Kripke actually revealed earlier in the week as well in an interview that the plan for Gen V Season 3 was them up north in a world post-fort. Now, I did try and get a clip from this interview, but it turns out it's been taken down. Why this is, though, is because in it he said things were taking place after the death of Homelander, and yeah, saying that just before the season finale, mate, I can imagine people were going mental behind the scenes, probably looking like Ashley. So yeah, I'm guessing that Amazon asked for the video to be privated until the finale's out, but yeah, don't know how well it worked because lots of people saw it. It is kind of a shame though that this might be the last we see of the characters, but they could end up possibly being brought across to the boys Mexico, which we will talk about more towards the end of the video. Canada being used for Americans to escape to is also the inverse of people heading to the US from Mexico. It's been used in franchises like The Handmaid's Tale as a way to escape from a totalitarian regime. It's also poetic that people who supported Homelander and would have hated Canada are now running to the country, which is something that Emma mentions. Marie then asks Annie if this is a one-way trip for her, and this kind of circles back to a conversation in Season 1. There, Maeve berated her for thinking she was a do-gooder and how this world beats you down. Starlight's been ground down by the world, and she's accepted her fate just like Milk. However, she now sees there's a different way to look at things, and that she can keep the light burning bright for as long as she can. That's what gives other people hope, and ultimately, that's what really matters. Marie says she doesn't regret meeting her heroes though, and we watch as the group drive off to get out of the country and onto Cancellation probably. But it's here that we then jump to the White House. So far then, Ashley's anniversary, and she's got a reinforced ball gag. Turns out the other ones have been exploding and flying off, which is an issue that we saw earlier in the season. Soup problems mate that. His scream obviously blasts sound waves like Black Bolt and maybe him and Medusa have similar problems. Actually never suspected this to come around the way that it does either, especially like back in those early episodes, but ultimately this is used as a way to defeat him. We then see him working away on a laptop and can see he's having a crisis as he can't believe how many people are doubting Homelander. He doubted God because God never responded to his prayers, and now he's put his faith in a false idol, purely because he's flesh and blood. But this has basically turned him and his goons into the thought police who will kill anyone who doesn't immediately drink the Kool-Aid. Speaking of drinks, Ashley then asks him to break out the expensive wine and begs for Ashley too to confirm her own beliefs. She also says that they took wine from a pedo priest, and due to this happening so close to like the events of what's happened in these episodes, I'm guessing it was someone who is framed like Firecracker's old priest. Father has likely been looting these people's homes, and it's akin to how the Nazis would steal jewelry and such during the Holocaust. But yeah, Ashley wants to know if Father will flip on Homie and has to take a leap of faith to ask him the question. She doesn't go that route though, but I love how the scene kind of plays into theirs, or rather lack of their power. Father's power comes from his voice, but he refuses to speak out against Homelander. Ashley's power comes from her ability to read minds, but Ashley too won't do this as she's powerless as well. It's just a great idea to have someone whose power lies in their voice and one who lies in their thoughts to be completely powerless in conversations like this. Going back to Frenchie's grave, we see Sage give another personal speech about her past. We can see she's got a Detroit t-shirt on as well, tying into her home. This is something that she's often worn when in her civilian clothes, and she also had a Detroit t-shirt on last week. She tells the story of her dog who got hit by a bus and talks about how she had to carry her home. The grief stayed with her, and Kimiko is refusing to let go of the memory, which Sage uses to rile her up. She calls Frenchie her pet, and this anger engages the blast and power within her. Similar how Frenchie did this to Soldier Boy at Fort Harmony, and we see firsthand with Sage how it's worked. Her powers are now gone, and she's finally shut off from her overthinking. It's kind of like sort of a lobotomy for good, and means she doesn't have to destroy the world to go and enjoy some reading. Hell, she might not even read anymore. Come watch the heavy spoilers show, love. I'll read for you. She then attempts to recite, "Farewell, the tranquil mind, farewell content." This is part of a soliloquy from Othello. It's basically an opposite to Sage here, who's finally free and calm and now no longer cursed with intelligence. Cursed with knowledge, I think Thanos says. Cutting to a motel, we then see her binging on junk food, finally getting to live out her best life. She's got a whole load of Taco Bell, which is something she's mentioned a lot this season. And she's the most relatable character in the show as well. Stupid as shit, craving chalupas all the time, and basically me. We do see though that they're scanning Kimiko, who's setting off the Geiger counter and probably giving everyone cancer. This actually sort of reflects the scene where Soldier Boy was kept in a motel during season 3, and this was so Huey and Billy could keep an eye on his radiation levels. They also have a handy countdown for when Homelander reboots the universe, and know that he's gonna announce he's the second coming on Easter. It's also a bit of a meta jab at Marvel, as Homelander's name's on a chair. It's the same way they did the Doomsday Countdown, and I remember spending 5 hours covering that and being completely bored out my fucking mind. Wish it was this one though, because now Homelander's the only hero here, and thus he's the only one who needs a chair. During this, the psychics that we saw on that wall will be used to scan the audience, and anyone who shows a sign of dissent will be purged from this new world. Now, in many ways, the speech does somewhat reboot the universe, as Homelander's destroyed, and we're then like getting loads of spin-offs and stuff. The plan though is to break into the White House using the underground tunnels, and thankfully not use Sage's idea of dressing up as the Grenadier Gods. Used by JFK to shag Marilyn Monroe, these underground tunnels provide access to the White House. These tunnels have actually appeared in the series before, and it's where Robert Singer fled to during season 4. We then get a scene that was used in the season 5 trailer. Now if you go back to that, around the 40-second mark, you'll watch this scene play out, and they actually insert a cut to Frenchie to make it seem like he was still alive. Everyone, including me, in the breakdowns was like, why is Kimiko back to doing sign language? But knowing what we know now, it makes a lot of sense. And sometimes trailers lie, mate. Sage then decides to head to Harry Potter World in Orlando, and we see that for her, ignorance is bliss. Jumping back to the White House, we then see an Elon Musk parody wearing a black suit, black hat and black t-shirt. Known as Gunther Van Ellis, he wants to know if he can get some slave labour, and also wants to discuss white birth rates. This also seems like one of those scenes where I'm like, how did he know? Because this was written before the election, and Elon was of course brought into work on Doge, and was often seen wearing a similar outfit. They also say he's an amateur astronaut who represents a consortium of billionaires who all have requests. This is something that we kind of saw in real life, and at Trump's inauguration we had lots of the top players in tech in attendance. Again though, mate, written before the election. I'm guessing they probably would have been there if Kamala got elected as well. And yeah, it's just nice to see they're all trying to get themselves in there. But Homelander isn't really interested. Father feels like they need their support though, but Homelander's conversation with Ryan is still clearly sitting with him, and he definitely wonders if people just fear him. think it's all coming crumbling down, and he basically realizes that without his power he's nothing. This makes his ultimate fate even more ironic, as he loses the one thing that made him feel any sense of worth. Now, Father wants to postpone things, but Homelander's hubris and his need for quick gratification ultimately makes him push forward. We then get what I think might be the funniest entrance the Deep has ever had.
Your Eminence.
Don't know why that cracked me up so much, but I'm gonna miss you, mate. He's come back to sell his next rebrand since being kicked from the Seven. Deep wants to be a crusader, which he says is in the Bible, but obviously the Crusades weren't in the Bible. So Father wonders if he learned that from Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade, but the Deep corrects him and says that it's Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. This is funny, as both he and Robin Hood wear green, and The Last Crusade actually plays in the plot of the season a bit, as there we have the Nazi Walter Donovan, who's on a quest for the Holy Grail. Whoever drinks from this will be immortal, but he drank from a poisoned chalice that ultimately led to his death. This is because he went after the most glorious looking cup because he believed that's what God represented, much like Homelander. However, as this is going on as well, we see Homelander casually flying Van Ellis up and then coming back without even breaking a sweat. He did want to be an astronaut. He then unleashes on the Deep and completely destroys him. Fucking brutal, mate, especially for how much the Deep's done for Homelander. He's turned on his fish friends, betrayed his allies, and killed all for a man who didn't give a shit about him. Now, though the Deep dies later in the episode, I think this is the moment that just completely destroys him. It's sad, but ultimately, it's something we've been predicting for a while now, because it's clear the respect was only one way. In the end though, both A-Train and Black Noir were right about Homelander, but the Deep's been so desperate to be his right-hand man that he never really believed them. It also shows that Homelander doesn't even really know what he wants, and that those who worship him are people that he sees as being beneath him. He's desperate for people to look at him like a god, but absolutely hates those that do. Whether it's Firecracker or the Deep, the fact they put him on a pedestal means he sees them as below him. However, in stuff like the scene with the Legend, we saw he just treated him like another Hollywood star with an ego, and they even framed the scene so the Legend was standing above him. I do wonder what's going through Father's head as well when he looks at the Deep. Surely, like deep down, pun not intended, he must know that this is a fate that could await him, but ultimately he's too cowardly to stop it. Homelander also calls him Kevin to belittle him further, whereas Annie later says it to try and connect with him on a human level.
Deep, Kevin.
The Deep is still in denial at the end though, and on the beach he still considers himself Homelander's bro. Bromelander. We then get our final arming up scene with the boys, which is something that's been a staple of the series. Milk also hands Butcher a crowbar, which is a big weapon from the comics that plays a massive part in the showdown. I will talk about that more in just a bit, as I kind of want to talk about the scenes side by side and ultimately what they lead to in the comics. Huey then goes to Kimiko, and we can see he's wearing a t-shirt for the band Bad Company, Till the Day I Die. He then tells her she's more than just a weapon, which is a path that her original oppressors pushed her down. Butcher wanted to use her as one in the same way as well, as she was a way to even the playing fields. But Frenchie saw her as something more. The group then head into the White House, whereas in the comics, Butcher went straight across the lawn. This led to an infamous shot of the Supes towering above the building, and they actually use this image as one of the posters, but unfortunately doesn't show up in the episode. We then get Homelander in the White House with a portrait of Lincoln looking over him. 47 years ago, Lincoln was pivotal in freeing the slaves, which adds a sense of irony to the scene. Homelander wants to announce he's enslaving the country, and those who even think of going against him will be wiped out because of it. Also, I know I'm butchering American history there, and I've certainly butchered the 47 years thing, mate, but what do you want from me? I'm British. Point to York on a map, mate, I dare you. You've got no idea where Suffolk is, you son of a bitch. And the country's tiny. Ashley then pleads with Ashley. You know I'm right as well. Ashley then, to be fair, I don't know where Suffolk is either. But yeah, Ashley pleads with Ashley too to help again. And I feel like she's someone who always needs someone to guide her. Though in college she was a rebel that wore a Che Guevara t-shirt, this was still under the guise of a t-shirt sold by a corporation to cash in on their feelings. She then joined Vought and was overseen by Edgar, and even in season 5 she's had her guiding voice and Homelander as her boss. Like, it's pretty crazy as well. Like, even though she's the president, Homelander's the one sat in the chair reading off the speeches. We then see as he announces himself as a god, while psychics at the church scan those in the audience. There's a gold statue of Homelander as well, and what did Kripke know? He then says he's the first coming and their Lord and Saviour, and everyone just kind of looks shocked. He says he's ushering in a golden dawn, and this might be a nod to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. This 19th century secret society studied the occult, and Homelander's step into godhood could be a nod to this, but it might be a reach. There's also a guy filming it, which why are you filming a screen of something being live streamed? He also mentions the website homelander.church, which redirects to the Democratic Church of America website. The boys then unwittingly enter a kill box, which blasts them with sonics. This is a weapon that's neutralized the supes before, and it also feels like a bit like the deleted scene in Superman. There, Lex Luthor had Superman walk the gauntlet, where he blasted him with all sorts of weaponry. This included machine guns, and yeah, as I'm sure you can guess, didn't really work, mate, you bloody plunker. Ashley then makes a dash from her Secret Service escort and makes her way down to the bunker. Finally, Ashley too speaks up to guide her because, for once, she's doing the right thing. It's a great representation of a guilty conscience, and though she gets, arrested at the end, she still was a goodie in a way. She redeemed herself. She then frees the boys and gets one of the best lines in the series.
Homelander's in the Oval Office.
Good. Lead the way.
Fuck no, he would rip my tits out through my vag.
Ashley then makes a dash for it, while Ashley too says she's proud of her. Finding the Deep crying, she then takes him head on, which brings things full circle from the very first episode. He believes that it may just all be a test, and we see as the pair take to the skies. He then references the end of Robin Hood Prince of Thieves, where King Richard appears after Robin Hood saves the day. And again, the only similarity is they both wear green. Father then comes in, demanding Butcher and Kimiko, and we get Huey doing the best Butcher impression I think I've ever heard.
Oi! This shot is diabolical.
Man, I really hope that was Jack Quaid and not a dub, because yeah, that is an Emmy-worthy delivery, that. We then see Annie and the Deep crash on the beach, which is the site that the Deeps made several attacks at. We had his whale being speared in Season 2, the oil spill, and so on and so on. He also had his final talk with A-Train at a beach in France, and it's ultimately a place that he should feel at home at. This should be somewhere he exudes power, but we see now that this is him at his lowest point. Because of his choices, it's led to him being isolated and alone, but he doesn't take responsibility for his actions. Instead, he blames Annie. It's funny, as he's the only person outside of Homelander who's had absolutely no growth, and even Firecracker herself was conflicted about supporting Homelander as a god. He's then thrown to the sharks, literally, and this sends the character off to a watery grave. He's eventually killed by an octopus, with this being a nod to his lover Ambrosia. The fish even shout, "Say her name!" Ambrosia was a lover he betrayed to stay loyal to Homelander, and ultimately he's killed by an octopus to bring things full circle from his choice there. Now mate, I might be getting that totally wrong, because it's just how I read it, but they did include a shot of Ambrosia's death in the recap, so I assumed it was that. If not though, comment below. It's a big change from the comics though, as there the Deep survived until the end. He ended up in a group known as the True, who are a rebranded soup team that we met in issue 72. Looked a bit like the Ku Klux Klan, mate, and this had a sense of irony to it, as in the comics the Deep was black. Back at the White House, we then see his old father gets gagged, and this causes his head to explode. It's a bit similar to Black Bolt's death in Multiverse of Madness after Wanda fused the character's mouth shut. Also, I did wonder if this might have happened during sex, because yeah, if it didn't have any give, this is probably how stuff would have gone down. It's also yet another person who's blown up in front of Huey as well, which is something that kickstarted this whole story. We then see Homelander welcoming the believers into a land of milk and honey, which is something that's used to refer to as the promised land in the Bible. However, he gets triggered a bit when reading the sentence, "I am your father." Now obviously it's not because he doesn't like Star Wars, it's because those words with Ryan really sat with him, and he realizes that he's only that in name. His son hates him, and he'll never be the true thing he's desired since he first learned of his child. So he goes off script and tells people to subscribe, and that if they don't, they'll all die horrible deaths. Butcher then bursts in like the Kool-Aid Man, and we get a call back to this moment.
Daddy's home. Daddy's home.
Now where things differ from the comics is that Homelander throws an uprising against Vought and his masters. This leads to him going to the White House and killing the president in a scene similar to last week. There, the president was Vic the Veep, who was a Vought plant that would allow Vought to proceed unimpeded. But now, Homelander was in the hot seat and ready to rule over all. Anyway, Billy realized that this was his chance to take out the baddie, and he arrived there to try and stop him once and for all. And the reason that Homelander felt of doing something as brazen as killing the president in the comics was because he'd been driven mad over the course of the books. Over the story, he'd received images of himself doing heinous things like eating babies, killing pregnant women, and not hitting the thumbs up. He'd never been caught, and thus this emboldened him. He also couldn't remember these acts as well, and just felt like he was going insane. But over time, he embraced this and thought, fuck it. So this is why he started the uprising, because he refused to see himself as the bad guy or someone who was held back by the rules. However, as we learn, things weren't as they seemed. Black Noir arrived acting a little weird, sniffling along, and then he unmasked to finally show everyone his face. Turned out he was actually a Homelander clone who'd been created in case the face of Vought ever went rogue. To the public though, Homelander had been a very good guy who'd lived by the rules because he was under the assumption that you shouldn't fuck with the money. And when I say pretty good guy, I mean he was still bad, but not like Ryan Airy level bad. But him being so good and Noir's one purpose in life being to take the character down slowly drove Noir insane as well. He even had to hide he could fly and wear a mask at all times so no one, including Homelander, knew who he was. So Noir started committing horrendous acts dressed in a Homelander costume that he then photographed and sent to the leader of the Seven. He'd been driving Homelander insane in the hopes that he'd be called forth to kill him, and then he'd finally have a reason for existing. And kill him he did. Noir was messed up in the fight as well though, and on the White House lawn, Butcher finally killed him. Now it's a twist that people have known for decades and decades, and like even since episode 1 of like season 1, people have been talking about it. So I can totally see why they didn't want to do it, because it's pretty played out. Hell, like even the recent Superman film basically did the exact same storyline with Ultraman, even looking a bit like Noir. And it's something I also called from the trailer there. But Noir died and things were over, so yeah, the good guys won. Or so we thought. I'll talk about that more in just a bit, but then Kimiko enters and we get your classic 2-on-1. While this is going down, Annie faces off against the Deep. Now there is something poetic about him getting hit in the nuts, considering what he coerced her into doing. I'm glad that they included some fights as well, because there was the worry that there wouldn't be any in the finale. Kripke even said things weren't going to end in a massive showdown, and I had people messaging me like, is this true? Is it true, mate? And I was like, I don't know, mate, I didn't work on the show, but I'm glad they went all out with it and smash up the White House like the like button. This is very much a rematch of the fight at Herogasm in Season 3, complete with nuclear powers. Except this time it's Kimiko instead of Soldier Boy, but we do get that father/son fight again when Ryan helps out. It also fills in the clone part of Black Noir, as Ryan is technically a descendant of Homelander. Homelander ultimately tries to flee like he did after Herogasm, but Ryan makes his choice and stands against his dad. As much as he thinks he's a piece of shit, Homelander also stood up to his dad as well. He then tells them everyone dies, and we watch as Ryan and Butcher wail on the villain. Ultimately, they manage to restrain him, but Kimiko has some performance issues until she sees a vision of Frenchie. She's had visions throughout the series and has used this as a way to tap into the happiness that was missing from her life. This scene carries a similar motif as well, and Frenchie tells her that the rage isn't what makes her strong. I think it's nice that the beam comes directly from her heart as well, as she uses the love for him to finally blast the bad guy. Homelander has finally lost not only his immortality, but also his powers. It's his worst nightmare to be normal, and I love how Anthony Starr's voice changes from deep and stoic to whiny during the last few moments. Now this blast of course also affects Butcher and Ryan, but it's a cost worth paying because Homelander's finally beaten. He tries to spam his laser attack, which doesn't work, and then fails to fly. He tries to rush Billy, who's of course used to fighting without the powers, and Butcher then brutally beats the shit out of him, and Homelander cries on the floor, begging for mercy. He tries to bargain with him and says he'll give him Vought and can even get a shapeshifter to be Becca. And then he says something I'll always remember, which is that he'll basically do a fire festival. Homelander being pathetic and on the floor though really reminds me of the ending of Civil War. There, a tyrannical president is asked for a quote and we watch as he just begs for his life. He will even eat shit, and we see as this is broadcast to the world. We see Times Square and get the firecracker poster in the top left. There's then the play off the Superman poster with the justice served on the Jumbotron, and we also have a Whataburger in the bottom left. These are monuments built to praise him and Vought, but in the end they show just how pathetic that he is. In his final moments he says he's the Homelander, but Billy says that this is for Becca and then jams the crowbar in his head. This plays off how he killed Black Noir in the comics, and ultimately it feels like the perfect death to give the character in the show. In the comics, Billy then took part of his brain, which he said was basically to make things right for what Noir did to Becca. However, Billy doesn't acknowledge that this is something that Becca wouldn't have wanted, which is what he does in the comics, which I do feel like would have gone well with the Homelander theme playing over Billy. We also never got the Supes helping with his coup, but really that didn't fit in with Homelander's Season 5 story, mainly because his coup was a walk in the park, showing how easy it was to descend into fascism. Finally though, the character's dead, and there's a really bittersweet feeling to the moment. Billy has done it, but he is still clearly troubled, and we see his milk rushes to Ryan. Butcher just stands there, crowbar in hand, is the man who killed his dad, and yeah, there's not really that overwhelming sense of victory you feel like they should have had, which I do think works well with the story, I must say. I'm not saying it's bad. Billy then notices the camera and his performance sight comes out with him grinning widely as he stamps it out. We then see as the White House are still trying to run coverage, with Ashley saying it was the CIA who did it under her orders. The CIA are who funded the boys in both the comics and show, and I'll talk more about how things happen in Dear Becky, where this had a bit of fallout. But Ashley announces she's not resigning before we then cut to the news report where she's being caught off by the FBI. Congress impeached her due to Homelander's dissolution no longer going down, and we see as the boys celebrate at the hideout. Of course, the impeachment stuff, you know what that's about, but this is just like the comics where she was set up to fall on the sword. There, in her final scene, she was seen ripping her hair out, which is much like what they did in the early seasons with Ashley. It also reminds me a bit of Raina making a speech after the events in DC. But with the boys, we see as Kimiko is back to talking, and they share a cigar, calling back to Edgar and Milk's smoking session in the bunker. Ryan is clearly torn up about killing his dad though, and he's now an orphan. Butcher then says how the pair have both lost their abilities, and he suggests finding somewhere quiet to live with Terra. It's kind of the falsity of following dreams and believing they might come true, which is a theme that's actually ran throughout the season. Homelander had his vision of Stillwell as an angel, and this led him down the wrong path. Kimiko had a dream of living with Frenchie, and like Butcher here, it's not something that will actually materialize. Ryan correctly says that Butch is a bad person too, and we've had a big bit of mirroring between the pair that shows how different that they are. Both of them killed their abusive fathers, but Butcher reveled in it, whereas Ryan clearly feels guilt. Going with him would just lead to him being corrupted further, and Ryan wants a life away from the influence of angry evil men. Ryan no longer having the V in his system also means that Butcher can commit the genocide without hurting him. Butcher then sees Terra's died, which is a scene that really fucked me up. It's different to the comics though, as Terra was presumed to have been killed by Jack from Jupiter. This is perceived as revenge for Billy exposing his sex tape, and to be fair, I can see why after this you're like, no, we're gonna kill every single soup. The lad never got to shag Homelander. I think for the show though, losing the dog like this and him still going forward shows how bad that he is, because the soups had nothing to do with the little dog's death and he's still angry and wants revenge, even though he's pretty much got his revenge at this point. What this does is also make Butcher basically as isolated as Homelander was. Both asked Ryan to go and be with them, and both got rejected. Homelander ended up with no one around him, and now that Terra's gone, Butcher is truly alone as well. So he becomes like a mirror version of Homie in that he wants to destroy all those who he doesn't see as being the right kind of person. Butcher then goes to the drawer and gets out the virus, and we cut to an announcement by Edgar on TV. One detail I love here as well is that the murals changed once again. It originally started off as the Seven, and then this was changed when all focus went on Homelander. That face has now been scrubbed away as well. Edgar then announces his return to Vought, which is kind of like how Bob Iger went back to Disney. He did say this earlier in the season though, and proves to Milk that there'll always be a Vought.
Motherfucker.
Edgar is basically the comic Stillwell who, after the dust settled, became an off-the-books consultant for the rebranded Vought, which was now called American Consolidated. He and Billy actually have a conversation in the final issue, but for the show that was used for Milk and Edgar's chat in the bunker. I basically touched upon though how corporations can cause the worst crises or disasters in the world, but will always continue. He doesn't even say what the public needs, just what Vought shareholders do. Ultimately though, now the blame's been pinned on Ashley, they can whitewash what happened and carry on. Huey then finds Terra dead and realises that Butcher's gone to enact his original plan. This takes him to the Seven Tower, which I actually appreciated over the Empire States Building. This is where the evils emanated from throughout the show, and to me it just works better as a place to have this showdown happen at. Huey then finds Butcher stood in the same spot as Homelander tends to look out from with his mural above him. I think this actually symbolises a lot of things, as earlier in the season, we did talk about how this was used upside down to show a reverse in ideologies, but now it's above Butcher, it's shown the right way up. Both are men who wanted to bend the world to their will and are willing to kill countless people because of it. So it's just a fitting image, especially with Homelander now being in heaven. Yay! Now this scene kind of plays off what happens with Butcher in the comic, albeit some differences. Due to him believing that all soups were bad, he decided to destroy them once and for all. Out in Russia, he discovered a radio frequency that, when signaled, blew the head off the soups in the area. He then comes to the conclusion that he needs to unleash this on the world and heads to the top of the Empire States Building. However, he knows the boys will try and stop him, so decides to kill them all himself. Huey's left alive, but Butcher actually does this for a reason. Deep down, he didn't want to do the plan and kinda hoped that Huey would stop him. He was his canary, of course, and the pair then fought on top of the Empire States Building, where they were driven over the edge. Butcher was impaled on a part of the fence that cut him, and he died thanking Huey for stopping his plan. He then moved to Scotland with Annie, and it was decades later that we got an epilogue with Dear Becky. Picking up 12 years after the main story, Huey finds himself in the midst of lockdowns due to the pandemic, and it's during this that he comes across Butcher's journal, which is being sent to him by an unknown figure. Details a couple of extra missions, and kind of gives reason as to why Butcher wanted to go as far as he did. Basically goes through lots of stuff, his missions against Vicor and stuff, and he signs it off by saying, "Goodbye, love Billy." We also learn that Huey and Annie are engaged, but haven't been married. As Huey reads through the diary, he becomes more and more unhinged to the point, and he even questions if he's thinking of picking up where Butcher left off. She begs him not to, and Huey decides against it, but he feels like he has to track down who sent the diary. Eventually, this leads him to Raina, who, of course, died in the show. But in the comics, her and Butcher had a thing, even if it was a bit mental, and they hated each other and used to scream about it during sex. Raina reveals, though, that she did still have feelings for Huey and wanted Huey to read the diary and freak out publicly, which would get its contents notoriety. Raina wanted to bring the Supes back in a big way and thought that if the public knew the CIA had been hunting them, all while trying to commit a genocide, then it might make people a bit more sympathetic towards them. But Huey just says that Raina's pathetic, and he returns to Scotland after deciding to finally marry Annie. That is in an epilogue titled January, which just so happens to be Annie's maiden name. Well, it's still her maiden name, but not a cert, you know what I mean. Huey signs off with one last message to Becky saying, "Dear Becky, you are with him all the way." He then puts that in a bottle and throws it into the sea, and that's the comic. And I'm glad we can finally talk about it without spoiling stuff now the finale's here. What do you mean you are still reading it? Anyway, for the show, Huey arrives and questions whether Butcher really wants to do it. He's clearly torn like the source material, and Billy also has a detonator similar to the comic. He says that the plan is to wait until the Supes turn up for work and send the virus out through the sprinkler system. Actually, like this better than the arbitrary blowing up of the Supes in New York, and his plan's a bit more robust here, as the virus will then spread worldwide. Obviously, we just lived through a pandemic as well, and when they created the virus in the first place, I did wonder if that was like kind of touching upon real-world events. But Billy's worry is that the place will just make another Homelander, so they need to destroy them once and for all. Huey then tries to appeal to him, saying that he does have a heart, albeit a broken one. But what Huey represents is a kind of glass is half full mentality, and even in the face of the inevitable at the Freedom Camp, he always looked on the bright side of life. This even extends to the Supes as well, and it was actually in this conversation I realised how similar he and Billy are. Both had the person they loved killed by a Supe, but Huey forgave A-Train and became a better person because of it. Butcher just couldn't bring himself to do this, and ultimately, this need for revenge is what destroys him. Due to Butcher's actions, he also has nothing to live for, or at least he thinks. Huey has Annie though, and really Butcher does have the boys, but he refuses to see them as part of his family. Deep down though, he obviously sees shades of Lenny and Huey, and he gets flashes of him right before he pulls the trigger.
You see, Billy had no conscience. He will ask you to pull him back. But the truth of the matter is you are fucked when you get in his way.
Because anyone who's ever loved you, you end up getting them killed, don't you?
Now this is something that Billy says Huey reminded him of the comics, and it's what they brought up during season 2, I believe. Might have been season 3. Huey then apologizes to Billy just like the comics, and I do feel like this showdown is a bit better than the source material. He then pulls out a gun, and Butcher tries to belittle him by calling him Petite Huey. He then wails on him, but Huey keeps standing up and coming back to him. It's complete opposite to how Homelander was when he was human, and just shows the difference between the two. At the Freedom Camps, Homelander just couldn't get his head around why people admired Huey so much, but it's in this moment we see exactly why that's the case. Homelander didn't have powers and basically was a sniveling man on the ground, whereas in Huey's case, he'll always stand up and fight. A lot of the moves Butcher does here are also the same ones he did on Homelander, including the headbutt, and it shows how he's treating both like an enemy. Ultimately, Butcher has the chance to pull the trigger though, but he hesitates and Huey then shoots him. I'm so glad that Billy didn't kill his friends like in the comics as well, as I think that would have made him completely irredeemable. Billy also says,
"And none of it made a blind bit of difference. You stayed yourself. No matter what I've done."
which is a line right out the comics. Butcher also sits down wounded, just like his death scene in the source material, and it's framed in a similar fashion. But there, the death was an accident, whereas here, Huey has to pull the trigger. Ultimately, he stayed on the right path and did the right thing and stopped Butcher's dark future from coming to fruition. It's a very somber moment and a very fitting final scene for Butcher that I feel just sends off the character perfectly. Overall, I think the finale managed to circle back around at the comics really well, and we got so many moments that built off the final few arcs there, which I actually thought would never happen, especially with how much they deviated initially. We then get Billy's funeral, which never happened in the comics, and Huey calls him a hero for making the world a better place. He's buried right beside Becca, and it brings things full circle from the opening scene of Frenchie's funeral. Huey also says he's probably in hell kicking the shit out of the devil, which is a line right out of the comics. Huey and Annie then say they plan to head out to this topless steakhouse, which we heard about in the last episode. Billy also has the perfect words on his headstone, which are, "I fuck off, you, see you next Tuesdays," which is fantastic. In the end, though, it feels like he's much more of a hero as opposed to the comics, which, though they did kind of rush the villain turn, I do feel like it works a bit better than it does in the source material. In the end, Billy may have done bad things, but at the end of the day, he did save the world. He's right next to his wife as well, which is what he wanted all along, and it kind of builds up that line from Dear Becky where Huey says he was with her all the way. We then hear Billy Joel's Piano Man, which is probably the singer's most famous song. It's a song about people trying to find a little bit of comfort away from the realities of life, and someone at the centre bringing them joy. Joel is of course also Huey's favourite artist, and we see him wearing a Billy Joel shirt. We then see that each of our boys has a happy ending as Milk finally marries Monique, and I love how Ryan's with them as well. He's finally found a family with Mother's Milk who's rebuilding his, and he's a much more positive influence than Butcher or Homelander. Milk then gets the one thing he's been hoping for the whole time, and he's reunited with his family and wife and has a bright future ahead of him. Kimiko also says goodbye, and this shows she isn't going to let the trauma of losing Frenchie send her back into herself. She's adopted Simone, made it to Marseille, and eats the food that Frenchie told her about. I did wonder as well if we might see Sage there, like some sort of Dark Knight Rises ending, but alas. We then get a shock when Robert Singer calls Huey. He was of course arrested at the end of season 4 after audio was leaked of him organising Newman's assassination. However, he's now back in the White House. I did kind of think he would be one of the many people killed or sent to freedom camps, but guess not. And it's nice to see him back as the Homelander posters are being covered up. In the comics, after all this went down, the presidency was being contested, and this was between Obama and McCain, just like real life. We learn though that Singer's putting the Bureau of Super Affairs back together, which is the team that Huey worked on at the start of season 3. In a way, nothing has changed, Supes are still out there causing trouble, and this could lead to more deaths like Huey's ex. He refuses though, as he has his own thing going on now, and it's funny as he declines this in the same place that Robin died at in season 1. This is now Campbell Audio Visual though, with that of course being Huey's surname. The call itself though could possibly hint to some of the spin-offs, and Crypt Gears kept the franchise open, ready for The Boys Mexico, and possibly some present day scenes in Vault Rising. Ultimately though, it all builds off season 1, and whereas there he wanted a raise, we see as he now runs the place. Annie is also pregnant, and we hear the baby will be named Robin after his ex, and maybe also because that's the name of the most famous superhero sidekick in comics. No, it's after the ex though, mate, I admit that. But yeah, instead of stepping outside and his loved one being killed, she flies off to fight against rogue Supes. I did wonder as well if America would need some sort of de-Homelanderification, like Germany had the denazification, and it's all stuff they could explore in The Boys Mexico. He then mentions going to the office and marrying her, as Annie's mum's angry she's pregnant out of wedlock. She's of course a devout Christian, and again, the sequel comic ended with them tying the knot. It's a great happy ending for most of the boys though, if not but a tad bittersweet. We then get a montage of some behind the scenes photo while If I Ever Leave This World Alive by Flogging Molly plays in the background. That closes out the season and the show as a whole, with this being a pretty solid send-off. I was actually surprised again at how in line with the comics this was, and though it kind of did things beat by beat, bar the boys being wiped out, I think that this was a really good send-off. As I've said time and time again, finales are difficult, but I think sticking to what was there, doing it pretty much by the numbers in terms of what happens in the book, bar Black Noir and the boys dying, yeah, I think they kind of got there. It also leaves me interested to see where things are going to go next time, and yeah, I think it's about as good of a final episode as I think we could have got. Now, Vault Rising and The Boys Mexico are going to be the two spin-offs that are the next phase in the storyline. Gen V has been cancelled and Jazz Sinclair has said goodbye to the character on social media. But there is the possibility that Marie could pop up down the line, though so far nothing's been confirmed. What we do know though is that Vault Rising will release in 2027 with us focusing on the characters introduced in this season. Rising will be a murder mystery set in the 50s and it'll explore the origins of Vault's first major super team. Jensen Ackles will return as Soldier Boy with Aya Cash returning as Stormfront. We also have Bombsight, Golden Geisha, Private Angel, Torpedo, along with a couple more. Also wonder if we're going to see more of the Godolkin and maybe even see them establishing God U. Clara is also likely going to be there as well with her husband and have an affair with Soldier Boy and also try and establish an American identity. There's going to be 1950s McCarthyism as we explore superhero culture in its infancy, and the first episode will be titled Red Scare and obviously centered around tensions with Russia in the Cold War. As we know, the Reds also captured Soldier Boy and experimented on him, with Edgar being attached to that too. So there's a lot to explore. I do wonder as well if we're going to get stuff set in the present and maybe Soldier Boy narrating things as he tries to figure out life post Homelander. As for The Boys Mexico, that was announced in 2023 and though things have been quiet, it apparently is still in development. Starring Diego Luna, the show will be a Spanish language series set in Mexico City. Apparently it's a self-contained story that examines the corruption and superheroes to the backdrop of Latin America. Apparently a group of fans form their own team and then start to discover the heroes they look up to on what they seem to be. Like I kind of touched upon there, it does seem to have stalled a bit, but Kripke did say in April that they had delivered the pilot to Amazon, who seemed happy with where things were going. I do think how this season has been received will likely play into that too, but viewing figures have been strong despite the fans seeming divided. At least from what I've seen online in my comments section, which is where everyone should go to look for things if they're at Amazon. Heard you're looking for the new James Bond? Someone in my comments said it should be me. It should be me. Now, some of my thoughts on the season. I think it's been a bit of a weird one, mate. Especially when you factor in like Gen V and all the spin-offs that they're setting up here. I think we had such a strong entry right out the gate, and I think the premiere episode is one of the best in the series. They really hit the ground running with the airplane reveal, the prison escape, and then the death of A-Train. But then, I think it fell into something that I feel kind of clouded the season overall. And that is a lack of consequences for things that we were told really mattered. For example, the plane footage since season 1 has been this massive thing that was going to potentially bring everything crashing down. But it was kind of just brushed to the side. We also had this stuff last season with Billy, his cancer, and Kessler that, though referenced, weren't really as impactful as I initially thought they would be. I think the biggest sin as well is also the virus. We had that set up over several seasons of this show, and basically Gen V was created because they needed a way to introduce the virus. We were told over and over that this was the big thing, that was the most pivotal thing in the universe, but did it really mean much? Sort of. In the end, we had them basically going back to a season 3 plotline with the Soldier Boy blast thing, and though I don't think it's terrible, it kind of just made some of the key plot elements seem a bit redundant looking back. Sage's plan was also all over the place. And I don't really think she's as smart as the show tells us she is. Noah also got dropped out of nowhere, and I think there was the potential to bring in elements like Maeve and parody things a lot more, but obviously, rightly or wrongly, the show focused on the Trump angle above everything else. So yeah, maybe in years' time, this will be looked back upon as like the show that kind of summed up the media's feelings about Trump at the time the most. The earlier seasons dealt with a lot of other things as well, but Trump is just a headline a day, and I think they thought that that would be the best thing to make Homelander become. And maybe it was at the cost of exploring things with other super teams from the comics and stuff, as they were so focused on that. Also think the humour did get a bit crass at points. Like when Annie's staring at clouds and doing dick jokes, I don't know, it just seems like dick jokes are the only jokes they have. But I do have to say that's kind of a nitpick, and on the whole, I think they hit their stride when it came to the gore. Jokes about the characters themselves, like what they did with the Deep, and some of the cameos were hilarious as well. I think Anthony Starr crushed it as usual, and Homelander's just been one of those unforgettable villains who's been one of the best on TV. The guy can handle any emotion and flip between them with ease. He can be the butt of the joke one scene and then absolutely terrifying the next. He can be a cool and calm, sedated presence who's biting his tongue, and then one who's just going absolutely apeshit. And the guy nails everything they write for him. Beyond that, the core cast are really strong as well, and they've played all their parts brilliantly throughout the show, with this feeling like a fitting end to them. New characters in general can often have difficulty coming into and standing out, but Daveed Diggs really shone here as well. Jensen Ackles was also solid gold as Soldier Boy as well, even if I think the writing and character motivations at points were a bit all over the place. Think in terms of where we leave things though, that I'm pretty satisfied with at least that side of it, and I wasn't in like complete utter shell shock like I had with Game of Thrones or Stranger Things. And like Stranger Things, I remember I went to bed at like 7 p.m. on New Year's Eve because it was releasing in the morning on New Year's Day, and I was so tired, and I remember just watching it being like, did I give up my New Year's for that? And I did. So yeah, not that bad. But I think this season we've had some real high points and by far the best performances we've had. Though we've also had a lot of plot threads drop, it's meant because of that, in some way they've managed to keep lots of twists and turns coming and kept the season pretty unpredictable. Like, I have to say, when they're introducing things, I'm like, oh, well, the season's obviously going to go this way, but then they drop them, and I'm like, oh, well, it's going that way. So yeah, maybe that was why they did it. I didn't even expect them to take the plot half the places that they did, and I think this was a good but not a great way to send off the show. I do kind of wish we got a bit more focus on the world events and how they were dealing with things as well, because yeah, some of the stuff just seems to be told instead of being shown. You know, earlier seasons had characters going to like the Middle Eastern stuff and taking part in combat stuff, whereas here everything just seemed kind of central to Vought Tower. But as they said in episode 1, finales are hard. Pleasing everyone is nigh on impossible, and now I think people will have their complaints, and that this season's been divisive. I probably edge towards liking things more than I dislike them. For me, it's just stuff like the virus, some of the low points, and the constant popping up and dropping of characters, and how like they dropped basically all of Gen V even though I was really invested. And we were told to be as well. And yeah, that stuff just kind of made it fall a bit short. But Butcher and Homelander at least were handled expertly, and I think the supporting cast as well really added to the show too. When I look back on it, I'm probably going to remember the good over the bad, and stuff like Homelander, Butcher, Kimiko, Soldier Boy, Season 3, mainly in general, and so on and so forth. Those will probably be the things that I'll look back fondly on. Anyway, that wraps up the series, and it's kind of been a bittersweet ending for me due to how much it's been part of the channel over the years. I looked it up, and we did our Season 1 breakdown 6 years ago, which to me feels like a lifetime ago. That was before I had my kids, before I was married, before I had my dog, before we had any staff here, and it was just me, one guy locked away in a bedroom, writing scripts on videos and superheroes and stuff. That first season is basically when I started doing the channel full time, and the series has been there with regular releases throughout the years as we've grown. So it's actually a bit weird seeing it come to an end, but obviously I want to say thank you to everyone who's stuck with us since then, or if you've joined along the way, it's been great having you on board. Every week it's been incredible chatting to you guys over the years, and thank you to everyone who's been with us along the way and has watched the channel grow with the series. Can't actually bring myself to watch that first breakdown either because of how cringy my voice is and stuff. It's still cringy now, but even back then it was 10 times worse. But yeah, it's been a joy going back through it. So yeah, thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I just want to say, who's the real heroes? You guys are, and thank you for all your support. Please drop a like on the video too, would really appreciate that as well, and make sure you leave a comment with your thoughts on the season below. If you want to follow us as well and keep up to date with what we've got coming down the line, then make sure that you check us out at Heavy Spoilers. Did you know as well that members of the channel get early access to videos like this every single week, and if you click the join button you get at least one breakdown a week before anyone else. Costs just 99 cents a month, and hopefully that's not a lot to you, but if a lot of you do it, it means a hell of a lot to us. So thank you for all your support as always, and if you want something else to watch, guess what? We've got a breakdown on screen right now. With that out of the way though, thank you so much again. I've been your host Paul, you've been the best, and I'll see you next time. Take care, peace.